Welcome to Global News on Signature Television. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, APC suspends Minister of State for Petroleum Hennekin-Lopobere. ENUGU State Government sets to celebrate 2024 New Yam Festival. Med-9 leaders gather for EU summit amid rising Middle East tensions. And Russian Putin cements ties with Iranian president in Central Asia meeting. Details in a moment. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has suspended the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Hennekin-Lopobere, along with the 2019 Bayelsa governorship candidate, David Leon, over alleged anti-party activities. Lopobere and Leon were suspended along with several other prominent figures, including Commissioner for Power, Karim Kumoko, Commissioner for Lands and Survey, Perez Biewari, former APC State Chairman, Jonathan Amos, NEG ex-official member, God bless Diriwari, and Southern Ijaw APC youth leader Sabi Morgan. During the announcement in Yenagoa, Miti, and Niekenemi, the APC chairman for the Keremo local government area accused Lopobere of leading factions and collaborating with the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP) following his unsuccessful bid for the APC governorship ticket in 2019. He claimed that Lopobere and his supporters actively backed Bayelsa Governor Doye Diri and the PDP in the 2023 elections, receiving appointments and contracts as rewards. Similarly, the APC Southern Ijaw local government area leadership, led by Ebikazi Befa, announced the suspension of David Leon and 7 others for undermining APC's National Assembly candidates and conspiring with the PDP in the 2023 governorship elections. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has criticized Rotimi Amechi, the immediate past Minister of Transportation, for inciting Nigerian youths to protests the current high cost of living in the country. Felix Morka, the party's national publicity secretary, in a statement on Friday in Abuja, described Amechi's comments as insensitive and unpatriotic, saying it should be disregarded. The reports that Amechi, also a former speaker and a two-time governor of Rivers State, in a recent interview berated Nigerian youths for not protesting against high cost of living in the country. He said Nigerians were highly perceptive, discerning and mindful that the current economic discomfort associated with the President Bola Tinubu-led administration's inevitable reforms were transient. He said they were also aware that the discomfort would pale into insignificance in comparison to the enduring transformative dividends which were already beginning to manifest. Morka expressed optimism that Nigerians would not be cajoled into taking back through street violence what they handed to the Tinubu-led administration through the ballot, as Amechi and his tribesmen would wish. Amidst the ongoing crisis in the People's Democratic Party, PDP, leading to the suspensions and counter-suspensions, the National Secretary of the party on Friday ratified the suspension of its publicity secretary of the party, Abdullahi, at the press conference in Abuja, shed more light on the matter.
Discussed the allegation of abuse of office, insubordination, and refusal to adhere to the directives of the National Working Committee against the National Legal Advisor, Kamaldeen Adeyemi Ajibade SAN, and the National Publicity Secretary, Honorable Debo Ologunagba, and approved that the two national officers should be suspended from all National Working Committee activities while the committee constituted to look into the allegation, carry on with a thorough investigation. The National Working Committee came to this conclusion by voting, and out of the 12 members present, 8 voted in favor of the suspension, while 4 voted against.
Ibrahim said the party was focused and determined to address all lingering issues in the party, bordering on accusations against some of its officers.
In control of the governance of Rivers State, the governor has not at any time informed anybody that he is leaving PDP just yet. We are not even believing he will do so. The critical stakeholders, the governors, Forum of the Governors, the BOT, the Forum of the Former Ministers, and that of the NWC, the National Assembly, and all those organs of the governor, PDP, are interfacing with the feuding parties. On the one hand, former governor and sitting minister of the FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, and on the other hand, the sitting governor of the state, Siminalayi Fubara. Something good will come out of this, rest assured. The court is the last arbiter. It has now spoken and forbade anyone whatsoever acting on behalf of the party or otherwise in taking any decision suspending the acting chairmanship or the capacity of Ambassador Umar Iliadam are going to continue in this capacity. Now the courts have spoken, so we are guided by that until a superior court of jurisdiction, competent jurisdiction, says otherwise.
And what is our ground norm is the constitution of the party. And he has told you something, provision in section 47 sub 6 and section 35 sub 3. And when you look at it, what did he provide there? That if in the absence of a national officer, if a national officer is no longer in office, either by resignation or removal or by death, that the replacement should come from the same zone that officer he comes from. And what is the zone? We can recall or recollect that the last national office chairman of the party, Dr. Yoti Ayu, comes from the north. But these positions were primarily zoned to a particular zone, but it was now micro-zoned. Like my own office, I was occupying before, the Deputy National Legal Advisor. All the positions that were zoned to the southeast, the governors then met in ENUGU, and they now micro-zoned those positions to different states. Like the Deputy National Legal Advisor now fell to Abia State, and that's why I'm able to appear here. I was elected. So the same thing, the Deputy National Chairman North is from the north. That's the current acting chairman, Damagu. So when the national chairman vacated office, so by the provisions of the constitution, he now assumed office as an acting chairman. And you cannot remove him, like when people go and make statements. He has to act until either you elect a new chairman by a convention. You know the provision of the law. You have to elect a new chairman who now assume office for him to now vacate that office. It has not been done. So people will now go and say Damagum must leave office. He has to be removed from the office. It's not the way, because we are not in a lawless society.
Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday restrains the National Executive Committee and Board of Trustees (BOT) of the PDP from removing Umar Damagum as its acting national chairman. Justice Peter Lifu ordered that no person other than Damagum should be recognized as PDP national chairman until the party's national convention scheduled for December 2025. Justice Lifu issued the restraining order while delivering judgment in a suit instituted against the leadership by Senator Omar El-Gash Maina. Meanwhile, spokesperson of the Nigerian Opposition Lawmakers Coalition, Honorable Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere, has said that court order didn't stop the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, before they sacked the acting national chairman, Iliya Damagum. He said there was no federal or state high court order before the long overdue removal of Damagum as PDP chairman. Recall that Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday restrained the National Executive Committee and Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from removing Ambassador Umar Damagum as acting national chairman of the party. The court ordered that no other person must be recognized as PDP national chairman other than Damagum until the national convention of the party is scheduled for December next year. Justice Lifu issued the restraining order against PDP NEC, BOT, and others while delivering judgment in a suit instituted against them by Senator Omar El-Gash Maina. The judge held that in line with Articles 42, 47, and 67 of the PDP, it is only at the national convention of the party that the national officers can be re-elected. Reacting, Ugochinyere faulted the judgment, saying that the court order didn't stop the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, before they sacked the acting national chairman, Iliya Damagum.
The emergence of Yayari Ahmed Mohammed is in strict compliance with the provision of the party constitution, and the National Working Committee invoking the necessary provision under Article 57 sub 7 and 58 sub 1, which gives the party the powers to look into disciplinary actions against members of the National Executive Committee, that they acted invoking those powers given them under Article 29, where they acted, the NWC acted on behalf of the NEC to invoke the provisions of Article 57 and Article 58 by suspending the former.
It said that Justice Lifu order in favor of pro-Wike APC-backed PDP faction came after Damagum has been suspended.
The judgment you are supposed to receive is one that comes from court. And the heartbeat of justice is not just the judgment the judge is delivering, but the perception by the ordinary man that justice must be seen to have been done in that judgment. That is the capital. When you debase that, when you destroy that, and then tell people come in any injunction you grant, from the same Federal High Court that gave a rule on political ex parte. Now, ex parte applications are flying like the missile Israel is firing into Iran. From the Federal High Court. Bam, bam, left, right, and center. When you think they should stop, they continue. And the new CJN have not picked up his phone to call the CJ and say, what is going on with this ex parte? Is it that you people cook it overnight or what? On every political issue, they come and then you issue it to them. It's on that line that we are shocked when after the NWC have met, consider the heinous case of anti-party activities against Umar Damagum and his gang, and suspended them in line with Article 58 and 57 and the powers they have under Article 29.
He insists that Alhaji Yayari Ahmed Mohammed remains the acting chairman while the party awaits the NEC meeting later this month. He, however, urged the court to stay away from internal party politics.
National Working Committee will thank the public secretary who have been steadfast. What is the offense of our public secretary? He issued a statement that the election in Rivers local government election must be allowed to go on. One big man somewhere saw it as an affront because he is in APC, he's in PDP, he owns the two parties. And they say, oh, the public secretary must be sidelined. What is the offense of the legal advisor? He wrote a letter that a case that, if it is successful, will see our own governor removed by people who are no longer lawmakers. He filed to discontinue that suit in the exercise of his constitutional power under the party constitution. The big man feels, oh, the legal advisor should be removed. That is why they attempted the belated attempt to remove them, which failed. So the NWC is now owned, but thank God that these great NWC members has proved to the whole world that this NWC is not owned by anybody. With their courageous decision to invoke the provision of Article 57 and 58 of the party constitution and suspending Madam Mago and the National Secretary and others from office.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced plans to officially launch its campaign for the upcoming Ondo State governorship elections with a flag of events scheduled for Tuesday, October 15, 2024. This was disclosed in a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, in Abuja. Ologunagba extended an invitation to all party organs, leaders, members, supporters, and the general public to participate in the event, which marks the beginning of what the party expects to be a victorious campaign leading up to the November 16, 2024 governorship elections in Ondo State. He also urged PDP members to remain united in their efforts to a secure victory, noting that the people of Ondo State are eager for a PDP-led government. Meanwhile, the ENUGU State Ministry of Culture and Tourism has announced plans to host the 2024 New Yam Festival, a prestigious cultural event showcasing the state's rich heritage. The festival is scheduled to take place on October 12, 2024 at Michael Okpara Square Independence Layout, Enugu at 11 a.m. The Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, in a statement, said the festival aims to promote Enugu State's cultural diversity, foster community engagement, and celebrate the Igbo cultural heritage. The festival will feature a cultural extravaganza, award-winning ceremony, cultural exhibitions, community engagements, and agricultural excellence. The New Yam Festival marks the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the next work cycle, promoting unity, gratitude, and cultural awareness. Still from Enugu State, girls from secondary schools from across the state converged on Okpara Square to mark the Girl Child's Day. The event was put together by Nkechinyere,
the International Day of the
State's Governor Peter Mba through her pet project, the Costos Care Foundation. Correspondent Ugonne Owalu reports.
International Day of the Girl Child was proclaimed by the United Nations in 2011 to focus attention on the unique challenges, opportunities, and triumphs of girls worldwide with the vision of empowering them to reach their full potentials. The Managing Director of Coastal Care Foundation, Ego Odigwe, said the wife of the governor is using the medium to address challenges confronting the girl child, especially in the pursuit of their educational career.
We need to engage those duty bearers, those are in position of authority, the relevant offices, the relevant ministries, MDAs, to see how to achieve their vision, to bring it to reality, in conformity, of course, with the slogan of the state government that tomorrow is here. Of course, we can't be talking about tomorrow without talking about the pivotal role that the girl child has to play in making that reality.
Teachers and parents from different local government areas shared their opinion on how to train a girl child.
To create more awareness for the safety of girl child so that they won't be molested or violated, even in school where there are mixed students. There are cases like that of boy, molesting girls. So we should create more awareness against that because they are equally human.
But please,
educate them.
Always
we have to have a place in our society now where girls' child are educated from childhood, at least from 8 to 10 years.
Some female students spoke on the peculiar circumstances in their families and the society at large.
Girls that find it so hard to share their emotions with people. As they say, a problem shared is a problem solved. So you should share your problems with your parents, that you know that they can understand you, especially your mother, that you know that she's also a woman, so she can also know how it feels.
Empowering a girl child is like empowering a nation. Like girl child education is like a key to a better tomorrow, better future. So I think girl child should be educated because like they are the people that take care of the family when they grow, and they convey the information that was taught to them, the good morals, the education to their children, which the children will also transfer to their own children. Therefore,
the Anambra State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Ifeanyiwa Obinabu, who featured on the breakfast show on Signature TV, spoke of the numerous challenges facing the girl child.
You know, when the economy is harsh and some parents can no longer do what they're supposed to do for the girl child, most of the time, the girl child will be directly or indirectly pressures into living an adult's life. You know, some of them going into prostitution, some even drop out of school, some get into trouble that they are no longer alive to tell their stories by themselves. Some are being raped, some are being killed by these boys in the country looking for money, quick money here and there. So that's soft targets for these bad boys. And some are being pressured into early marriage. You know, some drop out of school. Some are being raped on daily basis by bad boys, by drug addicts. And when they get these children, most of the time, like these bad people in the society, even robbing, they do a whole lot of things. That's soft targets to all these bad people.
Obinabu disclosed that adequate measures have been put in place to take care of any girl child in the state who is a victim of molestation, harassment, or any other form of abuse. In ENUGU, Ugonnawalo reporting for Signature TV.
The plight of the girl child is taking the front burner around the world as Nigeria joins the international community in marking the International Day of the Girl Child. Stakeholders promoting gender equality and women empowerment have said that the girl child represents a central factor in Nigeria's growth and development processes. In this report, Signature TV captures the essence of the day.
The United Nations has designated October 11th as the International Day for the Girl Child in recognition. The theme for the year is Girls' Vision for the Future. The emphasis is on listening to the girls and invest in improving solutions, accelerating progress towards a future in which every girl fulfills her potential. And what may be seen as the unusual happened at the Green Chamber on Thursday, when the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, vacated his seat for a 16-year-old gender advocate, Ms. Isabel Anani, who conducted a special session commemorating the International Day of the Girl Child. This is the first time in the history of the House of Representatives that a sitting speaker would vacate his seat to allow a non-member of the House to preside over plenary.
The House joins the global community in commemorating the International Day of the Girl Child. This day highlights the challenges faced by girls around the world, while celebrating their resilience, potential, and crucial role in shaping a better future.
After taking the seat of the presiding officer, the shadow speaker presided over the presentation of a motion by the chairman of the House Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, Kafilat Obara, on commemoration of the 2024 International Day of the Girl Child.
The House is aware that gender discrimination is a global phenomenon that engulfed many nations of the world due to patriarchy and cultural stereotypes. While other nations have made giant strides in closing the gender gap, Nigeria is still grappling with these issues, starting from access to education, healthcare, and access to basic amenities. Despite Nigeria being a signatory to the Convention of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, Convention on Child's Rights, and many others, like harmful practices like the female genital mutilation, is still being practiced in some parts of the country, which is a direct violation of human rights of women and, of course, the girls.
Adopting the motion, the House resolved to urge the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the National Orientation Agency, alongside other stakeholders, to collaborate with schools, community organizations, and religious institutions to educate the public on dangers of drug abuse, promote a drug-free lifestyle, and make provisions for rehabilitation. Consequently, the Shadow Speaker mandated the House Committees on Women Affairs and Social Development and Basic Education Services to engage the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Federal Ministry of Education, with other stakeholders by organizing workshops, creating awareness campaigns, and monitoring progress to ensure compliance.
I envision a future where every girl, regardless of where she comes from, has an opportunity to flourish, where education isn't seen as a high pedestal privilege, but as an essential tool to equip girls make important decisions that affect them and ultimately the places they come from. According to the United Nations, nearly 1 in 5 girls are still not completing lower secondary school, and nearly 4 in 10 girls are not completing upper secondary school today. As if these numbers aren't concerning enough, they are at a constant risk of harassment and the what-ifs that are associated with violence, which simply should not exist. I want a future where we don't have to combat all the overwhelming experiences of childhood and adolescence alone.
Addressing the House, Ms. Anani, winner of the Girl Takeover Initiative, who has just gained university admission to study engineering, emphasized the need for a future where every girl has an opportunity to flourish, where education isn't seen as a high pedestal privilege, but as an essential tool to equip girls to make important decisions that affect them, and ultimately the places they come from. This year's theme conveys both the need for urgent action and persistent hope, driven by the power of girls' voices and vision for the future. And elsewhere in Abuja, stakeholders stated to get the best of the girl child, they must be harnessed early, groomed early, and supported early. According to them, accelerating actions to ensure equity for the girl child is hinged on education and foundation that must remain a priority. The aim of the International Day of the Girl Child is to empower girls and amplify their voices to share the issues they experience across the world and the support they want from the international community.
Still to come, immigration releases Soware's passport after airport drama. Federal government permits marketers to lift fuels directly from Dangote refineries. These and more after the break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Rights activist Omoyele Sowore has disclosed that his passport has been returned to him by officials of the Nigerian Immigration Service. In a tweet via his X handle on Friday evening, the activist noted that this happened after an initial disclosure that his passports were seized. Before now, Sowore stated that he was being subjected to harassment and violation of his rights by the NIS. Sowore, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress in the 2023 elections, Omoyele Sowore, tweeted, "The Nigerian Immigration Service continues to subject me to unwarranted harassment and abuse, violating my rights repeatedly." That was not the first time the former presidential candidate has had his passport withheld by Nigerian authorities. In February 2024, the Federal High Court in Abuja struck out the treasonable felony charges filed by the federal government against Sowore and Olawale Bakari alias Mandates. The Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, has commended the Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe for the protection of oil facilities in the Niger Delta. He gave the commendation on Friday during his maiden operational visits to the JTF headquarters in Ibogene, Yenagoa. According to him, he is in Bayelsa to assess the level of success the troops of the JTF has recorded in the past months. He said that the troops had done very well as they had deactivated 1,129 illegal refineries from February till date. That is a very big achievement. It said the troops' destruction of over 1,115 storage facilities, 750 large wooden boats, arrest and appropriate handling of 265 vehicles conveying crude oil and IR products was commendable. The minister lauded the troops for arresting 894 suspects in connection with various crimes and the destruction of about 14 militant sea robbers camps. The Rivers State Ministry of Health, in conjunction with World Health Organization (WHO), have launched an integrated massive measles vaccination campaign in the state. The campaign will commence from October 12th through to October 18th. Is the mop-up to take place within 19th and 20th October. It aimed at children aged between 9 and 59 months. The Commissioner of Health, Dr. Adaze Ore, disclosed this in a statement in Port Harcourt on Friday.
I'm here to announce the start of the River State Integrated Measles Mass Vaccination Campaign. This will be commencing on October 12th to run through till October 18th with a mop-up that will take place between the 19th and the 20th of October. And it is aimed at children aged between 9 and 59 months. So 9 months of age is the official age for commencement of measles vaccination. And basically this means that from the age of 9 months to under 5, that is the age that we are targeting with this mass measles campaign. And we aim to reach them directly in their communities through schools and through religious institutions.
The ENUGU State Ministry of Culture and Tourism has announced plans to host the 2024 New Yam Festival, a prestigious cultural event showcasing the state's rich heritage. The festival is scheduled to take place on October 12th, that is today, 2024, at Michael Okpara Square, Independence Layout, ENUGU at 11 a.m. The Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madweke, in a statement said the festival aims to promote ENUGU State's cultural diversity, foster community engagement, and celebrate the Igbo cultural heritage. The festival will feature cultural extravaganza, award-winning ceremony, cultural exhibitions, community engagement, and agricultural excellence. The New Yam Festival marks the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the next work cycle, promoting unity, gratitude, and cultural awareness. Joining us to talk a little more about this is the Commissioner for Tourism, Mrs. Ugochi Madweke. Good to have you, madam. Good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like a very interesting event. So we're looking forward to it. Can you tell us what the people can expect?
Oh, well, today, good morning, everybody. Today is a day set aside to celebrate our cultural heritage. Today, we are gathering at Okpara Square to thank our Chi for a fruitful year, for a bountiful harvest. So all the traditional rulers in Enugu State, Ndinze and Ndiozo, we all gather this morning from 11 o'clock to celebrate our New Yam Festival. New Yam Festival is a day, we say thank you, is a day of thanksgiving to our God, to thank our God for a fruitful and bountiful harvest. So the ceremony will be performed by His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, who has done extremely very well in development, in infrastructure, and in promoting tourism and culture in Enugu State. Thank you.
How bountiful would you say the harvest has been this year, given the news we've heard around erosion, farmers not being able to go to their farms, to cultivate? Do you think it's still bountiful? And again, yam, is still very expensive in the market. Is it really bountiful?
Yes, it is bountiful. In every situation, you thank your God. It is bountiful. Our Ministry of Agriculture is also doing extremely very good, very well. We have the Young Farmers Association. This morning, they are all going to assemble in Opera Square. They are coming from all the 17 local government areas we have in Enugu State. They are coming with their farm produce, not just yam, vegetables and everything. And we have a special award called DG, meaning the husband of yam. DG will be presented to the farmer with the biggest yam.
Oh, wow.
So it's going, yes, this morning. So it's going to be a very interesting and very successful event.
I understand that there will be a competition of, different farmers who would come to show their bountiful, produce as it relates to yam. I know the last time I understand that Aneri, somebody from Aneri or so won. I can't really remember, but some of the biggest yams comes from Aneri. Some places, some would say also Eziago. What are we expecting in terms of, how big this yam is? When the person wins, what gift is given to them?
Okay, we have a cash prize. We have a cash prize. I will not be announcing the amount here, but I'm sure eventually it will be made known. Okay, so we have a cash prize for the biggest yam farmer in Enugu State, and then I'm sure our sponsors will also have some gifts for the person, for the farmer. We expect it to be one of our young farmers. We're actually encouraging the young farmers because, without the youth of today, there won't be tomorrow.
All right. This New Yam Festival, how would it boost the tourism potential of Enugu State?
This event is going to showcase Enugu again, put Enugu on the map, showing that Enugu number one is the heart of an Igbo. Every Igbo man is attached, one way or the other, is attached to Enugu. So by doing this, we are telling the world that Enugu is safe, that Enugu is a place you can go and invest, that Enugu appreciates and respects our culture. This is our cultural heritage. So today, we're expecting visitors from Port Harcourt, from Anambra, from Imo, from Abia, even from Lagos. Some people are coming from Lagos. So I'm sure that if you go online today, it will be all about Enugu.
Okay, I understand there's a lot of people who are going to be coming into the state, just like you mentioned, even from far, into the state. Are there any other activities beside what we were expecting for 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m.? Are there other activities?
Yes, we have all night, well, not all night, it will be ending in the night. That's one, the evening segment for the youth, for the Gen Zs. It's called New Year Music Festival.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yes, starting from 6 p.m. But, we'll end our own like 4, 5, and then it will just flows into the evening one.
Okay. I understand there's also some sort of restriction on vehicular movements, keke specifically, not vehicle, right? Keke specifically by 9 p.m. I don't know.
But we have other buses.
Okay, because people who
we have other means of transportation. It's not just keke.
Okay. Because I understand that people who are coming from far, who want to attend these events from 6 all the way till night, they would be probably looking at how to come back home and all that. So I'm just wondering whether that is a little bit rested for just today.
No. Keke it remains banned from 9 p.m. You know why? So they will find their way home because there will be other means of transportation. Keke is not the only means of transportation in Enugu.
Absolutely. So we look forward to a very fantastic event that kicks off by 11 a.m. I want to say a very big thank you for, in fact, organizing something like this. And we hope that at the end of it, Enugu will just be a bright place to be. And of course, we would have to eat so many, yams as
yes,
case may
there will
be.
be yam. We're having roasted yam with uba, with abaka. Okay, that one is for everybody. It's for free. So anybody that comes into Opera Square today, you are sure of your lunch, which will be roasted yam and abaka. Then we have our yam kitchen. In Igbo, it is called Isiekwu Ji. This yam kitchen we are going to have is all about yam. The only food there will be yam. Yam porridge, salad soup with pounded yam, egusi soup with pounded yam. But that one is for sale, it's not free. We'll have fried yam. The yam will be pounded there. That's the attraction.
Wow.
So you'll be eating it hot and spicy.
Wow. I mean, it's something really to look forward to. So can people also come in to buy yams,
Oh yes, because the young farmers are coming with their farm produce.
Okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm just wondering.
So we have the farmers market.
Okay.
We have the farmers market. Then of course we have other vendors who are going to sell other things.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm also wondering, how about the security, especially going into the nights? I understand that the event starts at 11 and, like you mentioned, ends at 4 and 5. And then the ones for the Gen Z starts from 6 all the way. Are there plans for security across boards, at least within that space and period?
Definitely. Definitely there is. We are working with all the military and the security parastatals. All the security outfits, we are working with them.
All right, madam. Thank you so much for your time. I truly appreciate your insights on the program this morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I know you'll be there.
Of course I will be.
So just come for your own plate of roasted yam and uba.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to eating pounded yam and salad soup.
Put money in your pocket. food is ready for Kwafondi Diego.
Thank you so much, madam.
But it will be subsidized.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was a commissioner for tourism, Ugochi Madweke, giving us an insight what we can expect from the New Yam Festival that is organized by the ENUGU state government. It is due today from 11 a.m. all the way till dawn. All right. Continuing with the news, the Rivers State Ministry of Health, in conjunction with the World Health Organization, WHO, have launched an integrated massive measles vaccination campaign in the state. The campaign will commence from October 12th through October 18th. It is a mop-up to take place within 19th and 20th October. It aimed at children aged 9 and 59 months. The State Commissioner of Health, Dr. Adaze Ore, disclosed this in a press conference in Port Harcourt on Friday.
Integrated measles mass vaccination campaign. This will be commencing on October 12th to run through till October 18th with a mop-up that will take place between the 19th and the 20th of October. And it is aimed at children aged between 9 and 59 months. So 9 months of age is the official age for commencement of measles vaccination. And basically this means that from the age of 9 months to under 5, that is the age that we are targeting with this mass measles campaign. And we aim to reach them directly in their communities through schools and through religious institutions.
I urge parents to avail their children the opportunity to be vaccinated in order to eradicate the disease and call for more collaboration to achieve the objectives of exercise. The inauguration was witnessed by the Executive Secretary of Primary Healthcare Management's Board, Dr. Kanikawo Green, representative of the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and others.
Parents, guardians, and community leaders to participate in this campaign by bringing their children and their wards to the vaccination posts and encouraging others within the community to do the same. Your cooperation is vital to the success of this campaign, and together we can safeguard our children's health and their well-being. Thank you for your continued support as we strive for a healthier future. I'm making this appeal with our state teams and our very strong partners to show the seriousness with which we hold this campaign and the immense impact that can be achieved if we work in consolidation, solidarity, and collaboration towards ensuring the health of our children.
To come, Germany's calls announces more military aids to Zelensky's visits Berlin. Russia extends detention of U.S. citizen Tater for 1 month. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky was welcomed by Germany President Frank-Walter Steinmeier on Friday ahead of signing the city's Golden Guest Book. The meeting took place shortly after German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a 1.4 billion euro, that's $1.53 billion military aid package for Ukraine by the end of 2024 during a joint press conference. Excuse me. Scholz told Zelensky the package was a signal to Russia that the West would not stop supporting Kyiv. Zelensky has been meeting allies in Europe this week to present a victory plan to end the war while also pressing to use long-range weapons that can strike deeper into Russian territory. The details of his plan have not been divulged publicly. U.S. officials has previously described it as a repackaged request for more weapons and the lifting of the restrictions on the use of long-range missiles. Germany is Ukraine's second biggest donor of military aid, but Scholz has balked at equipping Ukraine with long-range Tyras missiles and made no mention of them in his remarks. Presidents of European countries in the Arelos group met in Poland on Friday with the host, Poland's President Andrzej Duda, saying the leaders' discussion revolved around helping Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion and around progress towards European Union membership. Slovakia's Peter Pellegrini and Bulgaria's Roman Radev said European countries had to scale up investments in their own defense regardless. Pellegrini said of the outcome of the U.S. presidential election on November 5th, Latvian President Edgars Rinkēvičs said Europe should continue supporting Ukraine and also remove any limitations imposed on Ukraine's of weapons provided by its allies.
The transatlantic partnership holds a special place here. It remains to be crucial for Europe's security. The transatlantic bond with the US is the spine of Europe's long-term hard security. But no matter whether Mr. Trump or Madam Harris wins the elections in November, the urgency to take much more care of our own security can be counted in decades rather than years.
And we need to embrace the reality that we need to invest much more in our security. And Poland here is leading by example, investing a huge percentage of its GDP to guarantee the security not just of Poland, to contribute to the overall security of the European Union. And
we must continue supporting Ukraine with weapons, with economic and financial aid, and of course we need also to remove any limitations on Ukraine regarding the usage of weapons that we collectively provide.
Earlier on Friday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky held talks with NATO chiefs where discussed whether Ukraine could use Western missiles against targets in Russia. Meanwhile, Russia's Vladimir Putin held talks with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian on Friday in Turkmenistan, where the two leaders hailed their countries' growing economic ties and similar views on world affairs, an entente viewed with concern by the U.S. at odds with Washington and the European Union over Russia's war in Ukraine, is something he casts as part of the wider existential struggle against an arrogant and self-interested West. Putin is keen to deepen ties with what he calls the global East and global South. Putin, the EU's country, is hosting a summit of BRICS nations in Kazan on October 22nd to 24th, invited Pezeshkian to come to Russia on an official visit, a proposal the Iranian leader accepted, according to Russia's state RIA news agency. Pezeshkian last month committed his country to deeper ties with Russia to counter Western sanctions. The two countries say they are close to signing a strategic partnership agreement, something Pezeshkian said on Friday he hoped could be finalized at the BRICS summit in Russia later this month. Meanwhile, Cypriot President Nikos Christodoulidis welcomed leaders from Southern Europe, the Union countries, and King Abdullah of Jordan in Cyprus on Friday amidst escalating tensions in the Middle East as they gathered for the 11th summit of the Southern EU Med-9. Cyprus, the current president's nations or presiding nation, hosts representatives from France, Greece, Italy, Croatia, Malta, Portugal, Slovenia, and Spain. The discussions are expected to focus, amongst other pressing issues, on the developments in the Middle East and Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine. Chinese Premier Lin Kuan met with leaders of Australia, Japan, and Cambodia on the sidelines of summits at the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Albanese said he agreed on the timeline to resume full lobster trade by year-end during a meeting with Chinese Premier Lin Kuan, marking the end of a 4-year diplomatic fight that saw tens of billions of dollars of Australian exports locked out of China. In talks with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, Li said he hoped Japan could meet China halfway and keep bilateral relations on the right track, Chinese state media reported. The annual summits of the ASEAN included meetings with leaders and top diplomats from India, China, Japan, the United States, Russia, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, as well as United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba on Friday chaired the second Asian Zero Emission Council in Vientiane as part of the Asian summits being hosted in Laos. Today, I wish to come to an agreement with you on a concrete and tangible action plan for us to work on together with a view to the next decade, Ishiba said in his opening remarks, and outlined agricultural and industrial projects already in place with each of the Southeast Asian countries. Leaders of the 10-member ASEAN were in Laos this week to join the annual gathering to discuss a wide range of regional and global issues with their counterparts and dialogue partners, including United States, China, Japan, and Russia. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken reaffirmed Washington's commitments to supporting ASEAN neutrality during the ASEAN-U.S. summit on Friday. Blinken said the deepening conflict in Myanmar, North Korea, and the Russian-Ukraine war violated core principles of both the United Nations and the ASEAN's Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. Blinken also reiterated the nation's stance on supporting freedom of navigation and overflight in the Indo-Pacific and stressed the importance of maintaining stability in the Taiwan Strait. The summit, which brought together ASEAN leaders and top U.S. officials, was part of a broader regional talks to enhance bilateral cooperation and address geopolitical tensions affecting Southeast Asia. Still on the U.S. Secretary said that it is primarily up to the Lebanese people to decide the future of their country amid what saw as deep concern in Asia about the conflict in the Middle East. Speaking in the Laotian capital after attending the ASEAN East Asian Summit, Blinken said concerns about the Middle East came up in conversations with other leaders, during which he reiterated Washington was dedicated to diplomacy to control the situation. Blinken also said that the United States was directly engaged with Israel to stress how imperative it was that the humanitarian needs of people in Gaza are met.
At the heart of the United Nations Charter and at the heart of ASEAN's Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. We remain concerned about China's increasingly dangerous and unlawful actions in the South and East China Seas, which have injured people, harm vessels from ASEAN nations, and contradict commitments to peaceful resolution of disputes. The United States will continue to support freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight in the Indo-Pacific. We also believe it's important to maintain our shared commitment to protect stability across the Taiwan Strait. But whether it's responding to urgent global challenges or advancing the shared hopes of our people, the relationship between the United States and ASEAN will continue to be essential to better the lives of our combined 1 billion people. At the heart of the United Nations Charter,
Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris touched on immigration reform, healthcare, and hurricane relief during a town hall hosted by Univision in Las Vegas on Thursday. During the events aimed at engaging Latino voters, Harris emphasized the government's ongoing efforts to provide disaster relief and resources from FEMA and reassured hurricane victims of their entitlement to federal aid. Harris also criticized Donald Trump for stalling a border security bill so that he could run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. When asked by a member of the audience to name 3 virtues of Donald Trump, Harris commended his love for his family, but admitted to not knowing him well personally.
And I just think it's important that we recognize who this population of young people are and agree that they have been so productive. They are prepared to do what is necessary by law. And I think it's, it should compel us to agree they should not have to live in fear, but should have an ability to be on a pathway to earn their citizenship. So it is one of my priorities, and I've worked on this in terms of Dreamers for many, many years, and I'll continue to fight for them. The border agents supported the bill. It included more resources to stem the flow of fentanyl, which is killing people of every background in every region of our country. It would have allowed us to have more resources to take on transnational criminal organizations. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Guadalajara cartel to the Sinaloa cartel. And Donald Trump found out about that bill, realized it would be a solution, and told them not to put it on the floor for a vote because he would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
This is Hour. I'm Charles Pice. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is New Day with Chigi and Company. Good morning.
It's a new day, and like we always like to say, with a new day comes new ideas, new opportunities, and of course, new possibilities. So if you've tried it out once and it did not work out, well, dust yourself off, try again and again and again. Good morning and welcome to New Day on Signature TV. My name is Chigi Chiagorom, and of course with me is...
The Honorable Joshua. Sorry, I just had to. It's Joshua.
Joshua, thank you so very much.
He's going to speak.
I tell you, I'll not let it slide.
I like it.
All right, so we have important topical issues to discuss with you in the studio today, of course, to keep you informed and inspired. So don't go anywhere. Up next is newspaper headlines and review. See you very soon. I'm glad you could join us. This is still New Day on Signature TV, and don't forget to go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, like, comment, and of course share. So this is our Signature TV New Day review and headlines, where we bring you headlines of stories and news pieces that have been making the rounds on our national dailies. And first up is The Nation. Very quickly, Joshua, I think you should just take over at this point. The Nation and...
Well, just below the mass, we have war in PDP as Atiku Wike faction battles for control, with the rider NWC faction suspend acting chairman. I beg your pardon.
Okay, still on the riders, concerning the war in PDP. Court bars NEC from sacking Damagun before December 2025, and Board of Trustees intervenes, urges peace, return to status quo. Party would emerge stronger from crisis, says Bala Mohammed.
And just below, we have APC to Amechi. Your call for protest irresponsible, says ex-minister Leach, dependent on state resources. You can find this on the page 4.
And two interesting news stories. Above the nation's mast, marketers can now lift fuel directly from Dangote refinery. Others coming from federal government. This will be found on page 4 of The Nation. And you can't withdraw from Kano's trial, Chief Judge tells Inyako, with rider that says reject judge's refusal, I beg your pardon, rejects judge's refusal request, returns trial file.
And finally, on The Nation, we have Nigerian teenagers trafficked to Ghana end up as prostitutes and gangsters. You can find this on the page 11 of The Nation.
On the Saturday Times, two interesting news stories. Right above the mast, Nigerians are suffering reduced fuel and food prices coming from Senator Ndume as he urges Tinubu to do the needful. And VP Shetiba inaugurates National Road Safety Advisory Council and pledges safer roads.
Rights violation on the rise as NHRC receives 305,300 petitions in 1 month.
And on entertainment, how skit making became the new oil, coming from Baba de Baba.
PDP crisis fester, court stops Damangum and one suspension, with the rider opposition caucus backs Yahari as acting chairman.
Reasons for my strained relationship with Sean, coming from Victoria.
Blessing, CEO on war parts with Nikeji Blessing.
That would actually be Nkechi.
Nkechi, thank you very much.
Okay, story of Zula Aka, 67-year-old Lebanese in trouble for sexploitation of underage Kano girls.
And moving over to The Guardian, just below the mast, we have Fate or Fraud. Troubling trend of divine merchandising of religious centers.
And just above The Guardian mast, there are three interesting stories. First will be echoes from Southwest APC caucus meeting in Lagos. On page 26, Makellan unveils Tales of the Makellan Volume 2 to mark 200th anniversary, and then Tinubu heads to Paris for key engagements.
And finally, on The Guardian, we have 5 more tactical errors Tinubu must hear. You can find this on the back page of The Guardian.
On Saturday Punch, on fuel price hike, Nigerians lament worsening hunger, soaring transport fare, with a writer that says transport fares rise by 100%, food prices soar.
I have never had 1 million naira balance in my account. This is coming from the BB9 winner Kelly Ray.
All right. I studied 9 foreign universities before starting Covenant, coming from Uyedepo.
Dangote directs purchase. Marketers demand working refineries.
All right. And on entertainment, profiting from pain, house kit makers promote discrimination against people with disabilities for online fortune.
And on a very troubling one, we have Nigeria has only 80 heart surgeons. Association President Etiuma.
That is pathetic.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Bandits heighten killing spree as military fails to capture Bello Truji.
Why I can't practice medicine in Nigeria again. Popular Canada-based physician Dr. Zhu.
Finally, on the Saturday Punch, 16 states carpet EFCC amid lingering 776 billion naira fraud cases.
And on the Saturday Tribune, we have Sokoto bandits hire fire village head in my local government, says council chairman.
In life without service to God, humanity is meaningless, coming from Archbishop Fape, with a writer that says, Iyaloja General of Ogun State, Owolana, buried.
PDP leader moved to save party, with the writers. Governors BOT says no fraction in party. NWC group sack each other. Court bars party from removing Damago.
On hardship, Ndume asks Tinubu to do something before it is too late. Ryder says it is not good to test people's patience, on page 6.
Fuel scarcity looms. Ibeman warns, with the rider. Marketers can now buy petrol directly from local refineries, says federal government.
On page 28, APC attacks Amechi over hardship comments.
Why it is difficult for me to feed with, why is it difficult, I beg your pardon, why is it difficult for me to feed with 1,000 naira, says a 74-year-old beggar.
Moving over to Saturday Vanguard, Ajero reveals understanding with Tinubu with riders. We accepted 70,000 naira minimum wage for government not to increase fuel price. Petrol price deregulations, federal government jerks up landing costs for imported products. That will be found on page 6 of Saturday Vanguard.
This civil rule is no democracy. Nigerians bemoan impunity of president governors, with the rider recommend ways to check their excesses. You can find this on the page 10.
What may stop new CGN, Kekere Ekun, from surprising Nigerians, coming from Oshoma.
And just yesterday, Eagles dominate score only once.
Okay, so congratulations.
Yes, I know, right?
Okay, and finally on the Saturday Vanguard, why boat mishaps will continue to happen in Nigeria, says experts.
Well, that's the much we can take on the newspaper headlines. We'll be moving over to the reviews. And in the studio with us is Chris Madika. Chris Madika is going to be joining us for this review this morning. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Joshua.
Good morning, Chris.
Chidi.
Good morning. I love your blue. It's a blue
There's talking about colors this morning.
Has a thing to do with royalty.
I refuse to communicate or to add.
You say honorable.
Yes.
It came from him.
I will add that to
okay,
my
he claimed
portfolio.
He said he was an honorable.
I'm surprised that in Nigeria, you still have people who are referred to themselves as honorable.
Yeah.
Well, I felt that was like a prestige position. Now I'm feeling like I should change it.
I feel like I should interview.
Well, good luck.
Why do you feel you are
don't go to the street and say
an
you're
honorable member?
Don't go to the street. You used to be.
Well, now, Chris, let's move to...
If you go to the street and say you are dishonorable, well, that's better.
Yeah.
People will want to understand that.
Of course, let's go to what's trending right now. I mean, PDP leaders move to safe party. You can find this on the Saturday Tribune. Riders as his governors, BOT says no faction in party.
I think the headline would have been PDP moved to disorganize their party. The PDP leaders has comfortably and systematically disorganized their party. So whatever they are doing now is fire brigade. I've described them as some people that you know what you're facing, you know what you're up to, and you are there pursuing shadows and left to the substance. Is it? There's this proverb that says that any group of people that are just missing and are smiling, you know, they're missing and they're smiling. He said they won't even, they will just go into extinction. Obodo na-efu efu na amwamu. They had efu photo. You will never, you will go there, you will not see anybody again, because that's how they will go in. Because people will not understand that they are going. And that's what has happened to PDP. Must they get to this level before they save the party? I'm sorry.
Do you think they can still save the party?
If they want to. The fact is that among them, why is who becomes the chairman more important to them than the life of a party that has the potential to be the next ruling party in Nigeria? That tells you their psyche.
You know, Chris.
And now who is putting the fire? Most of them, I'm sorry to say, are paid destroyers. They have destroyed themselves from within. And until they do what they did for, what's the man going to Nineveh?
Jonah.
Oh, you know.
Okay.
And find out how they are going to do their, you know, juggle the thing and now say, it's you that is setting all this confusion. I don't want to say setting fire, so that you won't say anything. Then they say, leave this party, so that if the heaven will fall, let it fall. Instead of just be smiling,
can we comfortably
suffering.
Say at this point that you know, PDP is heading to the gallows and there's no redemption? Because what comes to my mind actually thinking about PDP is what happened with the gifts of Troy. You know, the Trojan gifts. You know, it seems that, because you mentioned that it's happening from within. You know, it's a different thing when you're besieged and someone is attacking you from the outside. When we talk about other parties and other, you know, agents or agencies that are against the PDP or opposition. But now we're talking about enemies from within. I mean, how would PDP, you know, survive this when you've passed the stage of being on the siege? You're now dealing with strongholds within the party structure.
I am from Anambra State.
Proudly.
Proudly. I grew up in Anambra State. And I watch PDP as a party to watch in Anambra State. It's the same, not knowing themselves that I've met them. They systematically lost Anambra State for a long time, and they are still in doldrum. So the PDP in Anambra State is just for mention, because they have not gotten their standards there for a long time. And that's beginning to happen to them nationally. They've lost Edo. They're still setting fire. Fire, 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 fire. And they're going to lose more. So what if the little you have, instead of fighting to grab more states, you are losing the ones you have? That's the leg Nama will take rich in Umaya. Let's go on. The idea is that if you want to redeem yourself, you need sacrifices, sincerity, and truth. You don't just what is happening in Nigeria is happening to them. All these political parties, I wonder. But the idea is that most of the times, we're the ones at the center. People will be pointing fingers at them. If I am the political party at the center, and I find the opposition, likely opposition, strong oppositions, doing it, I will sponsor them. I will help them. Oh, you want? I've been looking for how to set you on fire, and now you went and bath.
You said there's redemption for PDP. Let's look at PDP in Rivers State, where one man is holding both APC.
I don't know what you're talking about. We have a sitting governor who is a PDP man.
On paper,
and he has
or in reality.
I was told he has a godfather who he fell out with. His godfather, he fell out with, is still PDP. The sitting governor is still PDP. And they have PDP River State, and they have PDP, National Working Committee.
There are several, evidence to show that this man that we are talking about has performed a lot of anti-party, activities against the PDP.
So why is he still there?
That
so
is the big question. That is the big question.
Is it that they can? Is it that PDP can't do without Wiki? Because I don't know why we're saying this man. Is it that PDP can't do without Wiki?
That's what I was saying. I was saying PDP is a party that has very strong, important people that have been in politics in Nigeria from their days of G34. They fought, brought out democracy, and took Nigeria to a certain point until the same internal crisis set in. And they begin to chop both sides and talk from both sides of their mouth. They lost Nigeria. And this is where they got into. Even at the point where they are talking about PDP, what killed your father? He says mushroom. What killed your father in Edo? Mushroom. What killed your father in some other states? Mushroom. Then what are you holding in your hand now? Mushroom. You think is redeemable? Until they drop the mushroom that is causing their systematic death. I have bad news for them.
Question is, are they willing to drop the mushroom?
Well, the choice is up to them. Will you force it? If they want to commit suicide, what they call political suicide, and go into extinction, it will be a record. One time, there used to be a party known as People's Democratic Party, PDP power. Some of
that
the
held
children
sway from 1999
to this time, and then it's gone now.
These are people, when they come out for campaign, they went to the studio and wax records, breakable records. You play, they have LPs, they have, when you come with campaign, beautiful melodious music, you know that the party, they organize and they really have intention and they are focused.
Chris, because of time, so let me finally on this PDP saga. Do you think they have an opportunity in the 2027 election?
With what they are doing?
Yes.
You also want me to, from my mouth, you hear, if they want opportunity, the opportunity is given. If they don't want it, let them go fight from River State to Edo, go to Osun, and they come back anywhere. They go on, fight, go Abuja, go from Damagun to their debacle.
I love that.
And then,
I'm going to use it.
Yeah.
And then when time is there, they will now start. I know where they're going to come and ask who they're going to ask to follow a sinking ship.
All right, let's get to Saturday Vanguard. So there's this caption that actually comes across to me as being a little bit misleading, but I don't know what you would think, Chris. Ajero reveals understanding with Tinubu, written boldly. We accepted 70,000 naira minimum wage for government not to increase fuel prices. And now, obviously, government has actually increased fuel prices. But does it actually show that Ajero, shows understanding with Tinubu, right? Because
the negotiation was lengthy.
Yes.
And the funniest thing that happened with that negotiation was that if it wasn't more decent society, it will be made open. They made secret deals, and now it's like Ajero's word against Tinubu.
But was there not a communique that was issued after the meeting?
All I know is that they've agreed on what we had. They all came, stood before camera, and all were smiling that they have reached an agreement that government will pay 70,000 naira. It was all over the headlines. We reviewed it here. And we're even up to now. Only about 3 states I can remember that have agreed to pay out of 36 states and 1. Now, even at that, when even the states have not agreed to pay, the federal government has gone ahead, got us to a point where they are now saying, when it is more convenient for them, federal government will say it's NNPC. When it's not convenient, they will say federal government. It got us to this point where everybody has had to buy fuel in Nigeria at an average of 1,600 naira, and at a fee a salary of 70,000 naira that is not paid. Some people are still buying at low price. I think something is wrong with this nation. Because people are still, and I'm saying, if Nigeria is not robbing Nigerians, then Nigerians are robbing Nigeria. Something is wrong. For people to still be talking as we are talking, nothing has changed when it comes to income. To some people that are civil servants or workers. And we have had fuel at this price it is, and people are still moving around.
And it's something we don't
something
know.
Is wrong. Something is wrong. And I need to be led into it because from where I'm talking from, I can't continue. It's difficult for me, and I need help. So for those who can continue, good luck to them.
Chris, I have like 3 more minutes with you, and I want your reaction on this. 16 states carpet EFCC amid lingering 776 billion naira fraud case. You can find this on the Saturday Punch. I just want you to quickly react to this. I mean, 776.
Yesterday, we talked about that the ego has turned away ego eyes from the people who have. If there's in my place what they call the oath of 9 persons. The oath of 9 persons, if they say Joshua has committed an offense and it's so serious, they will come to the village square and say, Josh, bring 9 people from this community to stand behind you as you take this oath to say, to clear and tell the people that you are a good citizen of the community. If you can't raise 9 people to stand behind you, they call it the oath of 9 persons behind you. If EFCC and ICPC will look at Nigerians and tell them that they are sincere, they are accountable, and they are doing their job right, and they are not being bought, and they are not even father of the sleaze and graft they are fighting. If they come and do that, then we go back. Why are they carpeting? Who is carpeting them? If they are sure they are doing their job, why should anybody carpet them? I don't even understand what they mean. 16 states carpet them. So I don't know what it is. So these are the kind of things we're hearing, so that it looks like something is happening and we're going. What does that mean? Look at the amount of money involved. Is it that the EFCC, that money, that EFCC is their words against 16 states, that the 16 states are now saying EFCC is wrong? You know what that money means? This selective discharge of justice, selective discharge of who to arrest and who not to arrest, it's what kept, and then that means if you don't have who stand behind you, then you are a suspect. So God help us, God help Nigeria, and as we move on, the way we make our math, we rely on it.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's always an amazing time, an amazing session to have you here with us in the studio to discuss the various headlines. Of course, I would wish we had more time, we would have gone further. I mean, Nigeria having only just 30 heart surgeons. It's quite alarming for a country that is about 200 million.
80?
Just 80.
So for 210 million Nigerians, if we do the mathematics,
that's quite scary.
You have, and another development to this is that medical professionals are slumping and they are dying due to the stress. We have 2 that we lost recently in a particular healthcare facility.
They slump and die.
Yes.
Also as a
one actually went for an exam and she died there.
So the doctors are now doctors in spite of themselves. That will tell you the extent of hardship. And if somebody says, Amechi said, made comment, and the presidency has been attacking Amechi. That you know. So again, God help Nigeria.
We wish we had more time. You can go to all of our social media platforms. You can go to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and we're live on YouTube. So you can go make your comments as well. We want to hear what you feel concerning what we're discussing. It's not just us in the studio talking. We want to hear your voice. We want to give voice to the voiceless that are out there. Moving over, we're going to be going to the retrospect for the week. And on Tuesday now, we had more women involvement in drug trafficking. We had Owunwa, forgive my pronunciation, was in the studio with us to have this discussion. Do take a listen.
women involvement in drug trafficking, about 9 billion what, I don't know. So I want to actually ask, what is happening? What's the new trend? How are you seeing the new trend? Is it that this is a new way, for people to get out of hardship and hunger?
Thank you very much. I consider my being here not just a mere coincidence, but very timely. And I just want to say straight out that it's not necessary for us to start playing the ostrich and pretend it's not happening. It is terrible. And unfortunately, those things we hold very dear, women are custodians of our values, is grossly being eroded. And these days, we're getting more and more disturbing news of women overtaking men in the drug business. But I want to equally tell you that it did not start today. It's been a trend that we have not taken seriously. Unfortunately, in Edo and Delta, we do apologies to those affected. Most homes you go to, the families rally around and send their daughters abroad to go and sell drugs. Italy, Germany, the statistics are there. In fact, for those that have not been able to send their daughters to those countries, they are being attacked negatively of not keying into the investment. And you'll agree with me that this issue of codeine and tramadol, how was it discovered that it was a problem? It was amongst a gathering of a prominent Kano politician that was having a get-together in his house. Then, of course, the women will gather somewhere. So while they were gathering and enjoying, phone was missing. So they said, no, they need to search for the phone. In the course of the search, the law enforcement people discovered that the women had large quantities of codeine and this cough syrup laced with codeine. And the enormity of it was so much, it could not be concealed. That was when the alarm came out. And they started checking why the codeine, why the cough syrup with codeine. They now saw that when consumed, that it keeps them on, since they can't smoke or drink. So within themselves, they consume codeine, cough syrup with codeine. And they now looked at the statistics. It was brought to the house, the problem, and they now did a survey and discovered that daily, 2 million women in Kano take drugs, especially the codeine and tramadol. Then in Jigawa, every day, 1 million women, as it is, as I'm talking with you. Is that not disturbing? It's disturbing.
Well, I'm stunned by these revelations that you're putting.
You have to. You should.
What does it help them do? And secondly, I just wanted to find out again, because maybe I missed that particular line you said. This was how tramadol and syrup was found out to be prevalent amongst youth in the north. Is it a recent women. Amongst women? Is it a recent happening? When was this?
That was 2008.
2008.
2008 is 2018. Sorry.
2018.
2018.
This was how NDLEA found out that women take these drugs?
This is how the whole society of Nigeria found out. Not only NDLEA. But we took it a step further and started, first of all, by pursuing legislation for it to be a controlled substance when we knew it was actually a problem, and it was substance subject to high abuse and intoxication.
And that was Umumwa talking about women involvement in drug trafficking. Joshua, just a quick one.
Yes.
Why would you think women are getting more involved in drug trafficking? Is there a pressure on the women to make it just the same way it is on the men to make it? So why would
I think
that trend be a thing, you know?
I think it has always been there. It has not just been given much attention like as men. And then respectfully to all men out there, I feel like women are more careful and more smarter in having to keep these things than men.
Well, it is what it is. I just feel women are often overlooked because
that's what I'm saying. And then they are more smarter in how to, keep all these things. You won't think about it
still
that
on
much.
Tuesday, we still talked about the impact of smart green schools in Enugu State education, and we had Ndubueze Mba, the Commissioner for Education, come in and talk to us about it. Do take a listen.
So we're talking. Also come in Ndubueze.
Okay, all right, you're welcome. So we're talking about green smart schools. Smart green schools? What are smart green schools to start with?
So the Enugu smart green schools, they're unique. They are the only smart green schools. They're the pioneer smart green schools in Africa. They're a product of the vision of our governor, the governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ndubueze Mba. There has been ideas about smart schools percolating in Africa, in Nigeria. We know that the Nigerian government had a smart school project across the country. We have one in Enugu that never materialized. So the idea of smart school, generally, as people think about it, is that you have a reliance on technologies, modern technologies, to improve teaching and learning and prepare children with 21st century skills, inculcating them digital literacy and competency. So that is a generic idea of smart school. But the Enugu Smart Green Schools are much more than that. They are part of a huge strategy to turn around the human capital of Enugu people to achieve in 4 to 8 years what it might take a generation to ordinarily achieve. I know I'm starting this way because the Smart Grade School is about, for the one in Enugu, is focused on experiential learning. Now, experiential learning is about changing the way that teaching is done by teachers and changing the way that learning is achieved by students. It's about moving from traditional lecture pedagogy and rote learning to a practice-based learning system. Now, in that, so you learn through experience, through practice. And as a teacher, you design projects so that your children can learn through practice. So that's a basic principle, right? Now, technology, of course, is part of that, right? Technology becomes part of that. You want your children not to draw a computer, but to actually use computers every day to learn. You want your teachers not to explain computer to children, but to use it to teach them. And not just using those computers to develop the tactile skills and motor skills of using a keyboard, but they become a window into a world of knowledge that from Enugu, our children can connect to learning resources, around the world. They can access Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, but they can connect with peers. They can drop into classrooms in sister colleges and schools. They can have a professor of mechatronics, a basic teacher of robotics drop into their classroom and engage them. They can work in the Tomorrow is Here Innovation Studio on coding, on using Arduino kits to build lift gates and smart home models. And they do that with their teachers. They can go into our lab, science lab, where you have a biology, chemistry, physics lab, and they can work on projects and build things. They can go to the smart farm and observe photosynthesis. They can take different seedlings, combine them to produce new species and watch it over time. They can have a smart farm that they have helped to set up. And right now in ENUGU, for example, they have 60 crates of eggs from their farm that supplements their school feeding program. They can look at a situation where they have drilled a borehole, the state government has drilled a borehole, but they're not getting enough water. And so they go to their library and they research water solutions. And they identify a Canadian-based firm, write them a proposal, and the firm actually comes from Canada to ENUGU, test the water sample that the students have sent from ENUGU to New York and to Canada, and because of that come to and work with the students to come up with a water purification solution for the school. And now the children use that water purification solution as every day. That's how they get their filtered water. So experiential learning, I know I started with real examples of what we're actually doing. So it's not like theory or hypothesis.
Absolutely.
We've done this for a year, and our children are doing this, our teachers are doing this. So experiential learning is designing a system of teaching, a system of education that empowers our children to become problem solvers, to start seeing themselves as solutions to community problems, to societal problems, and enabling them with the skill to be that solution, and helping them to understand that the problems that are solving are not just unique to their own environment. They're part of global problems that are tied to the Sustainable Development Goals. So they're not learning the SDGs as theory. They're learning it by understanding how their own unique problems are part of a global problem. When they are solving a water problem, they know that it's part of sustainable environments, which is an SDG goal.
Very good idea. But I am sure Chigi has a different perspective on this. So Chigi,
oh my goodness, are you trying to pin me against the government?
No, dear me. Not at all. Far from it.
But seriously, though, I have this just tiny little issue.
Of course, let me hear it.
Are we building new smart schools to augment the public schools? Okay, why not build infrastructure and upgrade the public schools to become smart? And then if we don't have enough smart public schools, then you can now build more new smart schools to augment, to make sure that it gets across the entire local government, 17 local government areas in ENUGU. But hey,
but then again,
I'm sure they know what they are doing.
Let me try and say, maybe in their defense, they're just saying that it's much more expensive to rebuild what they already have. So it's just easier to just start afresh.
But then on the flip side,
yes,
these public primary schools are already established. It's easier for sustainability purposes, even for scalability purposes, because they are assets on the ground, right? But
well,
I'm sure the experts know what they are doing.
This statement is just... Well, of course, you can go to all of our social media platforms. You can find this interview there on YouTube and Facebook. You can watch again. You can make your own comments. We want to hear what you had to say. And on Wednesday, we discussed control of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. We had Major General Okechukwu Ugo, retired, come into the studio to have this discussion with us. Do take a listen.
Discussing curbing the proliferation of small arms in Southeast and the challenges and strategies. So we have a guest right here in the studio, retired Major General Okechukwu Ugo, Southeast Zonal Coordinator, National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. Welcome, Comrade. Major General.
Thank you, Belinda.
Okay,
yes.
So talking about proliferation and all of that, so what is the current, state of small arms and small arms proliferation in Southeast right now?
Well, thank you for having me in your show this morning, and good morning, viewers. I want to start by telling you that the issue of proliferation of small arms and light weapons is a very serious matter, not just in the southeast of Nigeria, but globally. As you may know, the world had the unfortunate experience of going through 2 world wars in the last century, World War I, World War II, and after that we had the Cold War. All these necessitated or made the production of small arms and light weapons very necessary for the, to cope or to execute these wars. And after the wars, these arms were flying all over, and this in fact led to the establishment of the United Nations, and they proclaimed that there was need to stop wars around the country. And how do you stop wars? Is to stop the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, which were enablers for people to execute these wars. And the UN set up protocols, what they call the United Nations Program of Action. We have the Arms Trade Treaty, you have the International Tracking System, all aimed at minimizing the illicit movement of arms around the globe. In the African level, the African Union has also stepped in to play their part. We have what we call the Nairobi Declaration of 2006, where the African Union came up with a program to regulate this movement of arms in Africa. Coming down to West Africa, the same thing. ECOWAS has also stepped in at their level, and there's what we call the ECOWAS Convention on small arms and light weapons, where all the 15 member states of ECOWAS are mandated to set up commissions or centers to collaborate and cooperate with a view to regulating the movement of arms around the sub-region. And so that's why we're here today. Over the years, efforts have been made in line with the ECOWAS Convention I mentioned to have this center up and running. During the Obasanjo regime, we had what we call the NATCOM, that's the National Commission that was mandated to execute this task, but it didn't go very effectively well. And then in the Goodluck Jonathan administration, we had the Presidential Committee that was also set up to go on and do this task. That committee met randomly because as a committee, it wasn't really an organized center. So all they were doing was to meet from time to time to discuss issues about this scourge of proliferation of small arms and light weapons. The committee too wasn't efficient enough because one, they didn't have the backing of the National Assembly. There was no law, guiding their job. And this led to, in the year 2021, under the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, in May, exactly on the 3rd of May, 2021, the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons was officially set up by presidential order. Following that order, a bill was sent to the National Assembly, and the House of Reps and the Senate, they discussed it, and there was concurrence. The bill was passed, and then luckily, and we must commend the president of today, that's President Tinubu, who has signed into law the bill. So we have an act today that is legally authorizing us to do what we're supposed to do. And so the center has come to stay and to do its job, and we're doing it. So
what are the root causes? Let's talk about the root causes. What do you identify as the drivers of arms proliferation in this region?
Yeah, of course, because of the urge, or people generally may not trust the government to protect them enough. So there's this urge by individuals to go procuring arms illegally for self-defense. But this is wrong because basically the operation of arms, you require a lot of training to be able to operate arms properly. You may think you're helping yourself by acquiring the arm for your immediate defense, but in the long run, what you think is for your own defense might become a problem to you and your family, because if you're not able to handle it properly, there's what we call, it may be you in the Nigerian Defense Academy when we're trained. If you have an arm and you don't handle it well, it becomes a problem to you and your neighbors, So, and that's why we're saying that people who are not trained to have these arms should not have them. So, to answer your question, people who want to get rich quick, who want to go against the law, if you have grievances, there are laid-down ways of, approaching your grievances. You have elected people in the National Assembly. You have governors. You have all kinds of architecture to, vent your anger instead of you taking laws into your hand. So, basically, people who want to get what does not belong to them, first of all, like armed robbers, like you see kidnapping, you see ransom taking. All of them are looking for arms for all these illicit jobs and criminality that they do.
PDP crisis skirmishes with the just concluded local government and gubernatorial elections across Nigeria. Chief Peter Ame is the National Secretary Conference for United Political Parties, CUP for short. Good morning, Chief Peter. Can you hear us? Good morning. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm not mute. It's on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. Given the recent developments from the past elections, be it gubernatorial, be it local government, can you give us a general assessment of your view concerning the just concluded elections, in Nigeria?
Let me start from Edo. Edo is a total sham. Edo was an embarrassment. Edo is not something that we should discuss in our electoral history. It is a total hijack of the will of the people and an attempt by the APC and INEC to try all they can to weaken this multi-party democracy that we practice. And this will be detrimental to the growth and development of our democracy. Because the visionaries and the vision behind multi-party democracy is to give people choice, to give the citizens the right to determine their own future through whatever party they so desire to apply their vote for. So it is embarrassing to see that those who have not hijacked state power are now acting like if there's a state capture. And it is especially to see that state actors are not acting with the necessary level of impartiality that is expected of them. When you find out that people who are contesting start to accuse the Nigerian police, start to accuse the security agencies of bias, then it goes to show that there's an interplay of forces between the ruling party and their branch of their political party to continue to undermine our democratic system. Before they came into power in 2019, let me tell you clear, open and clear, that the PDP who were in control at the end of affair at the time allow for the flourishing of political party, allow for multi-party participation, even allow for political party registration. Since the APC came in, since 2019, they have not even allowed Nigerians to associate, as enshrined in section 39, 40, and 41, that people are free to have their voice, people are free to belong to a political party and association where their freedom, where their right and interest can be respected. You can't micromanage a political system because it's about people's right to determine their own future. So what the elections have shown so far is that there's a manipulation somewhere, people are colluding to deprive our people of their choice. People are colluding to make sure that this democracy does not have the necessary ingredient that determines it and gives it that name, democracy. We are in a problem, and we must speak to the APC, and we must speak to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to try to adjure, to relax, and see that if you perform in government, if you work hard in government, getting re-elected is not a problem. We are looking at now that BIPAS and RF have been totally jettisoned. It's no longer relevant in our electoral system because of the manipulation that takes place at the collation center. The collation center has now returned back to the statute it was pre-2011 general elections. So we cannot allow this to continue. Because if people win an election, I want to tell people, if you freely win an election, the people will rejoice. When you see sadness on the street after electoral results have been declared, you know that there's a manipulation somewhere. And apart from this, there are facts and figures and documents that has been shown to see that these elections were manipulated to favor one party over the other. What we speak for is the entrenchment of multi-party democracy in Nigeria. And because without that, we will be heading towards a one-party dominant state. And that will be so disastrous for freedom of speech, for freedom of expression, for freedom of association, and for freedom of movement. Because when the party becomes so dominant, there's a tendency that their tendency exists that they will misapply, mismanage the rights of the citizens. So our elections is a far cry for what a democratic system, electoral system should be. It's a far cry from it. And we're asking that INEC should be further strengthened, INEC should be unbundled, INEC should be made to focus only on conduct of elections in Nigeria, and the participation of politicians in the commission should be reduced drastically. We must find an alternative law or a way to make sure that those who have had appointment to other politics, like the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Edo State, served in a political party arranged. It was an special advisor on land and survey. When people become special advisors, special assistants, and commissioners, they have dove into the area of politics. And this is not good for our democratic system. There are a lot of people who have met, who have talked to, from CDD to PLAG, from PLAG to YAGA to Center for Democracy. All these people have been participating in the management of our democratic system in a civic way by acting as observer, as acting as those who carry out certain investigation outside the purview of the commission. These are people that I feel are more qualified, who are not politicians, who are not partisan, who don't have an inclination to any political party, who should be manning our electoral processes. Because you are seeing that the commissioners, the national commissioners and resident electoral commissioners are now coming from the angle of politicians. So this is something we should discourage, because our election is a far cry from what the democratic election should be.
Chief, just to buttress on what you've said, of course, we know that the INEC, we've seen cases where people no longer trust the system of INEC. Now, my question is, what is the measure we can use to make that reform happen in INEC? What are the things we need to do? Who are the people we need to put in place to make that reform in INEC to make these changes?
Printed, why to be apportioned and where printed, why to be apportioned and where to be distributed. We should look at one. There's this tendency that the distribution of materials on the election date is now being influenced because of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, who will now start to give reason in the morning that it will not work, it will not do that. So we should consolidate all our elections to one day and go away with this staggered election, because staggered election is very easy to manipulate. It's very easy to suppress the will of the people, because everybody who are now jobless at the time, Akpabio and all of them, they will go to the state and then suppress the will of the people. So we must do away with staggered election, consolidate all our elections to be conducted in one day, and then save the money that will be used to duplicate other elections. Save that money and buy vehicles in each of these states so that we can have control over the distribution of our electoral material. Because this strong arm approach that the National Union of Road Transport Workers will be influenced so that they don't take materials to the stronghold of the opposition should be jettisoned immediately. And then two, we must unbundle the commission. It has been said in Justice Iwe's electoral reform panel that the commission is overburdened, the commission is carrying a lot of weight. The commission is responsible for the nation, is responsible for registration of political party, is responsible for management of political party, responsible for supervising convention, primaries, and congress of political party. The commission is also responsible for registered voters. The commission is responsible for so many things. And that I feel it is not the work of the National Independent Electoral Commission to do all this. In Sierra Leone and other places where these practices have been well defined, you have other agencies like the National Political Party Registration Commission, which will be responsible to manage political party, register political party, supervise their primaries and report. Then you have INEC, which will now be responsible for conduct of election, only election. There's no other work. Then you have Electoral Offences Commission. Electoral Offences Commission, where those who come out committing offenses are tried on the basis of whatever evidence that has been provided from the field. And two, we must remove what they call nulli prosequi. Nulli prosequi is that power that is given to Attorney Generals of the state and Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why you find out that electoral offenses are not being tried? If you win a governor today, because the crime was committed in that state, the Attorney General can write to the court and say that the state does not want to continue with that trial. So we must remove that and then create a system where the appointment of INEC national commissioners and the INEC chairman himself, it is not buried in the hands of the president alone. It must be done in coalition with the opposition political party and parties that are not in government and those in government. We must sit down, review the list of the appointment so that all parties can have involvement on who is appointed to conduct an election that will be fair, free, and fair. Because you can't have somebody who will be appointed by a person and say,
are there external players probably coming from opposition who are bent on sabotaging PDP and, of course, our electoral processes?
There are people in the PDP who are also sabotaging the PDP, who are claiming to be members of the PDP. Like Wike, for instance, there's no way it's done. When the party never nominated you to be a participating minister in the government of the day, and you are there, and then there have been public statements that say you will do whatever it takes to get Tinubu elected in 2027. So what happens to the interest of members that are who subscribe to the principles and ideals of PDP? What happens to them? That means you are saying that this sabotage is coming from within, and the APC is aware of what they are doing. What was not done to them, they register a political party. They formed they merged a political party under the ruling government at the time. So it is bad that they are now playing all the parties in the opposition and weakening the processes. We must know that in the event that the PDP loses its potency, loses its authority to function, loses authority to question government of the day, it will affect the general public, it will affect the growth and development of our democratic space, it will affect the promotion of values, because you can't have a system where every time there's a decision, there's a judge that will always bring an ex parte order. The ex parte order that was brought in the case of Damagu today, let me tell you one thing, that ex parte order said that nobody can remove Damagu on Ilia Damagu until 2025 December. That means the issues that were brought before the court had not been discussed, and then an ex parte order had already decided the whole issues before you go into the rift of the matter. So these are the situations that we are saying that the NJC is not proactive enough. NJC is not looking at these issues properly so that we can investigate the situation on ground. That means this country belongs to us all. If we stop talking because we are comfortable and we live in our comfort zone, and because we felt we can take care of our abuse, then I'm telling you, I'm speaking for my own children. Because my children must be able to enjoy what I've enjoyed in the multi-party democratic system as enshrined in our constitution in section 223 to 229. So this defense for our system must be sure. You can't have people who have divided the PDP and saying they are one side and the other side. And I also blame leaders in the PDP who are not courageous enough. Whether they are not courageous enough or they have allowed their interest to overtake their personal interest to overtake the collective good of the people. Because why not see people talk about, oh, PDP, I'm not a member, Labour Party, no, that's not the issue. The issue is that the voice that the Constitution creates to checkmate the government in power is being weakened. It's been subdued by all means possible through the instrumentality of whether the judiciary, whether the state actors like the police and others. So we must speak, because the survival of multi-party democracy system, either in the PDP, the Labour Party, the NNPP, is critical to the survival of this fourth republic. And the people must defend that and stand and speak the truth. Because this internal body game being played in the PDP and the level of ex parte order that easily come for these reasons. So it does not allow dialogue. It doesn't even allow consultation. It doesn't even allow deliberation in a political party again. Political party was supposed to be where ideas are thrown at you, you return yours, you discuss it, and you evaluate the issues, and then you arrive at a logical conclusion. Whether you judge in all forms and all manner, whether from Kotokoto members, the state chapters in Brunei, the state chapters in Lagos, the state chapters in Sokoto. These are the way political party is formed, without proper approach to this system. And then every time that this level of dialogue, this level of consultation, this level of deliberation is coming, you see an expert order that stop that. So without this discussion being placed, without these agitations being properly entrenched in party management system, then we no longer have a party. We no longer have parties to respect. Because parties are supposed to be a ground for policy, a ground for development of ideas. And so if people can't discuss, if people can't have a little bit of squabbles and have a little bit of dialogue, then what is it? Then when the man just says something, oh, boom, there's an unexpected order on the table from the court. So our court should be very careful and should look at the interest of the future of our democracy when they are arriving at certain decisions, because these decisions is not expanding the scope of participation, and participation is key when it comes to democracy.
Thank you very much, Chief. Finally, before I allow you go, of course, 2027 is in view. The presidential election 2027 is in view, and then a lot of people are questioning, and a lot of people are worried about what's going on in PDP. Now, my question is this. Do you think that with everything happening in PDP right now, do you think they have a chance in the 2027 presidential election? In just a few minutes.
That question has a two-headed sword, because I belong to the Labour Party. So the issue is that the opposition must unite. The opposition must work very strong. There's nobody that cannot be defeated. The Tinubu can be defeated hands down any day, any time. Tinubu can be removed from power and can be defeated through the ballot of the vote if the opposition is organized, if they put their solutions to the economic woes, the pain that people are going through, to the inability of the president to take very responsible decisions, to the defective, impulsive, and irrational decision of President President Tinubu, who has made Nigerians to be living in pain today. And that decision is based on the fact that there should not be external interference from the government. There should not be external interference from the court system. They should allow parties to organically sit down, discuss their issues, and come to a reasonable solution. But I do not see what is impossible for 2027. It was possible in 2015, and it is possible today, even in 2027. So it is, but all we need to do is for courageous men who are determined to save our nation, who are determined to salvage what is left of our democracy, who are determined to make sure that the people have a voice and have control over their electoral processes, to stand up and speak and move around and mobilize and speak to Nigerians. Nigerians are already too much in pain, and I believe they will listen to the solution, whatever solution that is brought before them.
All right, thank you so much, Chief Ahmed, for your wonderful insights on this matter. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, PDP once a giant in the political landscape of Nigeria, nearing, the brinks of extinction. We just sit here and see how things unfold, and of course, bring you information as things unfold. Don't go anywhere. After this short break, we are going to continue on New Day. Please stay with us.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna of Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to get, say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market. It's very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their ends living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot, So I want the government to really improve.
A man that is up to 64 years. No, I'm not up to 64. I'm not even up to 60. But I know if I am a man and I'm getting to 64 or being 64, I must have achieved a lot. Because from that 64, I will be, by now I have started preparing myself because I will achieve a lot. But Nigeria, honestly, telling you, I cannot say that I'm proud of what is going on now in Nigeria. By now.
With rapid urbanization across Nigeria, governments are trying to put measures in place to ensure improved sanitation, increased public health outcomes for her citizens, and of course, improved environmental sustainability. Well, our guest, Mark Ademi Adebayo, is joining us via Zoom to discuss latest developments in urban wash reform in Nigeria. Mr. Adebayo is an urban water, sanitation, and hygiene specialist. Good morning, Mr. Mark Ademi. Can you hear us?
Kindly unmute your mic, please.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, beautiful. We can hear you.
Loud and clear. All right, Mr. Ademi, thank you for joining us. We would actually like to know, because our guests, you have been introduced as a wash specialist, and we are curious to know what exactly is wash and why is it important in Nigeria at this time?
Thank you so much. WASH is basically water, sanitation, and hygiene. And it's talking about water resource, water supply, water use, sanitation, and then, of course, hygiene. And it's calibrated in Nigeria for urban, small town, and rural water supply. Of course, there's this popular saying that water is life. So we know that you can do without so many things, but you can't do without water. And so it has to come in the right quality because you have to drink it. And if you drink water without quality, then you are risking waterborne diseases that can also kill so fast. Recently, I was watching your newspaper review, I think about 2 or 3 days ago, and you're talking about cholera in some states, some that has massive population, and we are recording deaths already. Most of those diseases are waterborne diseases. So, and when you talk about sanitation too, you're talking about dealing with your feces, issues of personal hygiene too, and which has direct impact on the health of citizens. And it is a major development index. SDG Goal 6 addresses the issue of water, access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. So if you want to live quality life, then you need to pay attention to the quality and the quantity of water available to you to drink, for cooking, for home chores, and for the environment. And it has to be sustainable over your lifetime, as long as there's mankind, and then there must be water, and there must be sufficient quantities. And when you cross to resources, you're also talking about water for other uses. But basically, we are probably interested in having water to drink and to take care of the home front.
All right, Mark, thank
you.
you. But I'd like to ask, what are the what are the major challenges that WASH has been facing over the years, and what are the how can I put it now? What are the possible things that the government has done to help curb these things, or even the people, the populations, the human beings who stay around the environment? How have they helped? What are your major challenges? Has the government been of help, and has the people been of help as well?
Of course, you can't separate the situation in the wash sector from the situation in the country. There's this saying that water everywhere, and then none to drink. Over the years, the government has tried as much as possible to put in place infrastructure. And then you have about 37 water utilities in Nigeria. That's plus Abuja. You have rural water agencies. Some places you have small water agencies with staff that draw salary from government with the mandate of providing water to the people on the government side. But then when you get to most of those institutions, you find out that they are not functioning, even though they draw salaries on a daily basis. And when you talk to them, they complain about lack of funds to put the infrastructure in place. But of course, it goes beyond that, even in places where development partners have intervened, and they've been intervening over the years, the USAID, the World Bank, the European Union, JICA, that's Japanese, water aid, they've been there bringing billions of dollars into the sector. And at the end of the day, even when there is infrastructure, they still find it difficult to sustain the operations of those infrastructures. So when you go all over the country, you see moribund water treatment plants of massive capacity, and you see thousands of kilometers of pipe network, ductile iron, UPVC, HDP, and all of them have not carried water for up to between 5 and 15 years. And some of them have been destroyed by road construction. So those are real big challenges that has affected public water supply. But when you look at the development over time, people must always look for water. You say water we always find its cause, but people will always find their source. So even when the government is not forthcoming, the people have gone into digging boreholes, which is also a dangerous trend, but then people must just drink water, whatever it takes. So people are punching holes, upon the earth crust in Nigeria. And that does not happen in that level anywhere in the world except Nigeria, where almost everybody is punching holes and getting water from their boreholes. And then, of course, you have this sachet water all over the place. Yes, that has rescued Nigeria. There was a year I called sachet water, which we popularly call pure water, as the Nigerian man of the year. Because if not for sachet water, people would have drinking water. So everywhere, nook and cranny villages, you find sachet water. But then there are quality issues. So because of the breakdown in public water supply, the individual has taken up the gauntlet. And then so you find those sources from individual efforts, private efforts, just to make sure that we continue to have water to drink.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Adedayo, I beg your pardon. So I wanted to ask you this very direct question. What is WASH's framework in ensuring that every household in Nigeria gets safe drinking water? And it's very interesting you mentioned moribund water agencies. Now, does WASH have an oversight function over those infrastructure or probably agencies, water agencies? What exactly is WASH doing to ensure that there is safe drinking water in every home in Nigeria? Because, of course, W in your acronym stands for water. When you talk about sanitation and hygiene, you can't do those without water. So what is the framework to ensuring that Nigerians across board get, clean, safe water?
Okay, thank you. If you're talking about WASH, it's like an acronym for that particular undertaking. But then if you're talking about framework, you talk about policies, you talk about laws, and you talk about the governance structure, you talk about institutions. At the federal level, you have the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, that is the overall coordinating ministry, in the country. But then the major responsibility for water supply and sanitation is rested in the states, even though the federal government provides support, provides investment, puts investment in river basins, and sometimes also come for direct intervention. So you have a federal government, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, you have a state Ministry of Water Resources or Ministry of Environment, as the case may be. And then, of course, you have water utilities. The water utilities, which people sometimes we call them water corporation, are supposed to provide service for the urban population, and then at times small town. But there are some states that have created small town agencies to take care of small town, which is population between 5,000 and 20,000 persons. And then you have the Rural Water Agency that deals with provision of water at the rural water level. In terms of engagement are a little bit different. In the urban area, you expect the utilities to operate, under cost recovery principles so that they can charge tariff and get money to run their systems, especially the operating expenses. So and when you look at Nigeria, these institutions are there. Most of the states have their laws, have their policies, and then, of course, and then some 3-4 states also have regulatory authorities, which is also important in the mix. So when you look at this, that's exactly the institutional framework that supports this process. And then you now have partners like development partners where a chunk of fund has come from, and they've intervened at different levels, intervene at governance level, intervene at financing level, intervene at organizational structure level, which has been going on for many years under different reform programs and packages. So these efforts, these institutions are there with their mandates, but are we getting the desired result? No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you. But very quickly, Mr. Adedayo, I would actually want to know, because you are a WASH specialist, you probably belong to an association of some sort, or a group or an agency of some sort. So do you provide any form of recommendation to the government? Because in your earlier submission, you mentioned that our water agencies, most of them are moribund and comatose. So do you in any form, shape at all, provide recommendations to the government to ensure that something is done about, our water systems and supply?
Yes, definitely. I'm a member of the Water Supply Association of Nigeria, and there are other associations, even the Water Engineers Association, and of course we also have Niger Professional Forum, where top professionals come together to discuss the issue of water supply and sanitation and hygiene. But more importantly, between me and a lot of my colleagues, we've been part of this process for quite some time. Some of those interventions, we've taken leadership roles at different points and at time. And maybe you just permit me to tell stories, because when you're over 25 years in a sector, you probably want to just tell stories because there's so much that has happened in the system. So strategic advice, yes. Technical support, yes. Contribution to the policies, to the laws, yes. Contribution to standard operating procedures, manuals, yes. Embeddedness in the system, working with them on a daily basis just to turn things around, yes. Working with government, talking to the people at the highest level of government, absolutely, yes. I remember a state, I won't mention the name, there was an incoming governor, and I was about to exit the state from a project, a USAID project. So I sought a meeting with the governor, and I gave him a blueprint on how to run the system. We had some arguments, and I told him, this is the way to go, but Mr. Governor, I'm leaving your state. And after some time, the guy just went the other direction, dissolved the water corporation, scattered the whole place. And he did fantastically. It was fantastic in some area, other aspects. But I heard he said that if it is only on water that I failed, that's okay. At least I passed in other areas. So it's not as if they are bereft of templates, of roadmaps. Some of these roadmaps, we work it together. I was a member of a national action plan for revitalization of water. It was a federal government and state government supported by World Bank. We brought all the states together, their commissioners, and we had retreats. And we had this 5-6 point agenda that this is the way to go to rescue the wash sector. And everybody agreed. We had our MOUs and all that, and everybody said we're going back to our state, declare the state of emergency, and begin to pay more attention, increase investment, by 300%. If you can bring private sector, and all that. Look at your policies and your laws. Bring in monitoring and evaluation framework. Let's make sure that we're progressing and all that. And everybody signed to it. Commissioners were there, GMs were there, were represented. And then we launched the plan at Aso Rock. And all the government representatives said we're going back to our state to push this. After that, so many things have happened. There have been some intervention funds from World Bank, from USAID, from other development partners, and then the state governments have the intervention in those state governments. But are we really getting, traction that we should get as a sector expert? I don't think so. Yes, I know the stage is set in some places, but we also want to make sure that this time around we get it right. The pace is slow. Some are not even responding at all, So, so much is on ground for people to run with. But then, implementation, sustaining the system, there's been challenges.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Adedayo. But before we let you go, I have this very important question to ask you, because during this conversation with you, we have actually beamed our spotlight on the government policies and things like that. But I want us to focus on the people, on the populace. And I want you to speak to open defecation. I want you to speak to sanitation and hygiene. What are the responsibilities of the people in ensuring a very high standard, of sewage management, hygiene, and sanitation?
Yeah. The time when you see practices, you are also appalled. You go to some neighborhood, people defecate beside where they prepare their food. I think it's a big problem. And probably it's a function of education, it's a function of exposure. And also, of course, it's also a function of breakdown of the entire system. Where are clean public toilets? Where is compliance? Where is water to keep toilets clean? I usually say no toilet is probably safer than dirty toilets. So, but even in the center of it is the fact that the people too are comfortable, living such life. So, education-wise, and a mass of our population are on the streets. So you can't also separate it from the economic situation of the country where you have a mass of people on the street, a mass of people living in shanties, a mass of people just coming into a city and then finding a place under the bridge in so many places. Where will they defecate? So these are all the things that now transcends beyond the wash sector in itself. Because you're looking at a park or a marketplace that has about 100,000 people milling around that place, almost 24/7. And then they have just about 8 or 9 toilet units. How will they cope? So compounding the problem is the lack of public water supply, compounding the problem of lack of clean toilets in public facilities and all that, But then even our living style, even the situation of the country, the economic situation, and then the level of education and exposure of our people,
Thank you
So
very
for
much.
me, I think we need to address it from that behavioral angle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Adeyemi Adedayo. We wish we had more time, we would have discussed this, but of course we'll be getting back to you to give us more insights and more discussions on this topic. Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We'll be going to something else. Of course, New Day is always packed full of interviews, of enlightened interviews to keep you informed about what is happening in and around the country and things that you need to know, things that you need to do. Don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. Go like, share, comment. We want to hear what you have to say. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we have an interview for you. Stay tuned.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna of Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to get, say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market is very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their ends living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot,
All right, we're continuing this conversation with the Joint Health Sector Union. Johesu issuing an ultimatum, 15-day ultimatum to the government to address lingering issues concerning her members or risk another round of strike actions from the health sector. Well, we're having the studio to discuss this further. Comrade Chukwemeka Edwin Ohekwiro, he is the immediate past Public Relations Officer, Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. Good morning, Comrade.
Good morning.
Thank you for making our time to join us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So you, we'll take it that it's coming from the horse's mouth because you are a comrade in the union. Tell us what exactly is going on. Why the ultimatum? Why now? What is really going on, with Johesu?
Thank you very much. Johesu is a conglomerate of unions in the health sector. 4 unions made up Johesu. The Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, the Senior Staff Association, and NASU. They are the people that make up joint health sector union in the health sector. So we have lingering issues. Some of them are decades now. For instance, the issue of CONHES adjustment. You know, in the health sector, there are two salary structures that exist. And the person that instituted those two salary structures was the late president, President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. So there was a collective bargaining agreement when those two health salary structures were created. The CONHES, which takes care of the healthcare workers, and the CONMES, that takes care of the medical workers.
What could you explain for that? What do you mean by healthcare workers and medical
workers? CONMES is consolidated medical salary structure. That is for doctors. Then CONHES, consolidated health salary structures for other health workers in the system. So in the collective bargaining agreement of 2009, 2014 for more than 3 or 4 times, with nothing done on CONHES salary structure. So it has been a lingering issue. He has had so many presidents that have come to discuss the issue and did not solve the problem. But the current government, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, inherited a strike. We started a strike about May 17th, 2023, and by 6th or 5th of June, 2023, our leaders met him personally in Aso Rock. And we discussed a whole lot of issues with him, and he promised that he will bring an end to it and requested that we'll call off the strike and give him room to see that he does the needful. June 2015 till now is more than a year, and nothing has been done, even with the presidential assurances that he will put an end to this. And this has been a serious issue in the health sector. Because yes, is a calling to help those that are sick. But it is difficult to perform those callings with empty stomach. The hardship in the health sector now is unimaginable. People hardly keep their families, people hardly maintain their families. Of course, the evidence is the exodus of health workers out of this country to places where they can afford better life. I can tell you comfortably, the kind of poverty amongst our members now, we have never seen before. People can no longer even take their kids to school. So we have demanded from federal government, we have met so many agreement services in all the federal health institutions for 7 days. Total shutdown, after which, if nothing is done, then it will be escalated to indefinite strike action.
All right, comrade, you mentioned something very striking. You said during the administration of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan that the CONMES salary structure has been amended 3 times over without a corresponding amendment, on CONHES, right? What would you attribute the reason to that, increment without a commensurate increment on the other, salary structure? Would you say that it is political, or would you say it's just out of the president's goodwill to favor a particular, group of health professionals over and against the others?
I don't want to accuse any president, but it is sheer insensitivity on the plights of Nigerians. I've said it time out of count, that because our leaders do not patronize the health we provide in Nigeria, they are very insensitive to the plight of health workers who provide the services they do not patronize. So we only provide services for the common man. Every president goes to United Kingdom or France to go and take health care. Likewise, their ministers, the senators, and the rest of them. So they do not feel the pains of the people. So we are even using this opportunity to appeal to the public, to mount pressure on the government to do the needful, because they are the people that will suffer the brunt.
If they are insensitive as the government, what will make the unions think that they will respond to this?
Of course, they will respond. That is why.
Because they don't patronize your services.
It is absurd that a government would allow the health of its citizens to deteriorate. It is absurd that a government, knowing fully well that the managers of the government do not patronize the health system, which we have always clamored for, that the reason why our education and our health is constantly going down is because the handlers of this nation are not patronizing it. Tell me, if you have any of your child in the public school, will you allow the roof of that public school not to be there? No, you won't. Because it is biting you. You have it right inside your house. But because most of them do not patronize that, they go to well-furnished places and the rest of them go to healthcare. Let me also inform you that most of those places they go outside the country to go and receive healthcare are the people we groom from these countries that are now working there. So what stops you from making the health situation in Nigeria, including the health workers and infrastructure, better so that the people, Nigerians, can remain in Nigeria to work for Nigerians?
What you're telling us now, that this is the root cause.
It is one of the root causes of the problem. So there could be other political and other things, you know, which if we start discussing now, we might not have enough time to dish it out. But I'm telling you the key points. I believe that any sensitive government will have some indices it will want to adjust. These are infant mortality, life expectancy of Nigerians. If you do the needful, I understand government going around trying to bring up some policies to cut down, you know, health workers. Those are flamboyant actions. The root cause is making sure that those that are working and are willing to work are provided for and incentivized in such a way that they will be capable and willing to render the services to Nigerians.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Than giving government the ultimatum.
No. See,
shouldn't there be strategies for unions to come together and, you know, propose a way forward in trying to cut the multi-headed hydra, get to the root cause, you know, plug the root cause so that the outcome will be better?
You see, unions are doing enough to see that these hydra monsters are cut short. But we need to address specific issues. The issue of CONHES adjustment is specific. It is a product of collective bargaining agreements. That once you adjust this, you should adjust that. Okay? Having adjusted this, why haven't you adjusted that? Okay? Those other secondary issues that are making them be insensitive are aside. But the issue is adjust, and the figures have been worked out. We have passed through so many technical committees. We have, you know, it is left for the Presidential Committee on Salaries to say implement.
Like you said, implementation.
Implementation is where we are now. And what we are calling on government is to issue the right circulars to National Salaries and Incomes and Wages Commission to implement. That's all. And they shelve these untold sufferings that will be added to the already, you know, suffering public, because Nigerians are indeed passing through a lot now.
So apart from this payment, what other specific reasons are you guys pushing for?
Yeah, there are other issues. We have there are some of the approvals that we have gotten, like the consultant pharmacy cadre, that, you know, you go through a certain process and become a consultant in pharmacy, and it has not been implemented across board. There are other issues of regulatory agencies that they stopped paying their salaries for the past 8 months. They've not received a dime. You know, these are part of the issues that we are asking government to address.
I read somewhere that even the COVID-19...
Yes. There are institutions that during COVID-19 of 2020, there are institutions that the COVID allowances, hazard allowances that were paid, you know, they weren't paid. And they rendered those services during COVID-19. And we're saying, pay them.
All right. So how effective, in your own opinion, are strike actions in Nigeria? And then secondly, sorry to cut you short, and then secondly, in any event that this strike action or this ultimatum, you know, goes full circle and there's a strike action and then you still do not get your demands, what other tools, you know, do the unions have in their sleeves to, you know, get the government to do the right thing?
It's very unfortunate that the only language government hears, I'm not just talking about this government, several Nigerian governments hears, is action, strike action. And you do not need to go to battle to record bloodshed before you do the needful. We've always been talking to governments. From 2014 to 2024 is 10 good years. And the particular demand that is now at the implementation level has not been implemented. It shows that government is not interested in it. But we as union will do what is legally right for us to do to pressure government to do the needful, and industrial action is one of them. So when we shut down services, definitely there will be pressure on the government.
Okay, so
and we are not strike mongers. We don't enjoy strike, because Once you say, what we do in the health sector is manage lives. And in the hospitals, 99% is not acceptable because that 1% that is left is somebody's life. So we do not enjoy down-tooling. It is out of pressure and frustration, where you see your worker being unable to cater for the family. Let me tell you a typical example of what happens now. In the health sector, most of our people, they drive their vehicles with their kids and go to the school of their kids for school run in the morning and park the car there. And now take public transport back to the hospital. After work or during the time they're supposed to pick their school, they will now take public transport back. So you see that the reason why they are even bringing out the vehicle is just for the kids. So is that the kind of mindset, the kind of, you want to render services to save life? Government should do better than that.
How can the public support or be a particle of the union's cause?
Yes, there are good-spirited Nigerians who can also reach out to government. There are people government listen to. We have the traditional rulers. We have those at the grassroots who are going to bear the brunt. We have those people who have religious leaders. They have large number of followers who patronize the services we render.
Has there been active mobilization of these stakeholders?
Yeah. Of course, this action is part of the mobilization. The reason why we are scattered in every media house is to mobilize them and tell them that this is what is coming up. That from the 25th of October, if government does not do the needful, you will no longer see us in the institutions to render health services, including emergencies.
All right, now you're an ex-official in Trade Union Congress,
yes,
which is a mother union.
Yes.
So what's the relationship between Trade Union Congress and JOHESU, and what kind of support is Trade Union Congress, lending to JOHESU at this time?
The Trade Union Congress is doing everything possible to see that the actions of unions are also listened to. We have two labor centers in Nigeria, the NLC and the TUC. And members of our union are scattered in both NLC and TUC. So we've escalated these issues to them because they also need to know and push it to the president, that we actually disembarked from that, suspended the strike action because of the utterance of the president. He's the father of the nation. He said, go back, I'll do the needful. And we consider doing the needful a thing that should not take for 1 year, more than 1 year to do. Because every details have been worked out, the values have been worked out. What you need to do is to say implement. So what is stopping government from saying implement? Why will Nigerians go through this untold hardship? Go to the hospitals and see what is happening. I'm not talking about the cost of health services. You now have the money, but you cannot even afford the services. So you are now pushing Nigerians to go and patronize private health care that they cannot afford, that their financial grip cannot hold.
Well, has there been attempts by JOHESU to reach the presidency to find out the reason behind the delay?
I told you that on 5th of June, 2023, just within the first week of the president in office, we met the president in Aso Rock live and direct.
Yes.
And he assured us. Ever since then, we have been reaching the presidency and his ministers through various correspondences, reminding them that this has not been done. And,
no feedback?
No feedback. That is why we are now using this medium to ensure that, we do not just get a feedback, we'll get the implementation done.
So, despite this ultimatum, the government has not reached out to communicate?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, let's go back to the basics. Why the ages of JOHESU? Right? You said JOHESU is made up of 4 unions.
Yes.
Why was that, amalgamation done, really? Because there's TUC, and these unions belong to the TUC and then to the NLC. Why not fight through TUC or NLC? Why coming together as JOHESU? What's the mandate now?
You see, there are freedom of association, including freedom of unions associating with each other. And these are unions that work in the health sector. And we have common challenges, common destiny, you understand? And we decide to pool our strengths together to confront those our common challenges. And we find it an easy way, to get the listening ears of government. So that is the basic thing that brought JOESU. JOESU is not actually a union, but it's a conglomeration of unions that have come together with common intention, common purpose, common welfare issues to say, yes, we are now together. If we are giving action, we are giving action together, you know, to see that our demands, our welfare packages that are supposed to be given to us by government are delivered and intact.
Given your antecedents as a group, are there some wins that have been recorded?
Yes, we've established so many wins. And mind you, JOESU is not just fighting for her members. JOESU is also fighting for the general public that patronizes our services. Without time out of count, you know, insisted that government will do things that will make life easy for the general public. For instance, we've advocated that government should give subsidy in power to federal health institutions to enable the cost of services go down. Because, you know, we don't have a viable health insurance in Nigeria. Nobody saves for ill health.
Does JOESU speak to health?
You know, people will not be that. Let me tell you, many people are not even coming up to the hospitals because they don't have the money. So the level of unreported cases, you know, are because people do not have the wherewithal to even approach the gates of the hospital. You know, when you know that you don't have even transport fare to go to the hospital, or you don't have the money to pay for card, so people will, you know, resign to fate. And resigning to fate when you're sick is resigning to death, because there is no remedy coming up.
Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people would say, okay, fine, let's assume that the government listens and then they pay what they're supposed to do. What are we to expect from the healthcare sector?
An energized health force, an enthusiastic health force, a health force that will no longer be dreaming about, you know, leaving the shores of Nigeria, a health force that will want to work for their own citizens. You understand? We are always depressed to see that people who leave the shores of this country, that we are trained together, are doing very well outside the country in terms of rendering services, and our leaders that are supposed to make here very conducive are going over there to patronize them. We want a situation where Nigerian health workers will work for Nigerians.
All right, very quickly, before we let you go, because time is gradually winding down, would you attribute this particular predicament of other healthcare professionals to the fact that most of them are not really politically out there? What I mean is, you don't find many health care professionals in political positions. Would you attribute that to the reason or the reasons as to why this particular policy has not been implemented?
Beyond just health workers being in politics, I will attribute it to the insensitivity or the lack of knowledge of the people that are there, because everybody must not be a politician. You understand? There are people who are, you know, there is a
but you do realize,
division of law, division of labor
you
and
do realize
specialization.
that there are more medical doctors in politics than any other healthcare professional.
I agree with you,
okay.
But you know, there are some level of selflessness that should go with leadership. I should not, you know, be focusing on my family to make my family better because I'm in power. No, everybody now is part of my family. I recall the other President Muhammadu Buhari saying, "I belong to nobody.
Yes, I belong to everybody."
I belong to everybody. You know, that should be the mantra, the slogan, to show that it is a selfless service you've been called to render. You should be aware that the health workforce is a team. You cannot even go to the theater to operate without the cleaner doing the needful.
That's true.
And if you try that, the patient will go down, because it's a septic area. So it's a team, and you, the surgeon, you know, cannot go down to do that and still do the procedures. So it is a teamwork. Everybody has its own role. So any leader, any political leader should understand that framework and be able to see that we continue to move as a team.
All right.
So you cannot be the goalkeeper and the attacker at the same time.
True. Thank you so much.
So I will leave this notice, 15 days notice with you.
Okay.
A copy of it, so that you also reach through and see what we are demanding, our legitimate demands, and how government over the years, with all the correspondence we've given them, have not responded since the past 10 years.
Absolutely. We'll go through it and we will inform our video viewers. Thank you so much, Comrade Edwin. Always a pleasure to have you sit here and discuss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insight. All right, Abuja Rebounds comes up next right after this timeout. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to New Day here on Signature Television. My name is Godwin Sunday. We're broadcasting live from Nigeria's political capital, Abuja. A lot of things to be grateful for. First is for life. Other things is for health, and other things can follow. But more especially, we are grateful for the week and also for the International Day for the Girl's Child, that have been able to surmount all the pressures put to them across walks of life. But then this morning we have a guest that we'll be talking to in the presence of Honorable Lugard Okonubo or Samodiame, and they'll be talking to us about the journey of the girl child. Now, surprised why a man will want to talk about that, or a woman so much. But then let me even tell you that he is the DG of ENUGU project, and that is Nigerian Women Academic Development, and he has been at the forefront of advocating for women even across Nigeria. He has been at different conferences, different seminars, speaking for the rights of women. But let me not bore you with a lot of information on who my guest is. Let me unveil who my guest is rather this morning. And Mr. Lugard, you're welcome to Signature Morning. You're welcome to New Day on Signature TV.
Thank you. Good morning. And it's my pleasure to be here with you.
All right. So let's even do some form of clarification before we start talking about the International Day for the Girl's Child. First thing on my list, how many girls, International Girls' Day or celebration of Women's Day do we have in the world? Because this thing becomes reoccurring. Every day we hear that you wish sometimes your wife wakes you up in the morning and tell you, babe, you didn't wish me a happy Women's Day, you didn't wish me a happy Mother's Day, you didn't wish me a happy International Girls' Day. How many do we celebrate in a year?
Well, I love the question because the United Nations recognize a lot of days of observance. We call it the International Days of Observance. Every March 8 is termed the International Women's Day, and we have the Mother's Day, and we have the Day of the African Child, and we also have the International Day of the Girl Child. Every October 11th is termed the International Day of the Girl Child. So globally, the world today is celebrating the girl child because every girl child today is a potential woman tomorrow.
So literally, you're saying that even as we've extended the conversation right now to even to the weekend, you're saying there is no particular day to celebrate women every day. But how come Father's Day? I'm speaking on behalf of the fathers right now. Father's Day appears to be just once in a month or once in a year. We just hear it casually, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Is this not being partial?
Well, it's not being partial. You see, different conversation leads to these days. And if it will surprise you to know that there's a day called the International Day of Rural Women every October 15th. And you also ask yourself, are there no men in the rural areas? Why don't we have International Day of Rural Men? And again, we also have International Widows Day. So, and widows we know relates to women. Don't we have widowers? So, all these put together are based on conversation, discussions, and issues and circumstances that surrounds this particular gender group. And decisions are reached at that top level, and that leads to where we now have such days. So I may not be in the right position to now say this is why it is this like this. But one thing I know, that there are detailed conversations, statistics, information, research, and all that are put together for which decisions are now reached, agreed by the over 190 member states of the United Nations to say, oh, it's now time we need to have something like this. Because most of the times, having that day gives us the impetus to be able to take decisions to see how we reduce the negative impact that affects such individuals. But I would want to say, in support of your own position, the men should cry out so that we should not begin to have
No,
maybe
look
international
at, even
widow
talking
as
about
a-
the men crying out, look at, I'm worried at this point because you are a man first.
Yes.
I thought that you'll be speaking for us, but then when you get to meet the minister of Women Affairs, the person of Uju Kennedy, you always speak in support of the women, and you've always stood your ground for women advocacy. At this point, I should be talking to you, not the men, that you should be helping us to do that advocacy, because I think we need it for the men.
Well, it will interest you to note that I'm one of the he for she's. And we have the he for she platform. These are he's that are supporting the she's to be able to achieve and become who God has destined them to be. That will be a long conversation for us, but as time will permit us, as we continue, we'll begin to discuss why all these acronyms and phenomena and all that is ongoing.
All right, so let's even begin the conversation, but first, talking about the girl child. What circumstance has led us to this point where we are right now, talking about the girl child?
Globally, you will find out that the girl child goes through a lot. Now, if you look at the peculiarity of Nigeria, we've had instances where today a very wealthy man, even a serving senator, is looking for a young girl of 13, 12, 11 years to marry. That alone is a subject for discussion. Why that? Why is it happening? Why should it continue? Can't we put a stop? Why must this continue? If such a person who knows that at certain age of this is supposed to be in school, and you are not taking such person for marriage, does he have the mental faculty to be able to manage a newborn baby? Does he have the capacity to be a wife? Not just because he's a female, but being a wife, having the ability to take care of the children, to cook, provide, and all that. These are all the entities that it all encompasses. So that, for us, brings a concern. Then you have the issue of circumcisions. Then you also have the issue of beliefs, traditional beliefs. I know of a certain portion of Nigeria, a part of Nigeria, that believes that when the woman puts to bed a girl child, you don't see the celebration. You know what I'm talking about? But if it's a male child, first of all, I have a friend who did that. The wife gave birth to a male child. Before we know, they brought goats. We never even heard that he has even given, in short, as we were getting the news that he gave birth to a male child, they were already slaughtering a goat. Bottles were ringing here and there. Why? A male child has been born. That alone has its own psychological effect on the society. And you have that same set of people who believes that when you give birth to a girl child, you are wasting your money on investment on a girl child. Mm. So these are beliefs, these are norms, these are age-long traditions that certain parts of Nigeria believes. And so when you now have the International Day of the Girl Child, that tells you that it provides a forum for us to discuss it. Like as I'm discussing here, the Federal Minister of Women Affairs is doing something, the FCT Women Affairs Secretariat is doing something. I'm aware that the Honorable Minister of State is vacating his seat today for a young girl, a girl child, to sit and assume
I think they've done that yesterday already.
Yeah, okay.
They've done that the previous day before now.
Yeah, so you could see everybody is coming up with different things. People are doing some artwork, some are doing things regarding girls' participation in leadership. All this is to drum support and create more awareness on the conversation that every girl child today is a potential woman tomorrow. And it is the women that will give birth, even though the man needs to contribute his own part to give birth to a newborn baby. You notice that the women will do the cooking, they will do the house chores, will do other things. The women, don't forget, the same classroom you go to is the same classroom. When I was being taught physics in the class, they didn't say, oh, because you are a female, this S plus Y will give you a different figure from the teaching given to a male child. We all write the same exam. We go for the same WAEC. We go for the same JAM. Then how come at certain points when you come out, oh, you are limited? That aside, you also see that today a young girl is looking for a job. Some men will say, oh, you must give something to get something. And now you now look at the men. Well, maybe of recent you begin to hear of gay and all these things coming about. But you find out that in our society today, what the female folks, the girl child passes through, we all are aware. These are things that are before our very eyes. So this alone has led to this conversation. And that is why globally today, discussions are ongoing. If you go on the social media today, go online, you find out that the issue of the girl child conversation is taking the lead. And that alone is enough, one of the ways to push so that men and women will begin to see the reason why they need to take care of the girl child.
Mr. Lugard, looking at the girl's child in general, I'm tempted to ask at this point, what constitutes the girl's child in terms of age bracket? Is it between the age of 1 to 2 or 3 to 4? So that we can have, so we can know if you can distinguish between a teenage girl, an actual girl, a matured girl, a married girl, and so what constitutes the age bracket for a girl child?
Well, the age bracket runs between from 1 down to 14, though we have different nomenclatures to read, because today the Federal Ministry of Youth is saying that youth starts from 15 years. And so the girl child bracket runs between 1 to 14. In some instances, they tell you it's 1 to 18. Then the youth age runs from 18 upward. So the girl child runs between 1 down to 12, 13, 14. That's the age bracket.
All right, so speaking of that age bracket, we understand that a lot of girls within this framework literally are a bit wiser than their male folks. Yeah, I remember when I was within that age bracket, I wasn't this intelligent. But the female folks within that bracket, they know what they want to achieve. But then, why is that so in general?
Well, you can understand that we are now in a jet age. And at the jet age, everything moves so swift, fast, at a very high speed. We have the millennia. We have the Gen Zs now. The Gen Zs wants sharp, sharp. And so you see, the way the Gen Zs want things to be is what you are also seeing, that the level of inquisitiveness has increased. And don't forget, technology has made a lot of things so fast. The things that on a normal day you would have learned by having youth folks gather in the evening, like those days when we were in the village, towards 4 o'clock, they will gather us on that tree and they will be giving us some traditions and be giving us some proverbs. Those are things you can get online today. So the digital age has made things so swift. The things that even your mom wants to tell you, you're already checking it on phone. So we've gone to an age whereby parents are discussing, the children are taking notes, and before you know, they're already on their phone, they're already checking. Online, you get a lot of information. And you see, these informations, the way they are applied now tells the effect on the society. So you see those applications being executed by these Gen Zs, and especially, let me narrow down to the girl child today, has made a lot of things so awkward. I can understand the direction you are going. So also on the good side, because you can see that a lot of young girls today can now use tech to drive a lot of things. I mean, a lot of young girls are doing, I've met a young girl who said, I said, what do you do? He said, I do digital marketing. You didn't say market, he said digital marketing. I said, how do you do it? He said, I have my phone, I go to shops, I do all the pictures, videos. Beautiful. And before you know, some persons will call her, I want this thing, I love this thing I saw on your status. And from where she is, she will call a dispatch rider. They will credit her, she will credit the dispatch rider. Dispatch rider will pick from the shop that she has already, the stock, ordered for, and deliver. And she's making her money. Yeah. So she's using technology in the right way. Meanwhile, on that same technology, some are using it to do hookup. Some are using it to do things that before you know, like the one you saw in Zone 5, that was almost sellotaped. They sellotaped her mouth. The guy sellotaped her mouth to use her for ritual. We're aware of that case. I think that was just last month or last 2 months. And you ask the guy, how did you get in touch with this young man? He said, online. So the same online that some are using to improve their life for good, some are using it to destroy themselves. And she went further to say it was on a dating site. So the same way you have dating sites, so the choice is yours. And that's one of the things I think we should begin to push here. For us at Nigeria Project, for the girls' side, what we are pushing, girls to have good leadership skills, build their capacity to participate in politics so that they can be able to influence the political space. Some of these things we are discussing today, some needs to go through legislation. And then you now talk about governance.
All right, so let's even look at the issues around the female genital mutilation. This has been at the forefront of when they talk about females issues in Nigeria. It has been at the forefront of that these conversations generally. But then, before we started evolving as a people, we had a culture where the girl child must go through certain rituals to be transformed into womanhood.
Yeah.
So, as a girl child advocate, what has changed in this process of the ritual to the total for and the general advocacy for the abolition of female genital mutilation, especially in Africa?
You see, I will say, my brother, yeah, that something is ongoing does not make it a perfect acceptance. So what you have seen that, oh, in tradition it was like that, does not mean that because it was existing, we should take it hook, line, and sinker and believe that it's a perfect thing that will continue. You will agree with me, at a time we're using typewriter. But between me and you today, if somebody gives you a job, you say, why will you be, you will be the one to query it. Why will you be using typewriter even though it's a brand new? Can't you use your laptop to get it done fast? And people are even thinking of, can't you use AI? You know, so just like the other day I was in a program, and somebody was saying, you can use ChatGPT to get this thing done. That's a young girl saying, oh, this is what you can use. I gave a copper an assignment, and he was just saying, oh, before you know, she has already provided. I knew. I said, you can't just get this result now. He says, sir, you know, with the tech now, with tech, you can get this thing done, and I mean, so fast. So what I'm saying is that female genital mutilation, as it is, why they clamor to stop it? That's the first thing. We noticed a lot of these things are not, they are done unprofessional. A lot, the young girl go through a lot of pains, though there is the belief that, oh, if you don't do this, you will not get sexually well satisfied, you will not be whatever and all that. All those are beliefs and assumptions. But again, because it's not being done right, there's a move and a campaign against female genital mutilation. And if you look the word mutilation, it means that it's not rightly done. So
it's not that the policy is it's barbaric with Africa, or it's not like it's the foreign dominance on African girls' child.
Well, Africa took it to be like a tradition, but there's a clamor right now that such should get out of it. And because you look at the tools that are used, you look at the environment where it's done, you look at the pain that the young lady goes through, you look at the aftermath effect. So all this put together, and that's why the clamor to stop female genital mutilation.
Even if it has, but then one will be tempted to ask, even as we talk about the future and the vision of the future of the girl child. this has become like a recurring phenomenon and a common decimal factor, even in raising a girl's child from time immemorial within the African space. Why now?
Why now? Well, Africa has its belief system. And as I can tell you, even though I would say in the white man in quotes is pushing for this, it's still occurring. Let's not forget the fact that it's not occurring. We still have circumcision going on, irrespective of all the grammar, the videographic work, the campaign, the write-ups that are being done. Even as education even increases, as people get enlightened, the issue of female genital mutilation is still on. But it's just that I can say that it's on the reducing path, because traditions into it, a lot of people are getting closer to Christianity, religion, and as such, people are not believing that, oh, there are some spiritual orchestrations and things that follows that. So the conversation is on, but don't forget that does not mean that it has come to a full stop. So while conversation continue, people still want to. There are even people who are even learned, intelligent, educated, professors, and say, no, you must still do it. So it's a mixture of what I would say, the good, the bad, the ugly, still ongoing.
All right. So let's look at the conversations around the girl child and talking about our future. One would say that the girl child is not ripe enough to talk about having a future from the age of 12. But then you have been at the forefront of the advocacy for the girl child. At what point should a girl child start talking about having a future?
Yeah. We don't wait for the future to come before discussing the future.
All right.
I told someone last 2 years, I said, a girl child of 13 years in 2022, by 2027, yeah, a girl child of 13 years by 2027, as at 20, will be 18 years old. So if by 2023, when we did the 2023 general election, she is already 14, by 2027, she will be 18 years old. And that means she has a voting right. Now, let me take you down. A girl of 14 years, by calculation right now, you see that 12, 13, 14 is already in JS1, I mean JS2, JS3. I mean, sometimes you even see a 14 years old girl already writing WAHEC. So that means that if we don't plan there, we'll have an issue in leadership. I don't know whether you get my point. Now look at it. At age 13 is in JS3, going to SS1. By the time he's in the secondary school and primary, he's already either become class prefect, assistant class prefect, labor prefect, one prefect or the other. By the time they get into the university system at age 15, which is by 2024 that we are now, what you notice is that most of the girls, oh, they don't want to be class rep. If they bring, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do. And guess what? They go through that process. By the time they are 18, they're already moving into the NYSC. And then they now have voting rights. What we have seen in the National Assembly is why I'm giving you this analysis. Because if you don't understand it from the perspective of how age grew and you don't prepare yourself for the future, then when the future comes, you receive the aftermath negative effect. And that's what we have seen at the moment in the National Assembly. So we've seen a situation where the number of women in the National Assembly has reduced from 38, where it was in 1999, it has dropped to just 16. We have just 16, both the House of Rep. Imagine the whole Senate, 109. Only 3 females. Yeah. And I can tell you there are some state House of Assembly, there's no female. And you ask, why am I that analogy? It is preparation. When preparation meets opportunity, then you see success. So we have more women who are not able to take leadership positions, especially in our governance and political system, because they have not been prepared for the future. A girl in like what we are proposing is, when you get to year 1, why not be a class rep? When you get to year 2, contest for departmental. When you get to year 3, contest for faculty. By the time you are getting to year 4, I mean your 400 level, you can go for SUG or you go for NANS. And I can tell you, even if that girl's child is failing year 1, year 2, year 3, the experience she has got, you can take it from her. That has helped to prepare her mind psychologically, mentally, even with contact. She now knows the strategy to be able to contest for an election and win. And don't look at it. Even if you don't get elective position when you graduate, either by the time you want to contest for a councillor, like now, Kogi State is going for election. If you don't get elected, you can get appointive position. Because over time, as you grow in age and you contest for one position or the other, it helps to build your capacity. You have the strategy, you have the know-how, you have contact, you now know the language to speak. There's a language of politics, there's a language of leadership. Even in governance, there's a language you use. Even in the media space, there's a language. So all those processes are things that are learned while the girl child grows. So that helps to prepare the girl child for the future. So future, from our conversation today, as you see, he said the girl's vision for the future. What is vision? Is your ability to see beyond the normal. So what we are pushing for today, let the girls, is for us to advocate so that the girl's child will have a vision to see into the future. And when you see what the future holds, if you don't take the right decision today, what do? You start preparing yourself. So it is not out of place to begin to talk about the future of the girl child now. Because whether we like it or not, tomorrow, the girl child will get into the future.
But then, I know the girl child will get into the future, but that this narrative, again, that talks about the fact that there's a lot of sentiments that is tied to the girl's child and the development of the girl child. First is the issue of environment, the issue of circumstances, and the issue of culture. It differs. So let me bring this to you as a girl child advocate and also women advocates. Does the vision and future of the girl's child orientation, does it differ in terms of circumstances, environment, culture? Because I'm asking this question to ask, can the girl in the rural community far inside the interior part of Nigeria, let me not call a geopolitical zone right now, can we say that that girl child can be able to attain certain height as it stands right now, even while she's attending or trying to see the future from her end?
Yes, I will tell you that a lot of organizations are working seriously, coming up with different programs and projects. We have religious institutions, we have community-based organizations, CBOs, we have faith-based organizations like Form 1, Federation of Muslim Women, we have the Catholic Women Organization, CW, we have so many groups within the religion group. We have those NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are coming up with different programs, all geared towards addressing the question you just asked. They are not just in the city, some are also in the urban, semi-urban, semi-rural, and some are even far, far, far in the deep rural area. Today we have a lot of organizations that are pushing on the girl child education. Why the girl child must go to school. The girl child should not be seen as just someone that when you marry tomorrow you just cook and begin to be like a child factory producing children. But the girl child can actually go to school and be of positive impact to the society. So organizations are doing what they can to ensure that even the girl in the remotest part of Nigeria gets empowered. some time ago, we launched a project called GEEP, G4EP. G4EP means girls, education, engagement, empowerment, entrepreneurship, and employability. Because these were the things that we looked at. We need to have constant engagement. So the girl child in the rural area is being engaged through different forums. And then we also look at empowerment. How do you empower them? When you empower a girl child today, he will be able to see how to deploy resources. And being that he has that woman gene in her, she will be able to know how to manage and plan for herself. Then we also have employability, teaching them soft skills so that they can be employable, not until when they have to do hookup that before they can get job. Because some already have that mindset. If you not do hookup, you not get job. If you not do this kind of thing. So we need to also teach them soft skills, like the girl I told you that use digital skills. So that's that. Then you also talked about entrepreneurship, teaching them to be enterprising. Entrepreneurship is not just I go buy, I sell. How to manage your business. When someone gives you 50 naira, how do you add money to it to become 2,000 naira? And you put, how do you increase your income? How do you do other businesses? So these are the things, entrepreneurship.
But then, look at, we don't see these things. Is it that it exists in the oblivion? It exists as a spiritual engagement? Because these things are things like we don't get to see. So that's why I'm curious.
Okay.
Is the orientation and narrative of the girl-child development, does it differ?
The engagement is there. But I would say that because of the complexity of because of the complexity of the effects on the girl child, then automatically it's like what people are contributing is not really translating. So in that way, you can think, and let me use the word, it seems to be audio. Let me use that word. It seems to be audio. Maybe I need to help you to use that word audio. It seems like audio. That's why I say spiritual, because when the spiritual are things that you don't see.
Perhaps the oblivion.
Yes,
the abstract.
It looks abstract. Then it will come down to a lesser language, abstract. But the fact remains that a lot of organizations are doing what they can, and that cannot be achieved without the government. Government will always tell you they are putting policy. But I think, let me use this opportunity to clamor that we need to move from policy to project to programs in line with framework, international framework and international conventions that Nigeria is a treaty of, so that we do it the way it is done in other countries. How were countries like Uganda, Kenya, they were able to achieve more women. They've moved from just a percentage. You know, we are still in the level of percentage, 35% affirmative action. They move from percentage to parity. What is parity? 50-50. So Nigeria is still yet to even grapple with 35% affirmative action, either in offices, in job placement, in workplace, in appointed position, in elective position. We are yet to even get there. And even when it is even done, the political will to effect the things that needed to be done are not there. Like as I said, there are state House of Assembly today that there's no woman in the House of Assembly. And you now ask me, who is the Chairman's Committee on Women Affairs? A man. And you ask. The build-up of a man is totally different from the build-up of a woman. So, for sake of time, let me not diverge more.
Maybe they consult women in order to take policies and decisions that affect the women. I can't say on this table as it stands right now. But we'll go for this short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about disciplinary measures, even as we talk about the girl's child. What are the disciplinary measures being put in place to ensure and to guarantee that the girl's child right is being protected out there? Stay with us as a new day continues in a moment. Welcome back, and just in case you're just joining us, this is still New Day on Signature TV. My name is Godwin Sunday, and I'm talking with Lugard Okomubo Samodiame, who has been helping us put the girl's child issue in perspective. And just in case you're wondering why is a man talking about a woman, and he has told us that he is a he for she, and he stands for the girls' rights and women advocacy, which he has been at the forefront across the world and across Nigeria. But then let's come back to talk about this thing, Lugard. I know you've talked about women and you've advocated for women, but then the issues around disciplinary measures put in place to sanction people that violate the girl's child rights has become like an elusive conversation. We don't get to see that conversation being discussed in the open. Is there something that we need to know about why the girl's right violation violation of the girl's child rights is not being discussed in the open? Is it something like, is it secrecy or sacred?
Yeah, it's not sacred, it's not secretive, but you see, we are in a society where we have a different build-up. If he's a man now, the man can say anything can happen. And generally speaking, when it comes to having shame on if something happens, or let me use the word, it may look very crude. When you see a naked man and a naked woman, the naked woman is more ashamed than the man. That's it. But again, when it comes to issues that looks how will I put it? That looks more negative in the society, like issues of rape, issues of sexual abuse. The way the society treats it can actually make the female, the girl child, to run into herself. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying. Yeah. We've seen cases where a girl child is being interviewed at the police station. How did you know? How did he touch you? Wait, what did he do? You are just framing. Even when you see clear cases that the right of this girl is being violated, you can see traces of sexual abuse and all that. So, and the society norms believes when somebody happens like this, the trauma the person will go through, the person feel, they will come put her for public domain, that this is that girl, that thing happened to her, and all that, Sam, that's it, you know. So all this sometimes even makes the parents of the girls to try to withdraw, because they just feel that they can't withstand the trauma, they can't withstand the shame, they're pointing fingers here and there, and they don't want to see it being repeatedly discussed. You are in the media space. When something like that happens, this media will come, that media will come, and everybody start discussing the issue from different perspectives. And one topic can have different directions, can even have up to 10 different interpretations. And so the parents will not want to see themselves going through that, why they are going through the trauma, they are going through questionings and all that. And so, but that's not to say that the government in itself is not pushing for that. But one thing I will say here, if there is one minister who has been very radical on the issue of the girl child, when you touch a girl child that will react, is Barrister Uju Kennedy, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. She takes that so dear to her heart, maybe because she's a lawyer, or will I say a charitable activist, but the fact remains that she's right at the forefront on any issues that want to affect the girl child. She doesn't play with it. She doesn't play with it. And I think that's a step in the right direction. But I will also advise in why she decided to take decisive action. She should also be very diplomatic and be able to get the full narrative of what may have transpired or whatever happened, so that you do the right thing using the right approach, so you can get the right result.
Now that you've even mentioned the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, let's even talk about the issues around the economic policy of the government. These has become a very burning issue and a very burning conversation, from the fuel hike down to electricity tariff. Don't you think at this point this can affect the girl's child from even having a future or even having a vision for a future?
My brother Godwin, the thing is affecting everybody. Let me speak pidgin here. Nobody will know the effect. Yeah, I have 4 sisters, and I can tell you, I am on a platform where as low as sanitary pad, you know, women, every month, especially the girl child, they have their period every month. Sanitary pad, go and check the cost in the market. It's almost raising towards 3,000 naira for a sanitary pad. So when you see a family that has maybe 3 girls and they need to use sanitary pad every month, that means that the man is spending almost 6,500, 7,000 naira every month of sanitary pad. That excludes the hairdo. Because it's the space I work, I had cost of interest. I asked my PA the other day, I said, what happened? He said, oh God, we know if you do it again, or the thing don't do it when they want to import, the dollar exchange rate and all that. Now plat with the plat, now just carry something hand put. So what is happening is not just affecting the girl child, but I will say here that it's affecting them a lot. Why? Because you see that from our research, if it takes you 1 naira to take care of a male child in the higher institution, it will take you ×3 to take care of a girl child. A boy can wear 1 G's for 3 days, but the girl child, build up and system does not demand that. Female and the girl child are designed to always change. A guy can just stay somewhere and just wee, but for the women, it's not like that. And so what they passes through because of their build-up mechanism, you find out that the current economic is really telling on them. I must tell you the sincere truth.
All right, so then again, what should the conversation now be in terms of the girl's child development right now in Nigeria? Because a lot of persons are curious out there, want to know what should the narrative now be for the girl's child? Is there hope for the girl's child to have a vision and have a future in Nigeria, or they should start looking elsewhere?
There is hope, but I will advise. The future for the girl child in Nigeria should transcend beyond the federal government. At the state level, I must tell you, my brother, we are having little results at the state level. And I want to use this opportunity to say it here. What we need to do is to have a governance system that works at the state level. Nigeria has 36 governors and the FCT minister, plus Mr. President. Most of the times what we say is Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. We should also begin to look at our governors. Today, the monies that they are collecting from the federation account has increased. We should ask our governors, they should be accountable. Our governors should be accountable. So if we want the future of the girl child in Nigeria, we shouldn't just look at the federal government level. We should also look at the state government. We should look at the local government level. You will agree with me that governance is almost totally eroded at the local government level. So even as little as reusable sanitary pad that you can teach people in the local government level, you see that some local government chairman does not even have the money, because they are puppets and just PAs and but
the federal government has given them full autonomy right now.
Yes, but you see that even the state government are fighting it.
A few state governors.
Yes,
right?
A few state governors are fighting. And then you now also look, even when we begin to push, when the president was even still pushing for House of Assembly autonomy, some House of Assembly speakers came to Abuja in the National Assembly rejecting that they don't want to get autonomy because they were handpicked by the governor. In short, there were rumors then, I would say, that some speakers in the National Assembly, they were in the National Assembly, and they were getting calls from their governors telling them that if you sign that you want autonomy as you are getting to the state, you will be impeached. And so when you have such a situation, what happens? The governors have now become emperor. So I want to use this opportunity to push that if we truly want the future of the girl child to be envisioned for what is expected, we have to task our state governors so that governance begin to work at the state government level and also at the local government level. Then what we are discussing here will have its ripple effect at the grassroots, just like what you asked me, that it looks abstract. It will look abstract because why federal people at the top are doing, by the time it's getting to the ground, is very, very few impact is going to touch. But if the grassroots, the local government is doing, the state government is doing, and the federal is doing, then you see the ripple effect of this our conversation.
But look at, again, a lot of people have said that the challenge is not with the federal government, neither is it with the state, not the local government, not with the tiers of government, as it were, but rather with the girls. And the average Nigerian girl child does not think outside the box. But then you have communicated and interactions with. I won't agree that with you. You have had interactions with most of these girls. So let's even hear your defense on this.
I won't agree with you.
All right, please enlighten us on this.
It's not there. Let me tell you this. I've seen situations where people are giving 50,000 naira and say empowerment. What will 50,000 naira do? Yes, there are some business you can do with 50,000 naira. If you are selling granite today with 20,000 naira, you can put granite and go and sell. But the fact remains that will everyone sell granite? Some want to do hairdressing. If you want to do hairdressing, then you need a shop. Yes, if you want to do hair plating, you can move from place to place and go and plait. So there are some businesses that you can actually do with little stipends. But there are some that definitely you need a structure. Even the rentage alone will consume that amount of money before you buy your equipment. And so it's not just the girl's child. No, we need to have a system that works. We need to have credit facility. We need to have power. Power is also one thing that also affects business. Like, yeah, I mean, you run on gen, you know what you spend. So even when you have been trained and you have the skill and you have the equipment, the issue of power. So we have challenges cutting across different areas. The girl child has been trained. She has been empowered, but now there is something that she needs to battle with. That's the issue of power. Where there is no line, and you have to go and buy fuel at a higher cost, and you want to transfer that cost to the customers, and the customers are not forthcoming, what happens? So we have a whole myriad of problems. So it's like a situation, I think I will give you an analogy of what happened some time ago, that a serving senator who wants to go back for another term bought Okada for people, and the people said no, they don't want the Okada. Okay, go and do the road. You give them Okada before your term expires, and they will be buying parts to take care of the Okada.
All right. So
that's the situation.
Before we let you go, let's even hear from you. What is NIDWED even doing in regards to empowering women at this point in time, in supporting the girl child out there?
Yeah, 3 things we do, which is our core objective, is providing access to finance, providing facilities, and providing facilitation. The 3 Fs. The first F is finance. Finance is core. Whether you want to run politics, you want to do business, you want to do supply, you want to do anything at all you want to do. Even the Bible itself says, it says money answereth all things. And I want to say, whether you are doing good, you are doing bad, or you want to do good, or you want to do bad, you need money. So money is core. And so at NIDWED, we push for every access for finance so that the girl child and the women will have access to finance through different strategies. Time will not permit us to begin to discuss that.
Well,
but secondly, we also look at facilities, because we see facility takes almost 40% of business operating costs. You may have 5 staff somewhere, but the cost of running the structure, the office, can take almost ×5 of what you are paying your staff. And as such, if you don't have that funds, how do you survive? So what we do is look at how we can help to provide facilities so that their cost of doing business will reduce and they remain competitive. And they cannot be able to sustainably drive their business. Then facilitation. In our local terms, we say long leg. Sometimes you need a long leg. You need somebody. A young girl was doing a program and he needs media to come and cover. And she said she doesn't have money for media. I have to call somebody who called somebody and the media came. That's one part of facilitation. So we look for ways where we can facilitate to support
look at the way you speak for women. If we allow you to stay on this show today, we know you won't want to go. Yeah. Because when it has to do with women, I think we should root for you to be the next
Honorable Minister of Women Affairs.
I want to say thank you so much for finding time to be with us today on the show.
And I thank you for that prayer. And I hope that one day the vision of the girl child will see that Lugard will become the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs.
I will say amen to that. When you get to that position,
we've had several
remember Signature TV when you get to that point. Well, this is how far we can go today on New Day here on Signature TV. I want to say thank you so much for being with us. My name is Godwin Sunday. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is your Signature Show and I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today our main focus is the inauguration of the Strategic Framework for Cooperation between Nigeria and Republic of Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee of the House of Representatives. Our guest is Professor Paul Namchi, the Honorable Member representing ENUGU East Isusa Federal Constituency and Chairman Nigerian Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee in the House of Representatives. Honorable Namchi, you're welcome.
Thank you. My pleasure being here.
Yes, our main focus today is to talk about this new committee which you're chairing. But before we do that, there's so much on the plate of the National Assembly. There's so much that Nigerians think that the National Assembly should be concentrating on. And the first is the soaring food insecurity and rise in costs of living. You are in the National Assembly. What is your take? Is this what Nigerians bargained for? And what is National Assembly doing to see how they can stop this slide?
First, I would say no nation bargains for bad things or sliding in the economy. But a child of history would know that there is always the remote cause and there is also the immediate causes of each event. In the case of agricultural or food insecurity in the country, the National Assembly can do much, but at the same time, their work is more or less complementary. But I will draw you back to what happened the last 8 years, where there is a lot of insecurity in the areas where people could go and farm, and they were not able to go there. And these are the remote causes, where people couldn't go to their farm, where a lot of farmland were actually taken over by certain insecurity. And you have a lot of strife within the polity. These things, such things happen, you will infer that at some points, there will be a shortfall in food, and there will be a shortfall in circulation of food. Remember, if you check, there was areas where people stopped bringing food from certain region to the other. There's sometimes where there is perishable. Sometimes we'll take decisions. We don't know where it leads us. But insecurity, more or less, will always lead to low economy, low food insecurity, or better or less, when those people don't farm. And more or less, these are areas where the food basket of the nation come from. Say like in Benue, Plateau, and a whole lot of others, Kano, Katsina, and also in the east and west. The resultant effect is that there won't be seeds, much food during the harvest. Or people are not harvesting.
I'm not interrupting you, but as much as I agree with you to some extent, I believe, and a lot of Nigerians also believe, that the leadership, which is like the driving force for whatever, be it economy, be it agriculture, be it preventing insecurity, has also not, someone was thinking ahead, maybe we won't be where we are today.
You are quite right. Well, if I bring you back again, that's when you look at the Western world most of the time, they do long-term plan. Nigeria has always been doing 4-year plan, 8-year plan at the most. Where the subsequent government comes, they abandon other people's policy and generate a new one. Government is a continuum. When it stops being a continuum, the problem continues to generate. If you don't solve one problem and start a new one, you've not found a solution to one problem, and they are generating a new one. That's what you are in. During that time, the insecurity never stopped during Buhari. Remember, when people were shouting about food insecurity that will soon come, what we start seeing is rice pyramid. But this rice pyramid, nobody was told where the farm comes from.
We just saw the pyramid.
We just saw the pyramid. And the questions were subdued. The question, where is this food pyramid coming from?
Where is the trail?
Where is the trail of the food pyramid? These are most of the issues, or burning issues, where most times, where people should also have this culture of asking questions. And also a government of tolerance, where people ask questions. And also other people, also the government will be kind enough to give the citizens the answer to what they're asking you. Because these people deserve answers. These people deserve good life. They deserve good governance. And part of good governance is when answering the people's questions.
Prof, let's leave the past. A lot of Nigerians are a little impatient with the blame game of who caused this, how did we get here? Let's talk about the present. You are a member of the National Assembly as we speak. Yeah. What is the Assembly? What is the Assembly doing? Because we have a crisis, and a lot of Nigerians are worried that one day Nigerians may be on the streets because, not because they want to be violent, but because they can't, you push someone to the wall, there's nowhere else to go. I mean, a bag of rice, I don't want to say how much it is because it's something out of this world. A bag of cement keeps rising. I think at the last count, I think it was 10,500 or 11,000. You buy something today, you go back the next day, it has increased by more than 50%. So what is the National Assembly doing? And don't tell me, oh, we have oversight, oh, we are not the executive. What is the National Assembly doing?
Well, first let me correct the impression that a blame game. We are not blaming, and in my own nature, I don't like to blame people for today's problems. But when I was trying to make a point, I made a point on remote causes and immediate causes. For today, the thing is that I wouldn't say that people are learning on the job, but I would say that certain policies may not have clicked, and it's not also hasn't gone well as maybe the people that thought it would be. Because I always believe that any government should have the people's interests at heart. Having said that, there are certain things that I think the government should do. There is this notion that maybe if you start food imports, this will happen, this will not happen. But for God's sake, every nation imports food. And when you don't have enough, that's when you should import. I agree, the economy is not also helping matters. We know. So as you don't import also foreign inflation from other countries. But at the moment, you don't eat, you can't think. The people will not take it so long. Maybe after create a window of certain importation, and maybe within that period. Because people that needs, if you don't have maize, you can't produce a lot of feeds for the livestock. And if you don't have those agriculture, the food chain is like an interconnected chains. That this one leads to this one, this one leads to this one. The ones we don't have, in the short term, we import and still encourage our agricultural services and also check insecurity. The National Assembly has just called, not quite long, the central bank governors and the people in the budget, Minister for Budget, and also the people, other people like FIRS, to explain the measures they are using to also bring back those, to check the cost of living and inflation in the country. The same way, the security chiefs, comprising the chief of army staff, the chief of air staff, the chief of naval staff, and also the minister of the defense chief, was brought for them to explain what is really their problem. Is it actually from the budget? What can the National Assembly do to ameliorate the problem, so that they will see, actually, that the National Assembly is going to perform its own functions as a complementary part of the executive. The National Assembly are ready and willing to be able to do their part to make sure those things happen. And that's why they were invited before and after budget, just to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to get that solved out. Then in terms of the food security, if you check, there was the agri budget is one of the highest today. And you continue to have prolifications of certain institutes, agri-institutes, and others. One, we also need to know that some of our agri-institutes should be able to also up and doing, because you also need to research things. The ingenuity of having genetic modified food is because it was born out of how do ameliorate food insecurity. There are certain things we need to do, maybe from the research institutes, from the universities, to make sure that we create enough food for the people to eat. Nigeria is a very buoyant country. It's a country that has whatever it needs and whatever it takes to generate, to have whatever it wants to have, or even to leapfrog into developed nation. It's what we are at the moment lacking. It's things that will make, putting the round peg in a round hole, or square peg in a square hole. And that's, I think, I think that in a nutshell, I feel that the government should also look towards that.
Let me look at some of your suggestions.
Okay.
You've talked about a little window to bring in some food. Yeah. But this food will be out of the roof because the dollar, the naira, is so weak. How can the ordinary Nigerian be in a position to afford imported food right now, where naira is oscillating between 1,570, 1,600, just around that neighborhood? How can importation be a way out? And please, I'd like to add a little more. Okay. Instead of advocating for importation of food, is it possible to also, for the National Assembly and those in government, to see how they can temporarily ban some of those items that are not needs but wants? I'm talking about items like furniture. I'm talking about items like electronics. I'm talking about some categories of motor vehicles. Is it not better to ban some of this or reduce the importation of some of this so that to shore up the naira, so that even if we're going to do what you're suggesting, give some window for importation of food, it won't be so costly for the ordinary Nigerian?
Yes, what your suggestion is not bad, but let me just digress into it. You know, some of the problems we have is that we do what we don't want to do, and we don't do what we want to do. This is, for God's sake, why would people be importing furniture?
But there's so much furniture, and if you walk around Abuja, where we are, for instance, Honorable, you see the furniture shops, Chinese furniture shops, Turkish furniture shops, booming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are areas you actually need to checkmate. But in the case of dollarization of importation of food in terms of dollar, most times the food Nigeria imports is from the Asian countries. If we can do crude swap to build railway, we can also do crude swap to get some grains into the country. We can also do this to get some seedlings that are quite quick to grow and easy to germinate.
Won't it be an indictment on these agricultural research institutes you're talking about?
It will also be a wake-up call that we need to do what we need to do. If you're indicting them, it is not an indictment. They should also produce their scorecard. If you produce your scorecard, in the case of furniture, Nigerians are doing well in producing furniture.
So why can't people like you come up with laws
or
come up with bills that would support the furniture industry and then reduce what we bring in from outside Nigeria?
There's enough laws in Nigeria. You know, sometimes most people say, do law this, do law this. Without checking if there's law already. There's a law banning some of those things. But it's only that implementation is the problem. There's a lot of laws, including that of furniture, where people make it a different...
But as an oversight institution, and you have this information, what is National Assembly doing?
I will also refer you that the forestry is a state function, taking of woods and others. These things fall into those states' purview, that they check furniture, where the wood is coming, what is happening. And before the last year, I raised a bill on trying to check those that the non-registered forest loggers and unregistered. We have the Chinese come here to take woods away from the country and bring it back as furniture. But over the law, we checked and found out this falls under the purview of the states in which those forests fall under. And that means the National Assembly is handicapped in this aspect. But that doesn't mean that you can't synergize to make sure that these things, that the country moves in the right direction, or getting the right laws also. But you couldn't say, let's remove it from this list and put it in the other list, because the states, I think they can also handle this. You can't just put the laws within the federal purview. Still, it's just not big enough that these ones will also be followed under. But I would also advocate that the certain things will do swap, that we don't need to do those also. But at the moment, you don't wait for the people to start. There is limit to which endurance in everything. I also feel that limit is what we are approaching, that elastic limit, and that's where there should be a little bit of that window. One, I also want to remind you that even when this thing was done, we produced foods and they become more expensive than the one that are imported. These things need to be checked. So there's a lot. It's not about price control now, but you just know that you can collect loan, produce things, and decide to put the price as much as you can. We're a free market. We would like to operate a free market, but at the same time, we don't make it a licentiousness that people will just decide to give a certain price and then spend on other, form unions to exploit Nigerians. It's not the best.
But come on, Honorable. When you look at the businessmen, the traders, they go to markets, they buy an item 10 naira, they sell 12 naira. and just the next day, they go back to buy that item. They can't afford it because the thing has gone up astronomically. So how do you, you're not checking the fluctuation of the dollar or the naira, and then you want to force traders, sorry, Honorable, you want to force the traders who have used their money, source the naira at the black market, and you say you're doing price control, and they are shutting down their shops.
No, I'm not talking of price control. I'm talking of the check on speculators. Let me give you this. When starting from the Buhari administration, Nigeria, the government gave out loans to farmers at a very low rate. These people, they made it so that it would be easier for them to produce food. The farmers now give it to some people that felt, okay, or some people, individuals, will go and buy it and speculate, store it, and bring it maybe when it's scarce. Now, the government is giving them loans, of soft in the case, as the case may be, to make it a bit. So the root cause of this should be checked. It's not. I'm not saying that you control the price of the market.
But, yes, I agree with you. But let's use a shop in Abuja that they just shut down. This organization sourced the foreign exchange, sourced the items. There was no government intervention, and then one morning, government wakes up and shuts it down and say they are putting prices. How did they follow? Did they give them subsidized loans where they will now say, oh, we gave you subsidized loans, you can't sell at
the loan I'm talking about is the one given to specifically to agricultural farmers or to farmers. And these are why I'm saying this is that these are the two. I'm actually driving at somewhere, and where am I driving at? I'm driving at a way you can get political farmers. People who will stay in Abuja and get loan as farmers, and they will not have a farm. You
are the guys in government. What are you doing?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you can't be more. I mean, what's the word now? You can't be complaining like me.
I am a Nigerian. I'm trying to tell you the evil in the system, and which some of us came in to solve. So that if there is such loan again, it will need to go to people who are farmers, people who will make use of it. And that is why, if the government is envisaging that there will be this amount of tons of these grains or these things in a year, and at the end of harvest, because people, remember, if you produce surplus, you will see it. If you don't produce it, you will see it in the market. Nobody keeps those food for too long a time, because it will also get rot. So the thing is that if government has given certain amount of loan, they also expect that this will produce certain amount of hectares of this plant or this food. So, and they also expect that this may be what will be the return.
Okay, Honorable, is the National Assembly concerned about the slide in the naira? And if they are, what is National Assembly doing?
The National Assembly is more than concerned about the slide in naira. First, they have just invited, about a week ago, the Central Bank Governor, the FIRS, the Minister of Finance.
And what explanation did they give to the National Assembly?
The explanation by the Central Bank Governor, though as far as it may, yes, it may, it is not going to be a short-term solution, but it's a long-term solution. But that's what he said. Well, the National Assembly are ready and willing to work with them to make sure that any tool they need in terms of lawmaking to grant their wishes, to make sure that they will come out from this wood we are today. Let me give you for instance. That this is we're placing this the economy in mathematical terms. As of this month, we are producing 1,400 or 1.4 million barrels per day. In these 1.4 million barrels, you take out 30%. That's for the companies, the oil companies. You take out 15% from after sales. That is for the maintenance of APC. So maintenance of NMPC. If you look at it, I'm not actually advocating that it is, but we also need to grow more things, have more export other than oil. We also diversify. Why I want to give you that of oil is this. So at the end, if you remove this 30%, we'll come out 980 barrels per day. Then you sell it at the cost of, let me just say, you sell it at the cost of, let's say $100. If you sell it at this $100, you'll be given maybe 980,000 or so. You multiply it by 30 days. You now see what they now take as their dividing aspect. That means they won't even get up to 1 trillion. And if you look at 1 trillion today, it is about 500 million yesterday in the last 4 years. So this is why what the government are getting today is actually less than what they got like last 4 years. And what do you need to do? The avenues to diversify economy. Because now, the oil is no longer enough. We have greater population. We have dwindling income. Unless we diversify economy from technology and agriculture at the same time. So this what you actually get today that they're showing us from is an increase from the internal generated revenue. This is in numbers. We just did it in numbers. So if you look at it in numbers, you find out that we are really in trouble. And what we want to do is how to get out of this trouble. And diversifying the economy, making sure that those leakages, and that's what National Assembly is all about, that these leakages don't continue. The mining industry, how do we get our revenue from those mining that is being done illegally by foreigners or by internal ones? How do we block leakages in terms of revenue mobilization?
Well, Prof,
how do we block leakages?
I am really excited that you are identifying the problems.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you that the ears of Nigerians are itching about solutions from those of you in the National Assembly and the executive. But the focus today really is on your committee, which inaugurated the strategic framework for cooperation between Nigeria and Republic of Ireland, Legislative Friendship Committee. And I want to ask you, why is this committee coming now?
Well, why now is always a question, but there will always be a time. Okay. Yeah, and this is just the time. There is always an innovation in the system. And thank God if that innovation comes and we have competent people to also advance it. In this case, Nigeria and Ireland have got a far-reaching relationship. Well, that stems from both diplomacy to large other areas, but they have shared history. So it's not a checkered history, but they also share things from the colonialization era. Just as Nigeria was colonized by Britain, Britain also colonized, Ireland also struggled to have their own independence in 1920. They had it quite late, I would say, because for people very close to Britain to have their independence in 1920, that's maybe 40 years before Nigeria. I wouldn't say it's too old or so. That's what I wouldn't equate it, I call it old. Then I also want to tell you that apart from sharing colonial era issues, Nigeria and Ireland also shared that having a little bit of war at some point and getting struggles to get their independence. And they also have this, so they have old relationship in terms of diplomacy. Nigeria is one of the first countries that Ireland opened their embassies in Africa. And at the moment, they are building one of their biggest embassies in Africa in Nigeria at the moment. You would also look at things, a lot of diplomatic ties between Nigeria and that. You also look at cultural ties. You also look at education. A lot of Nigerians are in Ireland studying. So so we're also importing our culture and also exporting theirs, because these people were the first people that also brought education to Nigeria. So it has been all good. The relationship between us has been that also good. There's also cultural relationships. There's also these economic engagements for a long time. There are also things about its insecurity. The island has had something about insecurity at some point. There are some conflicts that spans quite, that stops not quite long ago.
So there's so much we can learn from
There's
them.
so much we can learn from each other. But that's not there's no challenges. There's also challenges. These challenges will be things like trade imbalance, because they import pharmaceutical things, machineries, other technological appliances, electronics and others. What we give to them is oil and gas, and maybe a little bit of agricultural produce, which unfortunately is not even enough for the country at the moment. So there's this trade imbalance that we think that these challenges will be also something we can also work on for Nigeria to have more SMEs that can also have things to export to Ireland and also have a very good relationship, because we have developed over the years. Nigeria and Ireland have developed a lot of relationship. Some of them were born here, some of them have stayed here 50 years. Some of them knew more Nigeria than they know Ireland. Some of them were also buried here. So Nigerians, you go there, a lot of Nigerians now are Irish. You have a lot of Nigerian communities there. So diaspora, we also have engagement with our diasporas that are there.
Let's look at what this strategic framework entails, because for me, I think that this is more engaging. You know, I mean, you're having more concrete plan and proposal for the relationship between the two countries. Yeah. When you met with the ambassador of Ireland about a couple of days back, what did you focus on? What was the discussion?
Well, the discussion first and foremost was about legislative engagement. And in legislative engagement, we have a lot to learn from Ireland, and they also need also to have learn from us, because learning is a two-way process. You learn from them, they learn from you. You also modify yours, they modify yours. You can help each other in that angle. But we also know that their democracy has lasted longer than ours. So there are things to learn from them. There is also things that we have engagement in terms of continue, the two legislative arms meeting each other. There are also these of where the businessmen also can also engage themselves. We'll also bring in people at different chambers of commerce to come into that. I will also tell you that the Ireland Minister of Economy will also be visiting Nigeria on the 17th of March. That's St. Patrick's Day. Well, these are part of it. So Nigeria start looking at what we can do together. There's a lot of things. Ireland has the privilege of having one of the largest companies here. And these largest companies, something like Guinness, it has Pricewater is there. These are companies that are well established in Nigeria. That means they are not just well established, but they're entrenched in our system today. And they also pay taxes. They also generate income for the country and also for Ireland. There are areas we can learn from them. What we need mostly is stability. How can we learn the stability in the security from them? What can we learn in agriculture and also export from them? Where can we also import each other's culture? Because Ireland is a rich cultural country. And that's where you see. They also have this problem of the JACBA system. Ireland is one of the first countries that has also JACBA in the past.
Okay. We'll take a break and bring some shots of your interaction with the Irish ambassador at the inauguration of the strategic framework. Don't go away. This is Signature Show, and there'll be more after you watch this.
And at the time, Ireland had very, very few embassies in the world. Chairman, very few embassies in the whole world. We had an embassy in the United States, we had an embassy in India because of our historical connection, doing an embassy in Australia, and maybe London, Paris, maybe a handful of embassies in the whole world. And our Prime Minister was hosted in Lagos, in St. Gregory's College, Lagos, for a garden party. And on the official records of his arrival in Lagos, he was met by a very famous Irishman who was involved in St. Finbarr School and St. Gregory's School. And as you know from watching the Super Eagles this week and the last few weeks, we were very proud of them because an agriculture for keeping a rural population and giving a way of life and keeping people in the rural areas and making them prosperous, while also protecting our cultural heritage, our unique cultural heritage. I told that here, I could feel it in the wind here. The minute I arrived here and the minute I started connecting here, I learned that very quickly.
It is signature stations, as we are witnessing today, that will help us to carry this message to our people, that will help us to galvanize the intellectual energy of our people to embrace this new beginning. We also need the support of our people, because as a government, it doesn't matter what we do. If the people are not part of what we do and support what we do, we will achieve little or nothing. So I want to thank Vin Martins for thinking home. And I also want to use the opportunity to tell all of us that ENUGU is ready for business. We pledge the commitment of our government to any investor. We are ready to give all the support needed, all the encouragement needed, because that's the only way we must migrate our state from a civil service economy to a private sector driven economy. But we will enable it as government. We will protect your investment. We will honor our contracts with you. We will support you in whatever you want to do. But in return, we also expect you to be a responsible investor.
A few months ago, when the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, was president, one young man, whose name is Aminu Mohammed, he was in Jigawa, and he was posting something on Facebook using his phone. And what he posted was that the former first lady, that she has become so fat because she's feeding fat on Nigeria's money. And because they didn't like what he said, they used his phone and tracked him all the way to Jigawa, and they arrested him and they jailed him. Now, today, somebody will kidnap somebody and give you an account number using your phone and then money is paid into that account. And so every account has BVN, every phone has NIN, and then they turn around and tell you that they cannot find those people. And I say that kidnapping and all these insecurities that we're seeing, the day that the government decides to deal decisively with it, it will be reduced inevitably.
Thanks for remaining with us. This is your signature show. And my guest is still Professor Paul Nnamdi, the Honorable Member representing ENUGU East Issues of Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Professor Nnamdi is also the chairman of the Nigerian Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee in the House. Yes, before we took some highlights of your strategic framework inauguration, you were talking about the gains of this relationship. So in the area of education, in the area of tourism, in the area of technology, in the area of the new way, AI, how are we engaging?
We look forward to more engagement. It's not that we have been engaging. We have ambassadors there for quite a long time. Our foreign affairs have also been working. But we want to make it a bit localized. And that's why this committee is trying to do. As I said, we can learn a lot from them just as they would learn from them. The part of this that we just said is that we wanted cultural and educational exchanges that will also be happening. We also have to learn from them, because there's also a couple of Nigerians who have traveled, even when our people might not know that very well, that a lot of us have left the country due to one reason or the other. Ireland is one of the people that there are people left the country in the area because there's a lot of famine, just at some point in life, and there's a lot of crisis, and that's why you have a lot of Irish people. They have one of the greatest escapement, or let me say, one of the greatest diaspora. They have a very big population of
in the USA?
Irish people, not just in the USA, but other parts of the world. And that forms greater part of their income generation. So Nigeria can learn a lot. How are they managing that huge amount of people that have traveled, huge? What is their investment? What is their linkage back home? Or they just go? You will see that St. Patrick's Day has become a worldwide event. And even on the 17th, it will be done in Nigeria. That's what it means, is that there is also a gain to the country by the people going out. So that the people are proud to say, you could see people like Hillary Clinton flouting his Irish descent, with on St. Patrick's Day wearing green, having green on his neck or her neck. You could see people like Barack Obama going back to wear that on that day, and the Kennedys as well. These are people that have traveled, and they also made a home somewhere that have been blessed, not just making a home. The Kennedys and a whole lot of them. And so also in other parts of the world.
Even Biden.
Even Biden, just to say. They not just did the travels, but they became useful in the land of their sojourn, and also generate things. They help to resolve crises in their own home country. You'll notice that Clinton was a greater part of the influence that signed the famous Good Friday Agreement. These are not far from
Northern Ireland.
In Northern Ireland. These are things you can gain from your people being in the diasporas.
I am really interested in something you said. The trade imbalance, which is prevalent in our relationship with Ireland. How do you think we should address it? Because if you look at it, we import petroleum, and then we import what I could call raw materials. Is there a way we can start, kind of manufacturing where we don't just send raw materials, we can also send finished product, which actually attracts more money?
By profession, I'm an engineer. And having said that, I also want you to look at something. Trade imbalance can only be corrected with this type of moves. Where the country was used, why don't we, if we see where we can help each other, come and build this company here, instead of us going to buy it. Maybe at some point you can bring your research, but there we'll generate employment. We'll start bringing those things that were important, that creates trade imbalance, are being produced in the country. At a point, it becomes homemade. I will give you an instance with their famous beer, Guinness. When they started during the colonial era, they were bringing Guinness direct from Ireland to Nigeria. But they found out that Guinness takes about 1 week, on about 2 months to be here, and initially. So before it gets to Nigeria, it becomes almost like
expired?
It's expired or less a good product. So what they do, they now have to increase the quality. So it gets to Nigeria in a better quality than it could have been. So that before it gets to Nigeria, it will always be the normal quality you get in Ireland. And because that is being done, after some time, the shipping time reduced to about 2 weeks. But still the same quality comes. And what did it happen? The Nigerian Guinness has now been exported as Nigerian Guinness, even to Ireland, and even Britain and other parts of the world. They now sell Nigerian Guinness. Not because the quality has become a trademark of Nigeria, no longer that of Ireland. These are the areas you can use to shortcut imbalance. That is one. Then another one, this is apart from building the company there, is another one, is to generate research, to share research results in one way or the other, or to collaborate. But at the same time, build industries, share, give them enabling environment for those instead of imported. And also, when you give them an enabling environment, they will come and establish. And that becomes a way of strengthening. Instead of importing, they have their gain here, but those things are being produced here. Then another aspect, which is the third one, is that instead of exporting our youth products and importing the finished products, we'll start processing those products here. Say like the high skin, you use it to produce shoes. Say like the plants, you use it to produce pharmaceuticals. And we also have here, this industry will start to grow. Our machinery start to grow. And this capital flight will start being here instead of going. So there's a lot of ways we can help each other.
Let's talk about culture, because it's something you raised. Is there a conscious effort to export our culture, especially the big product that we have today, our musicians and what have you? I've not heard them performing in places like Ireland. Is it something your committee would like to promote?
I think you actually hit the nail at the head, because you've not heard it, but if you go to Irish pub, Irish nightclubs, you will not live in a night without hearing 2 or 3 Nigerian songs, or even more, because we have a large community of Nigerians. Some Nigerians now own clubs in Ireland. We have, I'm thinking that we have one of the largest ethnic groups in one of the largest immigrants in Ireland. I'll give you one instance. There was the Irish embassy held some award for poets by students. Guess what? We have 5 from Nigeria, 10 from Nigeria, 10 from Ireland. And those 10 coming from Nigeria, 3 were Nigerian-born Irish people.
Those that were coming from Ireland?
Yes. 3 were Nigerian-born Irish people. So these are a kind of culture. So you go there, you say that our Nigerians who don't live our culture, you know that very well. Because we always do this, and it consists of, it continues to flourish. A lot of our film industry is booming, and when you hear something in the UK, it's just they are neighbors. You enjoy, those people enjoying here is also enjoying it there. It's just that probably what we need to do is to do a bit of more of the image making for people to know that Ireland has whatever it takes to showcase Nigerian artists, whatever it takes to give them what they give them a boost in Ireland. And they will also enjoy it because it's the same civilization that you get in other America, you get in this, because they're also the same people. And more or less, Irish people are very friendly. There is this famous thing I want to say in Ireland, that they don't have strangers. What they have is friends you never met before.
Can we talk more about educational exchanges?
Yeah.
Is there an intentional effort? I know that we've had stuff like that before. Is there an intentional effort to increase, the number of our students who go to Ireland on exchange programs, and maybe our lecturers who go there for their sabbaticals, and university personnel from there also coming back here? Is this something your committee would like to promote?
Yes, because I also think that that's, from my background, I was forced from Nigeria to come back after reading overseas, I've been in academics overseas. But I also have seen both sides of the aisle and seen that we also need a fresh technology coming into us, but also need refresher things from the other side of that. Moreover, but we also want them to know about us, that we're also having good education here. Nigerian education has produced also people that have gone out to do great things on air, like the Chinua Achebes, the Chimamandas, the Shoyinkas. These are Nigerians that have made waves in academia. We also treat people like Batten Nigeria, people like Emma Agwali, them. These are Nigerians have done well. So I wouldn't condemn our education per se. What I would want to say is that there will be a cultural exchange for people to know. We also need to showcase that our education is not as bad, but the only thing that we'll go out to share ideas, to have what we don't have, but also to inform the people that we're also not doing badly in the country. Because if our people will go out and still catch up, we should also know what we need is a bit of modernization, a bit of innovation, a bit of entrepreneurial prowess, to have people to start building things out of the education, so that there will be results, there will be employment generated from people who have also finished their school. I'll give an instance. When I finished from University of Sheffield, I noticed that if you read brewers, every year they produce a brewer, because 1 or 2 students will be given their a patent to start producing beer or wine. On this patent, the school shares and gives part of the money to them to go. After 5 years, you see some of them have become household name beers. And people start to do it. These are things we are lacking. How do you encourage also people coming from school to not just look for white-collar jobs, but to develop into entrepreneurship? The school has a share. The government has also a share to make this workable. In the workability, you also know that these people will also generate employment. And these people also need to be encouraged. But the people also need to show responsibility on what has given to them. Because also see those, we also look at things. We have Nigerians give people scholarship and they don't come back. It's also bad at the challenges also you have. So these are things we will marry and see how we can review to cut it short.
Okay, I would like to thank you so much. And I think one of the things we'll be taking away on a lighter mood from this conversation is that if we go to Ireland, we are not going to be strangers, but we are going to be meeting people that we had not seen before.
The friends we have not seen before.
The friends we have not seen before. Well, a good place for us to A good place for us to end today's show. Professor Paul Namchi, I'd like to thank you for coming and to say that we're always here to help you push this strategic framework. Professor Paul Namchi is the Honorable Member representing ENUGU East, Isuzu Federal Constituency, and Chairman of the Nigerian Ireland Legislative Friendship Committee in the House of Representatives. And that's our package for today. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo in Abuja, Nigeria. Don't forget that you can watch this particular edition of our program again and then have the opportunity of watching our older programs if you follow us to signaturetv.org, and if you also follow us on our different social media handles. Until same time next week, bye for now.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. Well, of course, we are reaching you from our Coal City studios in ENUGU. ENUGU probably is still the capital of Southeast Nigeria. This evening, we will be interrogating a very, very familiar topic, just a conversation around citizen journalism and professional journalism. As a young man growing up, I looked forward to working on radio, on television, and writing for the newspapers. And so I had to take a degree, a second degree and a PhD in mass communication, just to prepare myself to be a professional journalist. And many of my colleagues have also done that. And those who didn't go to a formal university went to something like Times Training Institutes, the NTA stations, and the like. Some even did correspondence courses to qualify as one. Suddenly, there is a burst of technology, social media, and all that. And there emerged citizens journalists. Everybody, from the comfort of their homes, once they have a smartphone, they qualify as journalists. And that's what the people call citizen journalists. And so the media space is awash with all manner of stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that's why this evening we're going to have a bold look at our profession. The pen that is mightier than the sword. I don't know whether the pen is still valuable, or is it now the phone? And so to have this conversation with me, which of course is uncommon, is no other person than the landlord of journalists in ENUGU. He's a comrade and is the chairman of the ENUG, ENUGU State. Comrade Sam Udekwe. Chairman, good evening.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome to Signature Television.
All right, thank you.
This is your first?
Yeah, of course. I'm appending my signature today.
Okay, it won't be your last. This is the first of many such visits.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you are our boss. Of course, you listened to my background story. Citizen journalists and professional journalists. I'm one, you are one. And so, how do you make a distinction between the citizen journalists and the professional journalists?
All right, thank you. It's as clear as their names sound. The sound of their names is, this is citizen journalist, this is professional journalist. Well, first of all, you are a citizen before a professional. Okay. Yes, when we talk, that very qualifier citizen means that as a citizen you have some rights, and nobody is inalienable. Nobody stops you along the path of your rights, except is outside the ambit of the law. And part of these rights is the right to speak, right to pass information, right to do whatever. As a citizen, you have all these rights. So, citizen journalist means that as a person with these rights, you can send information, you let people know what and what.
I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Tinubu departs UK for France as Nigerians lament fuel price hike. Peter tells President Tinubu to reverse sudden fuel price hike. Iranian Parliament Speaker Kalibaf visits Beirut, and Ukraine's Zelensky welcomed by German President. Details in a moment. President Bola Tinubu has departed the United Kingdom for Paris, France, where he is expected to attend an important engagement after spending over a week in the UK. The Senior Special Assistant on Political and Order Matters to the President, Ibrahim Masari, disclosed this through his X account, said he had the honor of visiting the President at his private residence in the United Kingdom, where they engaged in productive discussion. Masari did not give details of the President's engagements. President Tinubu departed Nigeria on Wednesday, October 2nd, for a 2-week working vacation in the UK as part of his annual leave, despite the pervasive economic hardship Nigerians are facing. Meanwhile, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has urged President Tinubu to reverse the sudden hike in the pump price of fuel, describing it as insensitive and unfortunate. Posting on X, Obi said the sudden hike in the pump price of fuel would have a negative impact on Nigeria's economic survival. Obi regretted that even when Nigerians continue to groan under extremely difficult economic conditions, largely caused by the federal government's wrong supposed to be under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria serving as the substantive minister, and wondered who is the regulated the agencies at the moment. Obi wondered why President Tinubu decided to casually inflict such a draconian measure on the populace from the comfort of an annual vacation, which he observed amounts to taking the people's welfare lightly and for granted. The All Progressives Congress APC has suspended the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Henneken Lobobiri, along with the 2019 Bayelsa governorship candidate David Leon, over alleged anti-party activities. Lobobiri and Leon were suspended along with several other prominent figures, including Commissioner for Power Karim Kumoko, Commissioner for Lands and Survey Perez Bewari, former APC State Chairman Jothan Mamos, NEC ex-official member God Bless Diriwari, and Southern Niger APC youth leader Sabi Morgan. During the announcement in ENUGU meeting, Nyekenemi, the APC chairman for a Keremo local government area, accused Lobobiri of leading factions and collaborating with the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP) following his unsuccessful bids for the APC governorship ticket in 2019. He claimed that Lobobiri and his supporters actively backed Bayelsa Governor Duyo Diri and the PDP in the 2023 elections, receiving appointments and contracts as rewards. Similarly, the APC Southern Niger local government area leadership, led by Ebikazi Befa, announced the suspension of David Leon and 7 others for undermining APC's National Assembly candidate and conspiring with the PDP in the 2023 governorship race. The All Progressives Congress APC has criticized Rotimi Amechi, the immediate past Minister of Transportation, for inciting Nigerian youths to protest the current high cost of living in the country. Felix Morka, the party's National Publicity Secretary, in a statement on Friday in Abuja, described Amechi's comments as insensitive and unpatriotic, saying he should be disregarded. There were reports that Amechi, a former speaker and a 2-term governor of Rivers, in a recent interview berated Nigerian youth for not protesting against high cost of living in the country. He said Nigerians were highly perceptive, discerning, and mindful that the current economic discomforts associated with the President Bola Tinubu-led administration is inevitable. Reforms were transient. He said they were also aware that the discomforts would pale into insignificance in comparison to the enduring transformative dividends which were already beginning to manifest. Morka expressed optimism that Nigerians would not be cajoled into taking back through street violence what they handed to the Tinubu-led administration through the ballot, as Amechi and his tribesmen would wish. Meanwhile, the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by Debo Olubodada, has appointed Yari Mohammed as the acting national chairman of the party. This follows the rowdy session on Thursday night that led to the division in ranks of the party. According to Debo Ologunaba, the party's national publicity secretary, the appointment, which takes effect, is pursuant to the provisions of the constitution of the PDP as amended in 2017. The appointments came despite the order of the Abuja Federal High Court on Friday restraining the National Executive Committee and Board of Trustees, BOT, of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from removing Damagom as the acting national chairman. Earlier, the Umar Damagom camp had suspended Debo Olobonaga and a senior advocate of Nigeria, Kamaldeen Ajibade, the national legal advisor of the party. The developments was followed by the suspension of Damagom and National Secretary Senator Samuel Anyanwu. The National Working Committee called on all organs, leaders, critical stakeholders, and members of the party to remain focused at this critical time that arrangements are on towards the party's National Executive Committee meeting already scheduled for Thursday, the 24th of October, 2024. Meanwhile, spokesperson of Nigerian Opposition Lawmakers Coalition, Ikenga Ogochinyere, has said that a court order didn't stop the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, before they sacked the acting national chairman, Ilia Damagon. He said there was no federal or state high court order before the long overdue removal of Damagon as PDP chairman. Recall that Justice Peter Alefu of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday, restrained the National Executive Committee and Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from removing Ambassador Umar Damagon as the acting national chairman of the party. But reacting to the developments, Ugochinyere faulted their judgment, saying that court order didn't stop the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, before they sacked the acting national chairman, Ilia Damagon.
The emergence of Yayari Ahmed Mohamed is in strict compliance with the provision of the party constitution, and the National Working Committee invoking the necessary provision under Article 57 sub 7 and 58 sub 1, which gives the party the powers to look into disciplinary actions against members of the National Executive Committee, that they acted invoking those powers given them under Article 29, where the NWC acted on behalf of the NEC to invoke the provisions of Article 57 and Article 58 by suspending the former disgraced national chairman Omar Damago from office.
Order in favor of pro-Wike APC-backed a PDP faction came after Damagon has been suspended.
Is the one that comes from court. And the heartbeat of justice is not just the judgment the judge is delivering, but the perception by the ordinary man that justice must be seen to have been done in that judgment. That is the capital. When you debase that, when you destroy that, and then tell people come in any injunction you grant, from the same Federal High Court that gave a rule on political ex parte. Now, ex parte applications are flying like the missile Israel is firing into Iran from the Federal High Court. Bam, bam, left, right, and center. When you think they should stop, they continue. And the new CJN have not picked up his phone to call the CJ and say, what is going on with this ex parte? Is it that you people cook it overnight or what? On every political issue, they come and then you issue it to them. It's on that line that we are shocked when after the NWC have met, consider the heinous case of anti-party activities against Omar Damago and his gang and suspended them in line with Article 58 and 57 and the powers they have under Article 29.
He insists that Alhaji Yayari Ahmed Mohamed remains the acting chairman while the party awaits the NEC meeting later this month. He, however, urged the courts to stay away from internal party affairs.
The National Working Committee, we thank the Public Secretary who have been steadfast. What is the offense of our Public Secretary? He issued a statement that the election in Rivers for local government election must be allowed to go on. One big man somewhere saw it as an affront because he is in APC, he's in PDP, he owns the two parties. And they say, oh, the Public Secretary must be sidelined. What is the offense of the legal advisor? He wrote a letter that a case that if it is successful, we see our own governor removed by people who are no longer lawmakers. He filed to discontinue that suit in the exercise of his constitutional power under the party constitution. The big man feels, oh, the legal advisor should be removed. That is why they attempted the belated attempt to remove them, which failed. So the NWC is now owned, but thank God that these great NWC members has proved to the whole world that this NWC is not owned by anybody. With their courageous decision to invoke the provision of Article 57 and 58 of the party constitution and suspending Omar Damago and the National Secretary and others from office.
Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced plans to officially launch its campaign for the upcoming Ondo State governorship elections with a flag of events scheduled for Tuesday, October 15, 2024. This was disclosed in a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, in Abuja. Ologunagba extended an invitation to all party organs, leaders, members, supporters, and the general public to participate in the event, which marks the beginning of what the party expects to be a victorious campaign leading up to the November 16, 2024 governorship elections in Ondo State. He also urged PDP members to remain united in their efforts to secure victory, noting that the people of Ondo State are eager for a PDP-led government. The plight of the girl child took the front burner around the world as Nigeria joined the international community in marking the International Day of the Girl Child. Stakeholders promoting gender equality and women empowerment have said that the girl child represents a central factor in Nigeria's growth and development processes. In this report, Signature TV captures the essence of the day.
The United Nations has designated October 11th as the International Day for the Girl Child in recognition. The theme for the year is Girls' Vision for the Future. The emphasis is on listening to the girls and invest in improving solutions, accelerating progress towards a future in which every girl fulfills her potential. And what may be seen as the unusual happened at the Green Chamber on Thursday, when the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, vacated his seat for a 16-year-old gender advocate, Ms. Isabel Anani, who conducted a special session commemorating the International Day of the Girl Child. This is the first time in the history of the House of Representatives that a sitting speaker would vacate his seat to allow a non-member of the House to preside over plenary.
The House joins the global community in commemorating the International Day of the Girl Child. This day highlights the challenges faced by girls around the world, while celebrating their resilience, potential, and crucial role in shaping a better future.
After taking the seat of the presiding officer, the shadow speaker presided over the presentation of a motion by the chairman of the House Committee on Women Affairs and Social Development, Kafilat Obara, on commemoration of the 2024 International Day of the Girl Child.
The House is aware that gender discrimination is a global phenomenon that engulfed many nations of the world due to patriarchy and cultural stereotypes. While other nations have made giant strides in closing the gender gap, Nigeria is still grappling with these issues, starting from access to education, healthcare, and access to basic amenities. Despite Nigeria being a signatory to the Convention of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, Convention on Child's Rights, and many others, like harmful practices like the female genital mutilation, is still being practiced in some parts of the country, which is a direct violation of human rights of women and, of course, the girls.
Adopting the motion, the House resolved to urge the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the National Orientation Agency, alongside other stakeholders, to collaborate with schools, community organizations, and religious institutions to educate the public on dangers of drug abuse, promote a drug-free lifestyle, and make provisions for rehabilitation. Consequently, the Shadow Speaker mandated the House Committees on Women Affairs and Social Development and Basic Education Services to engage the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Federal Ministry of Education, with other stakeholders by organizing workshops, creating awareness campaigns, and monitoring progress to ensure compliance.
I envision a future where every girl, regardless of where she comes from, has an opportunity to flourish, where education isn't seen as a high pedestal privilege, but as an essential tool to equip girls make important decisions that affect them and ultimately the places they come from. According to the United Nations, nearly 1 in 5 girls are still not completing lower secondary school, and nearly 4 in 10 girls are not completing upper secondary school today. As if these numbers aren't concerning enough, they are at a constant risk of harassment and the what-ifs that are associated with violence, which simply should not exist. I want a future where we don't have to combat all the overwhelming experiences of childhood and adolescence alone.
Addressing the House, Ms. Anani, winner of the Girl Takeover Initiative, who has just gained university admission to study engineering, emphasized the need for a future where every girl has an opportunity to flourish, where education isn't seen as a high pedestal privilege, but as an essential tool to equip girls to make important decisions that affect them, and ultimately the places they come from. This year's theme conveys both the need for urgent action and persistent hope, driven by the power of girls' voices and vision for the future. And elsewhere in Abuja, stakeholders stated to get the best of the girl child, they must be harnessed early, groomed early, and supported early. According to them, accelerating actions to ensure equity for the girl child is hinged on education and foundation that must remain a priority. The aim of the International Day of the Girl Child is to empower girls and amplify their voices to share the issues they experience across the world and the support they want from the international community.
And in ENUGU, girls from secondary schools across the state converged on Okpara Square to mark the Girls' Child's Day. The event was put together by Nkechi Mba, wife of the state's governor, Peter Mba, through her pet project, the Costas Cares Foundation. Correspondent Ugunne Uwalu reports.
The International Day of the Girl Child was proclaimed by the United Nations in 2011 to focus attention on the unique challenges, opportunities, and triumphs of girls worldwide with the vision of empowering them to reach their full potentials. The Managing Director of Coastal Care Foundation, Ego Odigwe, said the wife of the governor is using the medium to address challenges confronting the girl child, especially in the pursuit of their educational career.
We need to engage those duty bearers, those are in position of authority, the relevant offices, the relevant ministries, MDAs, to see how to achieve their vision to bring it to reality in conformity, of course, with the slogan of the state government that tomorrow is here. Of course, we can't be talking about tomorrow without talking about the pivotal role that the girl child play in making that tomorrow that we dream of reality today.
Teachers and parents from different local government areas shared their opinion on how to train a girl child.
To create more awareness for the safety of girl child so that they won't be molested or violated, even in school where there are mixed students. There are cases like that of boy, molesting girls. So we should create more awareness against that because they are equally human.
But educate them. We have to have a place in our society now where girls' child are educated from childhood, at least from 8 to 10 years.
Some female students spoke on the peculiar circumstances in their families and the society at large.
Girls that find it so hard to share their emotions with people. As they say, a problem shared is a problem solved. So you should share your problems with your parents, that you know that they can understand you, especially your mother, that you know that she's also a woman, so she can also know how it feels.
Like empowering a girl child is like empowering a nation. Like girl child education is like a key to a better tomorrow, better future. So I think girl child should be educated because like they are the people that take care of the family when they grow, and they convey the information that was taught to them, the good morals, the education to the children, which the children will also transfer to their own children. Therefore,
the Anambra State Commissioner for Women Affairs, Ifeanyiwa Obinabu, who featured on the breakfast show on Signature TV, spoke of the numerous challenges facing the girl child.
When the economy is harsh and some parents can no longer do what they're supposed to do for the girl child most of the time, the girl child will be directly or indirectly pressured into living an adult's life. Some of them going into prostitution, some even drop out of school, some get into trouble that they are no longer alive to tell their stories by themselves. Some are being raped, some are being killed by these boys in the country looking for money, quick money here and there. So that's soft targets for these bad boys. And some are being pressured into early marriage. You know, some drop out of school. Some are being raped on daily basis by bad boys, by drug addicts. And when they get these children, most of the time, like these bad people in the society, even robbing, they do a whole lot of things. They're soft targets to all these bad people.
Obinabo disclosed that adequate measures have been put in place to take care of any girl child in the state who is a victim of molestation, harassment, or any other form of abuse. In Enugu, Ugonna Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, says 75% of the new HIV infections among adolescents globally occurred in girls. Chief of the UNICEF Field Office for Southwest Nigeria, Celine Safosire, stated this in a statement on Friday to commemorate the International Day of the Girl Child. She noted that many girls were confronted by extreme challenges that deny them their rights, restrict their choices, and limits their future, insisting that being a girl should not be determined that what one can do, where one can go, and who she should become. She also said that almost double the number of adolescent girls, 1 in 4 compared to boys, were not in any form of education, employment, or training, while nearly 1 in 4 partnered or married adolescent girls had experienced sexual or physical abuse. Lafossere, however, said that the findings from UNICEF analysis revealed that girls were not only courageous in the face of challenges, but hopeful for the future. Still to come, immigration releases Soare's passport after airport drama. Federal governments permits marketers to lift fuels directly from Dangote refinery. These and more after the break. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Officers of the Presidential Task Force Against Economic Sabotage and Oil Vandalism, in partnership with the Joint Task Force of Operation Clean and Healthy Anambra Brigade, have raided an illegal wine manufacturing facility in Onitsha. The officers who stormed the war area in Anambra State on Friday confiscated and sealed off the local manufacturing company, which specializes in the alleged mass production of imitation of toxic or exotic wines and other drinks in the state. The wine company is alleged to have over the years produced and distributed several types of fake and unapproved wines in large quantities and distributed for general consumption. 7 suspects were arrested at the facility located on Onowu Street off ENUGU Onitsha Expressway, Onitsha. During the raid, over 2,000 cartons of wines and already packaged drinks were seized, along with unhealthy equipment such as mixing tanks, improvised filters, various packaging materials, and bags of empty bottles. Meanwhile, the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure says it is setting its sights on becoming Nigeria's leading innovation and technology transfer agency. The Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the agency, Khalil Halilu, expressed his commitment to transforming Naseni's role in the nation's technological landscape. Halilu said that under his leadership, Naseni has launched 36 market-ready products, including solar irrigation pumps, electric vehicles, and smart home systems. Halilu emphasized the importance of collaboration in Naseni's recent successes and underscored their partnerships with strategic allies and original equipment manufacturers that have been pivotal in product development. He added that his ambition is not only to enhance Naseni's profile, but also to ensure that its innovations contribute significantly to Nigeria's economic growth. Rights activist Umoyele Sowore has disclosed that his passport has been returned to him by officials of the Nigerian Immigration Service. In a tweet via his X handle on Friday evening, the activist noted that this happened after an initial disclosure that his passport was seized. Before now, Sowore stated that he was being subjected to harassment and violation of his rights by the NIS. Sowore, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress in 2023 elections, tweeted the Nigerian Immigration Service continues to subject him to unwarranted harassment and abuse, violating his rights and repeatedly. That was not the first time the former presidential candidate has had his passports withheld by Nigerian authorities. In February 2024, the Federal High Court in Abuja struck out the treasonable felony charges filed by the federal government against Sowore and Olawale Bakari. The Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badar, has commended the Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta Safe for the protection of oil facilities in the Niger Delta. He gave the commendation during his maiden operational visit to the JTF headquarters in the Ibogene, ENUGU, to assess the level of success the troops of JTF has recorded in the past months. He said that the troops had done very well, as they had deactivated 1,129 illegal refineries from February till date, which he described as a very big achievement. He said the troops conducted destruction of over 1,115 storage facilities, 750 large wooden boats, arrested and appropriate handling of 265 vehicles conveying crude oil and IR products was commendable. The minister lauded the troops for arresting 894 suspects in connection with various crimes and the destruction of about 14 militant sea robbers camps. And elsewhere, in order to ensure adequate security of lives and property in rural communities, Ebonyi State Police Command has interfaced with stakeholders from different local government areas of the state. The stakeholders' engagement was part of activities for Nigerian Police Force Servicom Ebonyi State Command Customer Service Week celebrations 2024. As part of measures to tackle increasing spate of restiveness, extrajudicial activities, arson, destruction of properties, and mob actions that sometimes leads to death, the meeting was convened by the Commissioner for Police Ebonyi State, Commander Antonia Uchianya, during which she sought partnership with stakeholders from various communities in the state to nip the menace on the bud.
On this note, I'd like to bring to your knowledge, all of us, the state of youth restiveness that we are witnessing in our communities. Extrajudicial activities being carried out in our communities. For instance, our youth take laws into their hands, like burning and destroying properties. Also to solicit your partnership and collaboration in ensuring that our various communities are secure.
While lending their voices to the issue, members of management of Ebonyi State Police Command decried a situation where some stakeholders encourage perpetrators of crimes in their communities. They urge stakeholders not to take laws into their hands, but to work in synergy with the police to maintain law and order.
Traditional rulers, youth leaders, president generals of the various areas should be able to liaise with their youth and tell them in common sense what their responsibilities are towards security and how peace should be ensured in their areas.
Among the stakeholders who attended the meeting were local government chairmen, traditional rulers, town union executives, and youth leaders who highlighted some of the security challenges in their communities. The stakeholders' engagement, which is coming on the heels of the Nigerian Police Force Servicom Ebonyi State Command Customer Service Week celebration 2024, was also an avenue to sensitize attendees on the activities of Servicom by the officer in charge of Servicom, DCP Repwene Okmabi Echo. Meanwhile, the Federal Road Safety Corps FRSC has called for collaboration with stakeholders on effective traffic management to reduce road crashes and promote safety on Nigerian roads. Speaking to newsmen after the inauguration of a National Road Safety Advisory Council, NARSARC, at the Presidential Villa Abuja, FRSC Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed emphasized the need for collective action. The NASAC includes 6 governors, key ministers, and other stakeholders with a focus on reducing road fatalities across the country. Mohammed said that the Corps had embarked on campaigns in motor parks and public places to promote a safe driving culture across the country. He said that there was need for commuters and transport unions to partner in preventing road crashes and ensuring safer travels at all costs. According to him, road crashes have declined, but the numbers remain unacceptably high. Therefore, commuters and transport unions must redouble their awareness and prevention initiatives. The president of the Nigerian Senate, Godswill Akpabio, says he believes that the market forces would soon stabilize the price of fuel. Akpabio, who made the declaration during a media briefing explaining that the deregulation may not necessarily lead to a significant increase in fuel price, but a necessary step to redirect funds to more critical areas. Akpabio, who spoke in response to a question on the recent fuel prices by the National Petroleum Corporation Limited, stated that the removal of subsidy would mean that Nigerians would need to tighten their belts. He, however, believes that an increase in product availability would eventually lead to lower prices.
I think it's, I would say that when I say that brighter days are ahead, it simply means that all the wrongs that kept the country where it is will be corrected. If you look at, I haven't actually assessed what is happening in terms of pump price increase, but it's not pump price increase, it's deregulation. If you are taking away the continuous subsidy and then you want people to pay for the actual price of what we consume, it means if you have 5 cars, you will now use 1 or 2. You understand? It simply means that you are going to stop the idea of subsidy in order to make sure that the monies are used for other things. So I don't expect any increase in pump price. I will expect the market forces to determine. And I will expect that now that the NNPCL is no longer going to bring petroleum products into the country, it means those who have the capacity will bring. And you know, the more the product is available, the cheaper the price. So at the beginning, it might look as if there is increase, but I believe strongly that in the next, with the production from Dangote and then the other refineries when they become functional, and the fact that it is now open to all to bring in good products into the country, I can assure you that we may not even see pump prices. So please, let's not dwell on it about the increase in pump price. We will assess it, and if there is need for us to intervene, we will do so.
The federal government has granted permission to petroleum marketers to lift petrol directly from the Dangote refinery without going through the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, confirming speculation that the NNPC will no longer be the sole off-taker of the Dangote fuel. In a statement in Abuja, the Minister of Finance and Chairman of the Naira Crude Sale Implementation Committee, Wale Edun, gave an update on the takeoff of crude purchase and product sales in Naira transactions. The Implementation Committee, which held its second post-commencement review meeting on October 10th to evaluate the progress of crude oil and refined product sales in the Naira initiative, the committee was pleased to support or to report a successful transition of operations in line with the directive issued by the Federal Executive Council. This directive, he said, has established a robust framework for local production and distribution of crude oil and refined products for local consumption in Naira. The minister noted that with the mechanism now in full operation, along with the commencement of a local production, the country is well positioned to transition to a fully deregulated market for all petroleum products. Edun encouraged the marketers to initiate direct purchases from refineries on mutually negotiated commercial terms, which will promote competition and improve market efficiency. Meanwhile, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, has returned the case between the federal government and Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, back to Justice Binta Nyako. Justice Nyako had on September 24th recused herself from the trial of the detained Kanu following oral application by the IPOB leader and his lawyer, Aloy Ejimako. Justice Soho's decision was said to be premised on the condition that Kanu's request must be formally presented before the court through a motion on notice, stating reasons why he did not want to stand trial before Nyako. He will thereafter duly serve the federal government through the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice a copy of the motion for the prosecution's response. Justice Ahmed Mohammed and Justice Soho had presided over Kanu's trial before it was assigned to Justice Nyako following the defendant's rejections of the two judges. And elsewhere, still on judicial matters, a federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a fresh bail application filed by the detained Binance Holdings Limited's executive, Tigran Gambrian. Justice Emeka Nwite, in a ruling, dismissed the application of the ground that it constituted an abuse of court process. Justice Nwite held that Gabriel's requests cannot be granted when he was still challenging the earlier bail ruling at the Court of Appeal. The judge, who stressed that the defendant failed to withdraw his pending appeal against the earlier ruling on his bail application before filing another motion, said such an act amounted to an abuse of court process. He further held that Gambrian had not shown to the court that the Nigerian Correctional Service does not have the enough capacity or facility to take care of his ill health. The judge, however, ordered the Correctional Service to refer Gambrian to any standard hospital in Abuja for a period of 2 to 3 days and subsequently adjourned the matter until 18th October 2020, on November 22nd and November 25th for continuation of trial. Still to come, Blinken reaffirms U.S. commitment to ASEAN amid deepening geopolitical conflicts. Russia extends detention of U.S. citizen Tata for 1 month. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammed Bakr Kalibaf met with Lebanon's caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati in Beirut on Saturday. Kalibaf is expected to give a press briefing after meeting with Lebanese Parliament Speaker Nabi Berri, followed by a visit to the Iranian embassy in Lebanon and holding discussions with MPs and party leaders. The Middle East remains on high alert for further escalation, awaiting Israel's response to an Iranian missile barrage on October 1st. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah militants erupted 1 year ago when the Iranian-backed group began launching rockets at northern Israel in support of Hamas at the start of the Gaza war. Meanwhile, Egyptian Foreign Minister Badr Abdelati on Saturday met members of a delegation of the Palestinian Fatah movement in Egypt's new administrative capital. The Fatah delegation included the group's second-in-command, Mahmoud al-Lola, senior official Azam al-Ahmed, and head of the Palestine Liberation Organization's Palestinian National Council, Rahi Fatwa. Saturday's meeting comes after the delegation met leaders from Islamist group Hamas to discuss plans for cooperation after the war in Gaza in a new round of talks in Cairo on Wednesday, October 9th. The talks are the first since the two groups met in China in July and agreed steps to form a Palestinian unity government for Gaza and the occupied West Bank. They are also part of long-running and previously unsuccessful efforts to heal a schism that's hardened when Hamas seized control of Gaza in a brief conflict with Fatah in 2007. The issue of the administration of Gaza after the end of the year-old Israel-Hamas war is one of the thorniest issues facing the Palestinians. China said on Saturday that it will significantly increase government's debt issuance to offer subsidies to people with low incomes, support the property market, and replenish state banks' capital as it pushes to revive sputtering economic growth. Without providing details on the size of the fiscal stimulus being prepared, Finance Minister Lan Foan told the news conference there will be more counter-cyclical measures this year. Lan said Beijing will support local governments to resolve their debt issues, adding that they will have a combined 2.3 trillion yuan, about $325 billion, to spend in the last 3 months of this year, including debt quotas and unused funds. Low wages, high youth unemployment, and a feeble social safety nets mean China's household spending is less than 40% of annual economic output, some 20 percentage points below the global average. Investment, by comparison, is 20 points above. The world's second largest economy faces strong deflationary measures due to a sharp property market downturn and failed consumer confidence, which have exposed its over-reliance on exports in an increasingly tense global trade environment. A wide range of economic data in recent months has missed forecasts, raising concerns among economists and investors that the government's roughly 5% growth target this year was at risk, and that a longer-term structural slowdown or shutdown could be in play. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump touted his plan to exempt tips and overtime payments from taxes to an audience in Reno, Nevada on Friday. Proposals to exempt tips income from federal taxes have emerged as Kamala Harris and Trump use competing economic proposals in areas like tariffs and taxes to vie for the votes of different constituencies. A different strategy Trump has since extended to include a tax exemption for overtime pay. Trump also took aim at CBS News program 60 Minutes, accusing the show of biased reporting in favor of Harris and calling for it to be taken off the air. In his speech, Trump also commented on hurricane relief for states impacted, like North Carolina, saying those impacted or affected by the storm need better help from the federal government and Vice President Kamala Harris.
So I've done 60 Minutes many times. I even had the great Mike Wallace say, who was actually a great one. Mike Wallace, the toughest of them all. He gave me a great one. But she was interviewed. Her answers were so bad that they put other answers in. They don't do that for me. You know, we're just the opposite. Her answers, they take it away and put new answers in. My answers, they just cut them up. So that instead of 4 sentences that are perfect, it's 1 sentence that proceeds back, and all of a sudden, I used to say to him, why did you cut the hell out of my paragraph? You know, I do the weave, right? Always a weave, right? And always end up in the right location. But I said, why did you do that, 60 Minutes? And remember, I had with Leslie Stahl a big fight. Because she said, the laptop from hell came from Russia. And I said, Leslie, it came from the bedroom of Hunter Biden. It didn't come. And then I proved to be right, and I'm still waiting for them to apologize. But I'll tell you, what they did with her, I believe, is the biggest scandal in broadcast history. I do. If that were me right now, I probably wouldn't be allowed to speak. 60 Minutes should be taken off the air for what they've done.
Gathered at the Hiroshima's Memorial Peace Park on Saturday to commemorate the city's devastation by an atomic bombing cheered the award of the Nobel Prize, or Peace Prize, to Japanese organization Nihon Hindankyo. The group, led by victims of the bombing, known in Japanese as Hibakusha, was the second Japanese winner of the prize in its 123-year history. The Norwegian Nobel Committee said in its citation that Nihon Hindankyo was receiving the Peace Prize for its efforts to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons and for demonstrating through witness testimony that nuclear weapons must never be used again. Japan is best placed to stop it. As Japanese, we have to make sure that it does not happen again, students Torisawa says. Meanwhile, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky was welcomed by German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier ahead of signing a city's Golden Guest Book. The meeting took place shortly after German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a 1.4 billion euros, that's around $1.53 billion military aid package for Ukraine by the end of 2024 during a joint press conference. Scholz told Zelensky the package was a signal to Russia that the West would not stop supporting Kyiv. Zelensky has been meeting allies in Europe this week to present a victory plan to end the war, while also pressing to use long-range weapons that can strike deeper into Russian territory. The details of his plan have not been divulged publicly. A U.S. official has previously described it as a repackaged request for more weapons and lifting of restrictions on the use of long-range missiles. Germany is Ukraine's second biggest donor of military aid, but Scholz has balked at the equipping Ukraine with long-range TIRS missiles and made no mention of them in his remarks. Presidents of European countries in the Ariolos group met in Poland on Friday, with host Poland's President Andrzej Duda saying leaders' discussions revolved around helping Ukraine fend off Russia's invasion and progress towards European Union membership. Slovakia's Peter Pellegrini and Bulgaria's Rumen Radev said European countries had to scale up investment in their own defense, regardless of the outcome of the U.S. presidential election on November 5th. Latvian President Edgars Rinkēvičs said Europe should continue supporting Ukraine and also remove any limitations imposed on Ukraine of weapons provided by its allies. Earlier on Friday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky held talks with NATO's chiefs to discuss whether Ukraine could use Western missiles against targets in Russia.
The transatlantic partnership holds a special place here. It remains to be crucial for Europe's security. The transatlantic bond with the US is the spine of Europe's long-term hard security. But no matter whether Mr. Trump or Madam Harris wins the elections in November, the urgency to take much more care of our own security can be counted in decades rather than years.
And we need to embrace the reality that we need to invest much more in our security. And Poland here is leading by example, investing a huge percentage of its GDP to guarantee the security not just of Poland, to contribute to the overall security of the European Union. And
we must continue supporting Ukraine with weapons, with economic and financial aid, and of course we need also to remove any limitations on Ukraine regarding the usage of weapons that we collectively provide.
Ukraine's presidential advisor Mikhailo Podolyak said on Friday that Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Japanese organization that bore witness to nuclear horror sends an informal warning to the Russian Federation. Be careful, otherwise you personally will face serious consequences, Podolyak said, referring to Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly warned the West of potential nuclear consequences since Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine. He declared last month that Russia could use nuclear weapons if it was struck with conventional missiles, and that Moscow would consider any assault on it supported by a nuclear power to be a joint attack. Without naming specific countries, Georgian Watne Fridays, chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, warned that nuclear nations should not contemplate using atomic weapons. Meanwhile, a Russian court has extended for 1 month the pre-trial detention of a U.S. citizen, Joseph Tata, who faces up to 5 years in prison over charges of assaulting a police officer. Tata was first detained in August and jailed for 15 days for petty hooliganism after he was alleged to have abused staff at a Moscow hotel, something he denied. The Interfax news agency said Tata has subsequently assaulted a police officer, leading to a fresh criminal case. He denied any guilt. Meshkashki District Courts extended Tata's detention for 1 month until November 14th, the press service of the Moscow court said on Friday. In September, Interfax cited his lawyer as saying that Tata had entered Russia with the purpose of obtaining political asylum in the Russian Federation in connection with persecution by competent relevant authorities in the United States. His detention on the hooliganism charge had interrupted his efforts to seek asylum, Interfax cited the lawyer as saying. Russia's Vladimir Putin has held talks with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian in Turkmenistan, where the two leaders hailed their countries' growing economic ties and similar views on world affairs, an alliance viewed with concern by the U.S. At odds with Washington and the European Union over Russia's war in Ukraine, Putin's keen to deepen ties with what he calls the global East and global South. Putin, whose country is hosting a summit of BRICS nations in Kazan on October 22nd to 24th, invited Pezeshkian to come to Russia on an official visit, a proposal the Iranian leader accepted according to Russia's state RIA news agency. Pezeshkian last month committed his country to deeper ties with Russia to counter Western sanctions. The two countries say they are close to signing a strategic partnership agreement, something Pezeshkian said on Friday he hoped could be finalized at the BRICS summit in Russia later this month. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. Charles Pius is my name. Good afternoon. See you later.
To E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm so happy to be on your screen this afternoon and I hope you are happy to see me as well. I'm your host, Layomi Ademi, and hosting today's show with me is the beautiful, the wonderful, permitting me to hype my co-anchor.
It's your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta. Hi.
So yeah, as usual, you know that we have entertaining gists for you guys. You can always trust us to give you the very best of entertainment, from celebrity news, movies, music, anything that would entertain you. You can trust us, you know, we got you, you get it. So grab your popcorn and sit back. We're about to move. In our first news today, Taye Currency apologizes to Pasuma after controversial remarks. The Fuji artist Taye Currency has publicly apologized to senior colleague Pasuma following backlash over comments he made during a recent performance. Taye expressed his disapproval of fans calling of Fuji, "We are one, so please do not separate us," he says. He further emphasized in Yoruba that Alaji Alabi Pasuma is his boss. He knows he's loyal to him. For it to not seem disrespectful, he's apologizing to Pasuma. To Pasuma's fans club as well, he's saying sorry. Taye Currency's fans, one love, Alaji Alao, please do not be angry. Taye Currency, who began his music career as a teenager, credits much of his success to the mentorship and support he received from Pasuma, reaffirming their bond and loyalty in the Fuji music scene. Queenette, I don't know what you think about this.
What I think is it's normal and it's something that keeps occurring. That fans will always bring fights between two artists.
Yes, because
he made a comment and you took it personal. It's just like you make him okay. Let's say he made a comment of he's like a brother to me, and of course the man is older than him in the music industry, right? And people will just be like, "Ta, who tell you say na your brother? This man na your papa." Do you get? And he will not be like, "What do you mean by he's my father?" And other people start throwing him and be like, "So you don't know your mates in the music industry," all those kind of things, making it look like it's a fight. And the other man, which is Pasuma, would read those comments, read his posts, and he will be like, "What was this?" Yes, misunderstand it. And you can remember that we had a guest this same week that had that conversation. That okay, he said yes, that those controversies and those backlash makes the entertainment world interesting. But it they cause fights for the two people.
Honestly, people that do not even have any issue, they are going fine, they are going well. He said, "I've learned from this person. This person has mentored me in my journey." So why do you now feel like
why is jamming two heads together?
Exactly what I
understand. It doesn't mean that celebrities cannot like make any comments on their socials, and haters will not see the other side of those comments.
I think that's one of the greatest problem of social media now, is the fact that everyone feels like their opinion needs to be heard. Do you understand? So even if I know that what I'm saying is rubbish, but the fact that I can say it, I have a phone, I can type whatever. You cannot beat me in my house. So I think that's one of the problem of social media we have now. Like everybody just feels like I can say what I want to say.
The good thing is that he actually came and still apologized.
Yes.
In the same social media to make them understand that this was what he meant. He recognized that this person is older than him in this music industry. He learns from him and all that. Even apologized that maybe if the comment seemed like he's insulting him, that is not what he meant.
Which is really mature of him. I really like that. Like it shows a lot. It shows a lot. I like the maturity being displayed.
But I feel fans should always learn to like calm down.
Like chill, please.
Fire, honestly.
Chill.
It doesn't make sense. All right, so moving forward, Davido and Dakor have teamed up for the exciting new single, Right Now, released on October 11, 2024. This captivating track blends R&B melodies with Afrobeats, showcasing both artists' heartfelt expression. Dakor, a rising star in the UK Afrobeat scene, builds on her recent success with the Favorite Girl remix featuring Rema, known for her contribution to popular remix like Camido's. Me, you do female and you don't do male. Like, you know that kind of backlash, like what's your parents thinking about this? How can your father even, do you get? And she came out and said she likes the kind of person she is. Her mother doesn't have a problem with it. Yes, she was emotional initially. But honestly, fans should try to calm down, because all these things you're saying is not affecting her music career.
Yeah, she's moving on.
She's
like
moving on.
Like they always say, every press is still press. Do you get? So bad press is still press. Like, so because you are beefing me, no means say I no go blow.
Yeah, that one
baby,
is
baby get a blow. She don't sing with Davido.
Hey,
rest.
And she's about to drop an album, which everyone is anticipating. Yes, I know that most people don't like the fact that she's a queer, right? Even me. Like,
yeah, because we actually found out.
Yes,
I
actually wish she's like a girl, like yeah. But it is what it is. She decided to take this part of her life, and it's a personal life. You can drop your opinions, but don't backlash her. You're not her parents. And even if you finish talking, it's not as if she's going to take your opinion.
Yes,
because she has made her decision.
I get what you mean. So maybe not try to mind your business sometimes. No, maybe not they calm down. Because almost she know they blow. She's going, and it's really nice. I really like that for her.
Yeah, and this particular music and this collabo is taking her far. I'm actually picturing her for the Grammys, right?
Well, let's slow down. Let's slow down. See how it unveils what it would look like. So actress Lupita Nyong'o has spoken out against the Kenyan government's violent response to the large-scale anti-tax protests that began in June. Rights group reports that incidents of police brutality result in numerous deaths and abductions. Reflecting on her family's past struggles, her father was jailed and tortured under the former president Daniel Arap Moi. She told BBC that it is chilling to know that this government is resorting to tactics that she thought had been left in the past. In response, the government stated that the comparisons to previous administrations are inappropriate and expressed regret over any deaths. However, Lupita, an Oscar winner who grew up in Kenya but now resides in the US, found the government handling the protest upsetting. She stated that the more things change, the more they stay the same. She doesn't know how the story ends. Lupita Nyong'o is known for her roles in acclaimed films like 12 Years a Slave and Black Panther. I don't know what you say is wrong with you if you don't like Lupita, because I like her, and I like her unique stature. Like, as she's slim, some people would have found a problem with it, but she still just finds a way to effortlessly slay. Like, you get effortlessly slay. I mean, oh my goodness, like, she's so fine that I'm even stumbling on my words.
Yeah, I guess.
And her dressing is always so
on point.
On point. Yeah, she models too, so what do we expect exactly? Like, and this issue, let's move to the issue on ground. This protest, I really do not like the fact that governments are forgetting that
they have citizens.
I think it's becoming too rampant in African countries, even our country here in Nigeria. We are forgetting that the country is made up of people. And what makes you being able to stand and say you are a governor or you are a president or you are leader in any capacity is because there are people to lead. Without people to lead, you can't be
You're not a leader. You're not a leader.
So I feel the response, the violent response. I feel
personally that the governments are no longer considerate. They don't care about the people they are leading. All right? You know that kind of feeling that I'm the head, I'm the boss, and whatever I say goes.
But this is not a company now.
It's not a company, but they are leaders. If they sit there and say, just as fuel price is 1,300 now, right? If he comes out and say fuel price, he will bring back fuel subsidy, you will not beat him. You will not stop him. Just like what I said, whatever I say goes. They don't care about the people that they're leading. They don't care if they're hurt or they're in pain, or they don't care if the people they're leading thinks that what they're doing is right or wrong. Do you get?
Right now, Seth, it takes a lot for you to still be patriotic. Before, being patriotic is something that we used to like look up to and really respect, and be like, okay, yes, I would do anything for my country. But now the way people are just dying anyhow, like I can't see a protest going on. I can't see a protest going on and say that I want to join.
Why?
Because people are dying for nothing.
Your voices will not be heard, right?
Yes, and people are like in this Kenyan protest. If you see the deaths, so I think that those lives were not important. So I don't think of my life. I don't think of my future.
There's no need to come out.
And not come and die. I should not come and die. And it's
like
not even exactly. And it's not even like after those deaths, people
actions will be taken.
Actions will be taken, or our opinions as a people is counting. You don't see what happened with the NSAS.
Yes, no.
People die. People die. Did anything really change? If we really think about
nothing. And so, I still heard in social media that it's not as if we go for protest again, anything will be done. That's why I said
it's so sad.
They feel like they're at the top, and whatever they say or decide goes.
I think we need to really need to rethink and understand what government means actually.
Or they really need to think and understand that they're leaders and they're citizens.
I'm saying we because the people in the government are also citizens of the country. Do you get? So that means if this person leaves today, another person will still come in, and the another person that is coming in was also a citizen that was under a government. Do you understand? So I think we are the problem. If you say they are the problem, it's like you are trying to segregate. The people in power right now are not people that have been ruling for 100 years. None of them have ruled for 100 years.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? So that means at a point they were being ruled as well. They were the citizens like we were. And they now got there and still decided we don't matter. So that means it's very possible that...
That means it means there's something that comes with this power, and when you get to that seat, it means the thing that possesses them is once you go there, every other person under you doesn't matter. Because that's what it looks like.
The rush that comes with power.
Yes.
I guess we can say that.
Anyways, moving forward.
Actually, let's not turn this to a political debacle.
Moving forward, Memphis rapper Juicy Fruit has had a rough year, which she candidly shared during an emotional interview on the Shirley's Temple podcast. In the tearful revelation, she discussed a near-death experience where she allegedly overdosed on something laced with fentanyl, leaving her unconscious for 30 minutes before waking up in the hospital, unsure of her children's whereabouts. That's crazy. Rising to fame in 2020, with her music featured in popular film and TV shows like Insecure and Birds for Prey, Juicy signed with Atlantic Records. However, she faced challenges when the label dropped her, leading to a spiral of drug abuse and depression. After being indicated on a felony drug charge in May, Juicy celebrated her freedom from prison in September, while she has not yet entered rehab. She's using music as a form of therapy. Additionally, Juicy expressed feelings of survivor's remorse, mentioning unreleased collaboration with the late female rappers Gangsta Boo and Enchanting, both of them whom died from overdoses. She assured host Shirley Ju that she intends to consult with their families before releasing the tracks, emphasizing that her aim is to share her truth and help others rather than seeking clout. You know why I shouted that's crazy? You had kids. Okay, yes, I know you're depressed and all that. You're going through some emotional crisis. Now, you have kids, and you went ahead to take something that will make you unconscious. You were not thinking about your kids.
Do you know what addiction is? Addiction is such that you can't do without something.
Okay.
You hear of people growing up with mothers that were addicts, and because of that, they kind of neglect their children.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm not saying it makes sense, but I'm saying it happens.
Make it make sense that you're a mother and you're addicted to something. You don't care if that thing you're taking kills you. Who are you leaving your kids for? I feel for her that this whole depression thing started when they removed her from the label, right? Fine, good and fine. I'm not even judgmental about your personal life and how you want to do your thing. If you want to be a drug addict, good and fine. All I'm saying is your loved ones and those close associated to you, you don't care. You just went ahead, took the medicine, and you fell unconscious.
Well, I won't say it the way you're putting it. I would say, let's look at it like this. Someone, there's something that comes with the so-called lifestyle, the rapping world of the industry. Do you get? There's something that comes with that lifestyle, then they start to now get themselves involved with drugs. And there's like, okay, let's start with weed. Weed is quite light. Before you know, they are going into deeper things. You are hearing cocaine, you are hearing heroin, you are hearing pills.
Pills is the height of it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, you are hearing molly, you are hearing a lot of things at that sometimes. So, in such situations, they now get, when you're using something over.
And you're not addicted.
Do you know that you can become addicted to paracetamol?
Yeah.
As little as paracetamol is, you can get addicted to paracetamol. So that's what I'm saying, like, getting addicted to that substance abuse is one of the things that really, like, at that point again, you can't control yourself. That's why it's called an addiction.
Yeah.
If you can still control yourself, it's not an addiction. So it becomes an addiction when you can't control yourself. So in such a situation, I don't even think she has the luxury of saying that, okay, I want to talk about my children. I want to care about
how they'll feel if I'm no longer here. How they'll feel.
Stuff like that, how they'll fare and everything. So in such situations, all is in our mind is that I really need to take this drug. And depression can be so crazy.
I know, but where is it written that drugs cures depression? I was happy while going through the story and I heard music is now her therapy, right? Singing is now her therapy. That's a good thing. So what happened to you thinking about that before going into taking drugs?
Well, I feel like the drug is not it's not like they are looking for a cure. They are looking for an escape. Do you understand?
She was depressed.
Yes, so, and depression comes with extreme sadness. So I'm looking for an escape from my reality right now. You don't know, maybe she's probably now broke due to the fact that
she left the label.
Or she's even sad that she can't continue you don't know the story behind her leaving the label. So maybe she becomes quite sad that she can't pursue what is meant to be her passion, and even what is her source of income, something bringing. There are people that have gone into depression because they lost their job.
True.
So yes, and some people have not been able to rise from it.
Who said drug is the remedy to cure depression?
They are not looking for a remedy. They are looking for an escape method.
So drug is the escape method?
Yes. Most people that abuse drugs, they abuse drugs to escape from their current reality. I'm not advocating, guys.
I'm not judgmental either, but I'm just saying, like,
I'm not advocating for drug abuse. But at the same time, I feel like we need to, before you are able to solve something, you need to understand it. So if you cannot understand it, it becomes more difficult to solve it. Then when you are trying to help such a person out of what they are being through, because of you don't show understanding, you will not really be able to help such a person.
Is it possible that there is a musician that is not taking anything? Not gospel musicians, secular musicians. Like, they don't take any alcohol, they don't smoke, they don't take drugs. Is it possible?
Well, I won't say it's not possible, but I'll say it's scarce.
It's like 20%.
Yes, because even a normal human being that is not a singer, that is not into the entertainment world like that, tends to do those things.
Yeah.
You get? So now being in the entertainment world where you can't really escape it. Do you understand? Like, it's something you always see in their parties, in their clubs.
Yeah.
Being on-air personalities, we have to go for events. In such events, you would see alcohol, you'd see drugs.
I'm even talking about the alcohol. I'm talking about them taking something to go on that stage to like perform.
Yes, yes. To some people, they feel like it starts out as I'm just trying to use something to calm my nerves,
or to give me that confidence.
Then before you know,
gradually it's growing, and gradually you can't do without it. Gradually, it's now an addict.
Then someone can now come and say, you see that thing, it's not strong enough. It's not strong enough. Let me give you something that, in fact,
stronger.
You just be on high.
Yes,
you
won't get tired. You won't see anything. You don't get tired.
And going on tours as well, they get tired. Let me give you something that will strengthen you. Not, and before you know, you're seeing that idea as inviting. I know. So yeah, and she's talking about releasing the song she sang with other people. The other people that like were her colleagues, like Boo and Enchanting.
Yeah.
So let's just look forward to what those sounds like. She says she wants to get permission from the family first. So let's look forward to that. Let's see what that would sound like, because I think for some people that have been great fans of Enchanting and fans of Darkest Boo, I'm sure you'd want to at least hear their sound again. So I think that's a good thing. And it's a good thing that she's sharing her story out there, even though there might be some people that yes, there may be some people that might feel like like why is she like this, so many judgments and everything. But at the same time, I feel like this can also help someone that might be suffering the same thing to feel like I don't need to wait till this point before I go to rehab and help myself.
Or get a therapist. That's true.
So the Netflix hit show Love is Blind is proving to be a gold mine for a fragrance company, thanks to a product showcased in the latest season. In the second episode, contestant Taylor Cross uses the Pure Instinct's original roll-on pheromone perfume to enhance a love note for Garrett Josmaz. Following the episode, fans quickly took to social media to search for and review the close-up shots that featured the perfume. A representative from Pure Instinct reviewed that the sales are skyrocketed tenfold after the episode aired, with website traffic increasing by 500%. Interestingly, the brand was unaware that they would be featured until a devoted Love is Blind fan connected to someone at Pure Instinct alerted them, and the brand expressed their excitement about the unexpected shout-out, embracing the surge in popularity. Oh, this is nice. Not too long ago, Taylor did something like that. Now we are seeing... yes, the freckles. Yes, the makeup.
Freckles, yeah.
So now we are seeing something like that again. But this one is from the reality show Love is Blind, where people come together without seeing each other, try and find love and be engaged.
Did you watch it?
I do not follow it, but I follow someone that follows it.
Okay.
You get it? So I kind of get some updates here and there.
Yeah.
This is their 7th season. Started this October, and it's nice. It's nice. I can say it's nice, and I really love the fact that a brand is getting promoted for this.
Yeah.
I don't think he was intentional though, because usually in reality shows like that, they're always careful of you bringing outside products that are not sponsored. Yes, you have to use only sponsored products. I think it's something we also see in BB Niger, where you have to use you cannot see them sponsoring them, so you can't really see any product you're using that doesn't have like sponsorship. They would have to like remove the label and everything like that. But like that, so that's how a product is being blown up, and everybody's...
It's actually a small piece of perfume.
Yes, but sometimes you don't hear small but mighty. Yeah, things like that happen. So yes, I'm sure the owners of Pure Instinct are so happy like to get this kind of publicity, because you know the viewership that Love is Blind gets. People love Love is Blind, and like the show, the people, the cast, Please. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for Pure Instinct. I love it when brands get good publicity, because this is good publicity.
Okay. All right, so up next is a statue of Queen Elizabeth II was unveiled in Newcastle upon Lyme on October 11th to celebrate the town's 850th anniversary. The statue draws inspiration from photographs taken during the Queen's visit in 1973, which marked the 800th anniversary. Crafted by local sculptor Andy Edward, the statue is located in Queen's Garden, just a short distance from the statue of Queen Victoria Elizabeth's great-great-grandmother. So let's take a look at the video and what the statue really looks like.
So I'm sure you guys can see it on the screen already, looking at the wonderful
It's
statue.
beautiful, but I feel they would have given it a brighter color.
Well. I think he's just having to have that glossy look.
Okay.
And to some extent antique look.
Okay.
That's why you see something like that. Like,
I don't know.
to have an
Personally, I
antique
just
look.
feel because she's holding a flower.
So okay, if you like find out with colors and
something like that. Well, but of course, we know statues don't always have fine bright colors. So my opinion doesn't matter anyways. but the artwork is beautiful.
Yes,
and
very
it's something
beautiful.
to like just to remember.
And I like the fact that they are celebrating Queen Elizabeth.
850th anniversary. Oh my God.
It's nice. Really nice. So guys, we've come to the end of today's news segment. I know you guys enjoyed our news from Davido and Daco releasing a single. Then the kind of conflict between Taye Currency and Pasuma. Then Juicy Front telling us that okay, she went through some substance abuse and all, and we should also expect some songs, some collabs, yes,
to be released.
Yes. So, and the whole, we've entertained you guys, we've given you the gist you need to know. But what's your opinion? Please put your opinion in the comment section. I want to know what your opinion is on everything we've said today. And if there's also a gist you feel like we need to know, tell us. So, we'll be going on a short break now, but trust me, we still have things entertaining for you to enjoy. So grab your popcorn. We have the movie train coming up next.
So welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And what we have in this particular segment is Movie Train. Now let me tell you what this Movie Train is about. We'll be recommending some interesting movies for you to watch this weekend. It's the weekend, so we expect you to enjoy your weekend, right? So we'll be reviewing some of these movies, the synopsis. I'm sorry we won't be playing the trailer, but we'll be showing you some picture clip of what this movie looks like, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so our first recommended movie for you to watch is Never Let Go. This tells a story of when an unspeakable evil takes over the world. The only protection for a mother and her twin sons is their house and strong bond, needing to stay connected at all times, even tearing themselves with ropes that must cling to one another. Never let go. However, when one of the boys questions if the evil is real, the ties that bind them together are severed, triggering a terrifying fight for survival. This movie was released 20th of September 2024. Pardon me. Honestly, this is a crazy movie.
Yes, yes. And if you like thrillers and you like movies that put you on your feet,
yes,
this is the movie to watch. Because
I'm actually, oh my god, the suspense is crazy.
we are not going to give you too much info about this movie, because
we're not a spoiler.
Yes, we don't spoil movies. Please, I beg. We want you guys to go and enjoy this movie. So, children will always be children. Because if not of that boy asking
that question,
asking the question that why is there actually an evil? Why are we just tied? Why are we tied like? And you know the curiosity that comes with being a child. If not of that, things would have not scattered.
But the rope binds them together now.
Yes, more like bind them to the house. Like the two sons are tied to the house. The mother. I've seen some clips. I don't want to say too much so that
don't spoil it.
So the two boys are tied to
their mother.
To the house. The mother is also tied to the house. Like so, they're all tied to the house, and even in their movements, the ropes are long enough to accommodate their movements. So it's like whatever they are doing, they are making sure that they are together in a way, but still also tied back to the house. So if someone goes, you can always
bring you back.
Like call the person back.
Okay,
like you get using the rope. And also now a child coming out to now say that what's going on, is there any evil? That's what the movie scatter. that's how everything is scatter. But I know that you guys would want to watch this, so watch. So in our next movie is My Sunshine.
All right.
I'm going to tell you about this movie. My Sunshine is by a skit maker, Kemi Ikusedun, also known as Momiwa or Kem's Mama, which is a groundbreaking as the first Nigerian movie to integrate the Korean language. My Sunshine's plot is about Caris Benson, inspired by her late father's Korean heritage, wins a scholarship to a Korean school in Nigeria, where she faces animosity from wealthy classmate Yewande, who is jealous of her growing relationship with Gerald. After a series of dramatic events, including rigging the prom queen votes, Caris storms as prom queen, deepening her connection with Gerald, who asks her to be her girlfriend. This movie was released on YouTube on the 5th of October 2024. There's been a lot of hype about this movie, and hype, both negative and positive hype, because people are like, what is it? Especially when the trailer was released, people are like, what is this? Why are we speaking
Korean in Nigeria?
So, yes, and actually watching the movie, it was like a mixture of Korean, you see Yoruba too, and even English. But I really loved the Caris, her best friend. I loved her Korean accent. She was the person who I feel like her Korean accent was the most fluent. And I really I kind of will I say, clap for or celebrate or acknowledge their efforts in trying to perfect
such
yes,
idea,
the
actually.
Korean language. It was really nice. They tried, like in their pronunciations. It really sounded for someone that watches Korean movie a lot.
Like you.
What's the shade about now?
I'm not shading you. You watch Korean movie.
But anyway, they really tried in their pronunciations. Like yes, I can say that they tried. The story plot was not really
Don't be a spoiler now.
Watch it. I'll just say watch it.
End there. So moving forward, the next movie to recommend to you is The Wild Robots. So The Wild Robots is a 2024 American animated science fiction survival film produced by DreamWorks Animation and distributed by Universal Pictures. Now, in this movie, shipwrecked on a deserted island, a robot named Roz must learn to adapt to its new surroundings, building relationship with the native animals. Roz soon develops a parental bond with an orphaned gosling. It was released in theater in the United States on September 27, 2024, and in the United Kingdom on October 18th. So if you are an animation lover, I'm bringing this to your table. You have to go see the movie. I don't want to be a spoiler. I don't want to give you details. Just go see the movie. That's all I have to say for now.
Imagine a robot in a wild area. I think I'm going to go watch this animation.
I've already given almost everything that has to do with the movie.
Yes.
But go ahead and watch it. That's what I have to say for now.
I think it would be nice to watch because it's like you seeing nature and AI coming together. Nature and tech coming together. It would be nice to watch. It would be nice to watch this animation. And I love animations. So yes.
How many? You love Korean movie, you love animation.
I love movies.
Where do we place you?
I love movies.
Okay.
I love movies. So I don't think there's any movie I have a problem with watching. Okay. Maybe not soap operas. I'm not really a fan of soap operas. It can be too dramatic sometimes.
So you like horror movies?
No, I like thrillers, rom-coms. But you see, all those soap operas of either maybe some will be Italian, some will be Mexican, some will even be Indian. I don't like the drama. They exaggerate a lot. They have a lot of exaggerations in soap opera, and I have a problem with it. Like, how can you break up with me? And they will exaggerate their line. I'm like,
why you not be so dramatic?
I'm trying to show them a glimpse.
Okay. Now we get. But go watch that particular animation.
The Wild Robot.
Yeah.
So our next movie that we'll be recommending for you today is Speak No Evil. Speak No Evil is about a dream holiday that turns to a living nightmare when an American couple and their daughter spend the weekend at a British family's idyllic country estate. Now, know this particular movie is psychological, is gripping and suspenseful. The movie was released on 13th of September. So if you like movies that
catch your breath, like, oh my God,
that your chest will leave, will travel first and come back. If you like it, no problem.
That's the movie for you. You that don't like all those ones that exaggerate, you like those ones that gives you grip, right?
No. Well, I'm not really a horror person, but at the same time,
they said it's psychological and it's gripping.
I think it's.
And you don't like those ones that stretches too much. So this one is best recommended for you.
I think so. I think so too. So you guys, we want you to enjoy your weekend. Go and watch My Sunshine. Go and watch The Wild Robots. Go and watch Speak No Evil. Which other movie should they still watch?
Never Let Go.
Go and watch. Go and enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. This pop. So guys, don't go anywhere. There's still something entertaining for you because this is the time. There's a festival going on at Oparaswe. But I think I want you to tell them about it.
All right. So this is actually a music concert. It's happening in Opera Square. We'll be having lots of musicians. Let me give you a tip. We'll be having Boy P. Okay, yeah. We'll be having Boy P, Slow Dog, right? Yeah, I got the name, yeah. Aguero Bags. But this Yam Festival will actually take place before the concert. So we're giving you a tip in case you want to attend. It's at Opera Square in ENUGU State.
But
we'll
be attending live now, virtual.
Yes. So you can, if you're not able to go there, you can join us.
Just tune in.
Yes, exactly. Stay tuned. Just be there and watch the event and enjoy it. It's the weekend. For those of you that like marrying your bed and you don't like going out, sit tight. We are bringing it to your table. Don't worry about that. So yeah, we'll leave you here for you to enjoy the whole scene and everything that's happening there at Opera Square.
Yes.
It's a goodbye for now.
Yes.
See you next week. Bye. Your baby girl.